In a world of cultivation devastated by a plague, the realms of immortals and mortals are completely severed. The protagonist transmigrates here with grand ambitions, yet finds himself forced to live a mediocre life. Just as his life seems destined to end in insignificance, he unexpectedly awakens a strange ability. This power allows him to simulate life, returning to a starting point to change his destiny. From then on, every failure becomes experience, helping him step by step toward the path of immortality. In a world filled with danger and mystery, every choice can lead to death, or immortality. Can he break the limits of a mortal and reach the pinnacle of cultivation? Please join Kingdom Manhwa in following this captivating series. The story begins in the Great Shen Kingdom, at the capital Shenjing, within the Grand Preceptor's manor. Clear wine is poured from a white porcelain flask into an ancient bronze goblet. Two beauties on either side serve Li Fan attentively. Grand Preceptor, please enjoy. Grand Preceptor, please have some. Below, dozens of people bow respectfully in unison. Long live the Grand Preceptor. For over 50 years, I rose from a man with nothing to the position of Grand Preceptor today. Li Fan drains his cup. With power over the whole world, his story is enough to fill a novel of several million words. His thoughts drift back to the past, thinking of how he, Li Fan, was merely a poor scholar when he first transmigrated to this world. Finishing the wine, Li Fan could not help but think to himself, with a life like this, what more could one ask for? While the banquet is in full swing with dancers performing gracefully for the guests, a frantic voice suddenly calls out, Grand Preceptor, Grand Preceptor. An official rushes in with news. Fire is falling from the sky. Auspicious signs are descending, the signs. They seem to be flying toward our Grand Preceptor's manor. Hearing this, Li Fan immediately rushes outside to see. He stands stunned and speechless. This is. In the sky, two streaks of golden and dark purple power clash as a booming voice echoes. Dao Xuanzi, do not push me too far. There are two men hovering in mid-air. Seeing them, Li Fan is momentarily dazed. Cultivators, the official kneels. Immortal Master, the Immortal Master has appeared. The beauties also kneel. This is an auspicious sign. Only Li Fan remains in shock. How is this possible? Dao Xuanzi questions loudly. Guanhong, did you think that by fleeing to this immortal exclusion land, I would let you go, hand over the cultivation technique you obtained that day? Or we shall fight to the death? Guanhong responds, ridiculous. It is exactly because I lacked a core formation technique that I have been stuck at the foundation establishment stage for nearly 100 years. Now that my end is near and I am about to turn into dry bones, I finally have a core formation technique. How could I possibly give it to anyone else? Hearing this, Dao Xuanzi gathers spiritual energy in his palm. Indeed, for the great Dao of the Golden Core, it is either you or me. Though there are many core formation techniques in this world, there are far more cultivators trapped at the foundation establishment stage. He is about to finish gathering energy for an attack. In that case, in the face of this path to immortality, how could I let you go? Guanhong accepts the challenge without hesitation. Ha ha ha, how laughable that we have been brothers for 100 years, yet now we turn our blades against each other for a single sliver of life. Though the outcome is predictable, Guanhong charges forward. I know I am no match for you, and today I likely cannot escape this fate. But with so many mortals here, I wonder if you can block an immortal mortal miasma of such concentration. Dao Xuanzi immediately draws his sword. Guanhong. He points his sword at Guanhong and demands, what are you trying to do? Guanhong stands atop a dragon made of spiritual energy, clashing against Dao Xuanzi's profound sword. If you cannot withstand the immortal mortal miasma, perhaps I can find a way to survive. In an instant, the two powers collide. A massive explosion erupts, blowing everything around them away. Li Fan and everyone below watch in utter shock. Witnessing this scene, Li Fan has no time to react. It is over. In the blink of an eye, everything is leveled. Li Fan, covered in wounds, is trapped under the ruins. Ugh. Meanwhile, the others are also severely injured. He tries to call out to them, cough cough. Wife. Children. A while later, Li Fan finally crawls out from the rubble and quickly checks the other areas. The entire city is now submerged in a sea of flames. The once prosperous and bustling Shenjing has become a hell of blood and fire. Everywhere he looks are broken bodies and ruined buildings. Surely, after this catastrophe, very few survivors remain. He collapses in exhaustion and helplessness, thinking, all of this, just because two cultivators suddenly descended. Li Fan's whole body trembles as he lets out a long sigh. Then, he bursts into desperate laughter. Ha ha ha. Why are there cultivators in this world? Li Fan's thoughts go back. Ever since I became an official, I used my power to search for any signs of the path to immortality. After I became the imperial preceptor, standing above tens of thousands, I searched the entire world even more thoroughly. The scale of the search was incredibly vast, from the icy seas in the north to the great ocean in the south, from the void abyss in the east to the mountain range in the west. Li Fan seems to have gone mad after the disaster. In the entire Great Xian, there was not a single trace of these immortal bastards. I clearly gave up. I am clearly already old. Looking at the two figures high above, Li Fan constantly wonders, are those two really immortals? Where do they come from? Anger quickly rises within him. Heavens will toys with me. His eyes emit a bright white light as he performs a powerful hand seal. Fine then. Suddenly, a glowing sphere of light appears, radiating an intense aura. When reality is false, then the false is also real. Lines of system information continuously appear. Energy replenishment complete. Do you wish to actualize the current scene and return to the starting point? A storage system of memories appears around Li Fan while he speaks. Huanjun. This is the name I gave to this treasure of mine. Its function is to turn reality into falsehood and falsehood into reality, turning my actual experiences into an illusory experience, allowing me to return to a set anchor point, which means the moment I first transmigrated to this world. A truth is revealed. In fact, this life is already the second time I have transmigrated to this great Xian kingdom. In my first life, though I had great ambitions, I was just an ordinary person. I wanted to pass the imperial exams but failed many times. After age 30, I gave up on being an official, started a small business, became a wealthy commoner, married, had children, and lived out a normal life. Li Fan's life was quite grand, but unfortunately, it was not until he was old and dying of illness that he awakened the treasure Huanjun. His aged body unlocked a powerful ability, allowing him to rise like a storm in his second life, because after the Huanjun system replenished its energy, it could restart this life for him and return to the anchor point to start over. As convenient as it is, he cannot restart immediately because he still has important things to do in this life. Li Fan, while focusing on writing records, gives an order. Pass my command. Order the garrison camp outside the city to quickly enter Shenjing to maintain order after the disaster. The general listens and responds shortly. Yes, sir. Speaking of the aftermath of the clash, most of Shenjing was destroyed. Once his trusted garrison camp took over the city, they could not only speed up reconstruction but, more importantly, he could oversee everything from the military camp while secretly sending people to track the two cultivators. Time passes to 1 month later. The ruined Shenjing has recovered a bit of its liveliness. Several months later, it recovers even more. After the search, someone rushes in with a report, reporting to the Grand Preceptor, there is still no news of those two cultivators. He understands in his heart, I should not have expected much from this. Finally, he chooses to let go of everything. If that is the case, then I have nothing left to linger for in this life. He decides to use the treasure, Huanjun. The system asks for confirmation. Do you wish to actualize the current scene and return to the starting point? Thousands of characters appear. He answers without hesitation, yes. Immediately, Li Fan returns to his original youthful appearance. Fragments of memory flood back into his mind one by one. It includes memories of the battle between Dao Xuanzi and Guan Hong. Li Fan grasps the final pieces of memory, Dao Xuanzi. Guanong. Then he continues the transformation process. 50 years later, I will still be waiting for you in Shenjing. Huanjun, restart a new life. Return to the first designated year. The system quickly responds. Understood. In this life, Li Fan has a new goal. Wealth and status are but fleeting clouds in the next life. I want to hunt immortals. His new life begins. Anchor year 1, you return, overjoyed and acting strangely. You were almost forced to drink exorcism water that your aunt got from the village witch. Time continues to pass, with milestones carefully recorded. Half a year later, you take the provincial exam. Although you rank last among the top 30, you successfully become a Jurin candidate, bringing honor to your ancestors. Anchor year 2, you take the metropolitan exam and pass with high honors. You also perform excellently in the palace exam, ranking in the second class, granted the status of Jinshi. You build connections everywhere in Shenjing and secure the position of county magistrate of Wenjiang in the south. Anchor year 3, you begin cultivating your inner circle of confidants. Even Li Fan's achievements are fully listed. You successfully manufacture gunpowder and the fire god rifles. Anchor year 5, refugees gather to rebel at the Prince of Langya's manor. You lead troops there and save the prince's entire family. The Prince of Langya is deeply grateful. Anchor Year 6. You are promoted to Prefect of Zhonghui and marry the daughter of the Vice Minister of Rights, Prince of Langya. His life flourishes from the moment of his return. Anchor Year 7. Your wife gives birth to a son. Anchor Year 10. The Princess of Langya gives birth to a child. You personally go to offer blessings and bring the gift you prepared. Anchor Year 15. The Emperor passes away. The Prince of Langya succeeds the throne, changing the era name to Shenjing. Emperor Shenjing summons you to the capital, promotes you to Vice Minister of War, and orders you to lead troops to suppress rebellions. Time continues. By Anchor Year 18, you have wiped out the rebels. Emperor Shenjing retrieves your military power but promotes you to Minister of War and Grand Preceptor to the Crown Prince. Anchor Year 20. The Empress is suddenly involved in a witchcraft case. Emperor Shenjing is furious and sends her to the Cold Palace. The Crown Prince secretly seeks your help, and you agree decisively. After investigations and eliminations, you find the person who framed the Empress and clear her name, yet Emperor Shenjing does not release her from the Cold Palace. Anchor Year 25. You secretly receive information that someone has reported your clandestine visits to the Empress in the Cold Palace. Furthermore, in the same year, Emperor Shenjing is assassinated on his way back to the capital. The officials invite the Empress out of the Cold Palace, and the Crown Prince succeeds the throne with the era name Kongning. Emperor Shenjing was brutally assassinated, clutching his chest in pain, his mouth wide open and filled with fresh blood. Li Fan's time continues. Anchor Year 26. You are titled Grand Preceptor and lead the Grand Secretariat, reaching the pinnacle of power. You use this opportunity to eliminate rivals and build your own faction in court. Anchor Year 30. The people of the world know the Grand Preceptor but not the Emperor. Following that, in Anchor Year 31, the Empress Dowager becomes pregnant and bears you a son. A series of chronological milestones pass. Anchor Year 38. Emperor Kongning passes away in sorrow. Anchor Year 40. The Empress Dowager dies of illness. Anchor Year 45. Your wife passes away. Anchor Year 46. Your eldest son dies of illness. Anchor Year 50. Two immortals come from the void abyss in the east and destroy Shenjing. You luckily survive. Finally, a summary notification appears. Simulation ended. You may choose one of the following items to save. 1. An item you possessed in this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. The simulated memories of a subordinate closely related to you in this simulation. These memories can be inherited by that subordinate. 4. Forgo the above options to increase the energy replenishment progress. Li Fan is once again transported back to the past, questioning, is reality truly becoming an illusion, or is it all just a simulation? Is it just so real that it creates an illusion? Or, after reaching a certain level, is there no longer a boundary between false and real? Then Li Fan looks hesitantly at the system panel. Sigh, forget it. Let us look at these 4 options first. The first 2 options are 1. An item you possessed. 2. Your cultivation realm. He thinks to himself, options 1 and 2 are not worth mentioning. If I had stepped onto the path of cultivation, they would be extremely useful. Unfortunately, in my previous life, I was just a mortal. Moving to the remaining 2, 3. Simulated memories of a subordinate. 4. Forgo options to increase energy replenishment. These 2 make him ponder. As for this third option, no one knows what that person will become after gaining decades of memories. Better to be safe. That leaves only the 4th option. He remembers his life as Grand Preceptor. Huanjin's ability to turn reality into falsehood requires energy. When I suffer a fatal wound, Huanjin will consume replenishment progress to automatically protect my body. This is why I survived several near-death experiences in my previous life. After careful calculation, Li Fan makes his choice. Therefore, the 4th option is the safest choice. Accelerate energy replenishment progress. The information panel appears. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physical age, 20/86. Mental age, 166/10561 increasing. Actualization energy replenishment progress, 30%. Looking at the panel, he sighs. 3 lives as a human, 166 years. I have lived for quite a long time. Conversely, the mental age limit used to be around 900, but now it has increased to over 1000. Another piece of information is revealed. After absorbing too many memories, the mental endurance will reach a certain limit. If the burden is too heavy, it will crush the soul. This is the torment of age. However, the mental age limit will increase significantly as mental endurance grows. However, Li Fan has made up his mind. As long as I step onto the path of cultivation, none of this will be an issue. The goal of this life is to learn the secrets of cultivation from those two. 50 years later, when they arrive at Shenjing, with me lying in wait for them, I might not necessarily lose. Li Fan's heart recalls Guanhong. Perhaps what I can rely on, besides guns and gunpowder, is the immortal miasma he spoke of. He weighs everything carefully. 50 years. I can't just wait. He comes from the eastern void abyss. I can send people deep into the abyss to investigate. Life in this cycle passes by. Li Fan's mind is constantly calculating. What a man fears most is having no goal. In the last life, many times when I woke up in the Empress Dowager's bed at midnight, I felt empty and lost. In the last life, I stood at the peak of mortality. I could not go higher. Another life would be the same. Power and pleasure lose their flavor after being repeated many times. Perhaps, after some future reincarnation, I would choose to end my own life. But the arrival of those two cultivators at the end of that life showed me a completely new possibility. I seemed to see a strange world, full of temptation, beckoning to me. Li Fan continues through another life with determination. I must cultivate, I want immortality, no one can stop me. Dao Xuanzi Guanhong, see you in 50 years. With the experience of 2 lives, everything goes extremely smoothly. He still participates in the imperial exams, but this time, with decades of experience as a ruler, his writing far exceeds his previous lives. He places first in the provincial, metropolitan, and palace exams, winning the Triple Crown, his name shaking the world. Li Fan continues to make major decisions. After that, I still chose to serve as an official in Wenzhou. Although many in court did not understand and felt it was a waste, they still approved my request. Because of my great reputation and my knowledge of the temperaments of every official in the county, I quickly settled everything in Wenzhou and began cultivating my confidants from the previous life. Time flows on. Anchor Year 4, I secretly searched and found a body double for the Prince of Langya, training him as a confidant. Anchor Year 5, I ordered my confidants to pose as refugees and attack the prince's manor. I feigned a rescue but actually worked from the inside to kill the prince's entire family, replacing him with a double. Having arranged everything, Li Fan continues, from then on, I secretly controlled the Prince of Langya's manor and his wife, the granddaughter of the Grand Secretary. Anchor Year 9, the wedding between the prince and the Grand Secretary's granddaughter proceeded as scheduled. That night, I entered the bridal chamber and had relations with the princess. Anchor Year 10, the princess gave birth to a son, who was naturally my own. The next event occurred in Anchor Year 15, the emperor fell seriously ill. After obtaining the Edict of Succession, I led my confidants and quickly entered the capital. As the head Grand Secretary, after the Prince of Langya took the throne, I placed my people in court and with the secret cooperation of the head Grand Secretary, easily controlled the situation. Next, in Anchor Year 20, after putting my son on the throne, I appointed myself Grand Preceptor, stepping from the shadows into the light, once again holding power over the world. After that, the gears of the great Shen kingdom did not stop. Instead, they accelerated under my will. It is now Anchor Year 35. At the Grand Preceptor's manor, Li Fan stands under the moonlight and mutters a question, so the mist over the void abyss thins for half a day every 15 years. A man wrapped in a black cloak with his face covered replies, reporting to the Grand Preceptor, that is correct. My immortal seeking camp received orders to station near the void abyss. We observed day and night and finally had some results a few days ago. After the heavy mist cleared, light still shone from the bottom. We used telescopes and discovered reflections. The man continues, though what everyone sees is different, 10,000 rolling mountains and magnificent buildings hidden within can still be seen. He adds more details. There are majestic cities on the plains with thriving populations of no less than 1 million, and there are halos surrounding the sky like a city, with various precious birds and exotic beasts flying within. It truly is. Hearing this, Li Fan catches the key point and asks, so they really do come from the void abyss? Did you find a way down to the bottom? However, the man honestly admits his failure. Your subordinate is useless. We tried every method, but once we reached a certain depth, we were shredded by sudden, violent winds. The winds are extremely lethal. Even our strongest armor could not withstand them for long. Receiving the information, Li Fan does not turn around but only sighs. He looks at the glowing moon in the sky and speaks aimlessly, it seems I still have to wait for you. That fated day arrives once again. Anchor Year 50, Great Shen Kingdom, Shenjing. Moonlight covers the entire city in silence. Suddenly, Two familiar powers appear simultaneously, tearing through the night sky. It is Guanhong and Dao Xuanzi again. Guanhong questions angrily, "Dao Xuanzi, do not push me too far." Suddenly, hundreds of flaming projectiles streak up from below. However, Guanhong quickly creates a shield with his hand to protect his body, wondering, who dares to launch a sneak attack? Below, a group of people are pointing rifles directly at Guanhong and Dao Xuanzi. Immediately, Guanhong uses spiritual power to stop the bullets in mid-air. They are bullets. Then, he casually snatches a rifle from a person below. After observing the rifle for a while, Guanhong cannot help but remark, interesting. Using intricate mechanical structures to replace arrays, and using the explosive power of mortal materials to replace spiritual energy. To think that after thousands of years, mortals exiled to this immortal exclusion land could develop such exquisite items. He then crushes the rifle in his hand. Pity. This is only effective in a land where the great Tao is lacking. Once outside the immortal exclusion land, it is nothing more than a piece of useless scrap metal. Simultaneously, Guanhong causes all the other rifles to explode. A mere mortal dares to strike against us cultivators. I felt a hint of guilt in my heart, but now it seems you are simply seeking death. The technique he uses is a Taoist art, Roar of the Fire Dragon. A ferocious dragon charges toward the mortals below. It sweeps through, obliterating all the surrounding buildings. Once again, the tragedy of the Sea of Fire occurs. Suddenly, Guanhong realizes something is wrong. He gnashes his teeth in confusion. What is going on? My Roar of the Fire Dragon is not something a mortal should be able to block. As it turns out, many soldiers below had survived. Why were there still so many survivors? From behind, Dao Xuanzi gathered the projectiles and explained, these hidden weapons were soaked in mortal blood. After you were tainted by the immortal mortal miasma, your Taoist arts were weakened. His voice was steady as he presented the facts. The moment we arrived here, we were ambushed. Moreover, the opponent used the immortal mortal miasma. They were clearly well prepared. Immediately, Dao Xuanzi added a warning, this place is eerie. It is not wise to linger. Guanhong agreed, let us go. Suddenly, an overwhelming voice echoed, making them freeze, Dao Xuanzi, Guanhong, if the two of you flee today, the news that you possess a core formation technique will spread throughout the entire cultivation world by tomorrow. Hearing this, both showed clear signs of panic and wondered, how is this possible? Only the two of us knew about the core formation technique. How did the information leak? Just who is it? Unexpectedly, another wave of attacks targeted them. Seeing this, Guanhong lost his composure and furiously used fire to block them. You seek death. Dao Xuanzi, being more perceptive, shouted out a warning, not good, Guanhong, dodge now. However, neither of them could react in time. Those projectiles exploded instantly. A rain of red blood poured down upon the entire city. At the same time, Guanhong and Dao Xuanzi were defeated and lay paralyzed on the ground, surrounded by a vast number of soldiers. Dao Xuanzi struggled to sit up. A soldier shouted, Immortal Masters, our Grand Preceptor has ordered that if you surrender, your lives may be spared. Overwhelmed and battered, Dao Xuanzi spoke, surrender. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he saw Guanhong's flaming ring. As it turned out, before passing to the other side, Guanhong used his last bit of will to hand it to Dao Xuanzi. Take my storage ring. Go. After saying those words, Guanhong closed his eyes and let go. His dragon appeared at the same time. Its entire body gradually transformed into a piece of dry wood. Finally, it became a withered branch, marking the end for Guanhong. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Guanhong practiced the Tao for 305 years. At this moment, the heavenly Tao appeared with an announcement, used the rare Tsulong branch to condense a Tao foundation. In the immortal exclusion land, he was besieged by thousands of mortals, unfortunately wounded by the immortal mortal miasma, losing all cultivation as his lifespan reached its end. Guanhong's body, soaked in red blood, lay motionless on the ground. Now his body perishes and his Tao vanishes, returning his Tao to heaven. Witnessing this, Dao Xuanzi could not accept it. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued to urge him, Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, our Grand Preceptor has no intention of a fight to the death. If you cease resistance, our Grand Preceptor guarantees your safety. Watching from above, Li Fan thought for a moment, when Guanhong died just now, I seemed to hear a strange sound from the sky. His thoughts continued, but what that sound was no longer matters because in this life, the hope of hunting immortals is gone. I did not expect the damage of the immortal mortal miasma against cultivators to be so devastating. Below, Dao Xuanzi stood up and said, I do not know who you are, nor what your purpose is. Now that my brother and I have been trapped by you, with one dead and my Dao vanishing, I have nothing left to say. One could see a chilling murderous intent flash in his eyes, but I am not convinced. Followed by words of complete loss of control, hiding behind mortals, even using a lowly substance like the immortal mortal miasma that all cultivators find shameless. My brother Guanhong, dying at the hands of someone like you, I feel it is unworthy of him. With that, Dao Xuanzi lifted his feet and flew into the air. You have seen my brother's foundation establishment rare object. The second announcement then rang out, now, I invite you all to see mine. He pointed to the sky, his eyes glowing as he shouted, using the wonder of heaven and earth, I build my Dao foundation. Piercing through the sky, a giant sword appeared at his fingertip. My Dao foundation is named Dao Xian. That sword immediately plunged down, erasing everything. I have but one sword. I invite you all to witness it. Once again, Li Fan declared, Huanzhen, this simulation has ended. Li Fan returned after the simulation and exclaimed in shock, is this the power of a foundation establishment great perfection cultivator, without the immortal mortal miasma? Even if I reincarnated 100 times and planned 100 schemes, it would not be enough to pose a threat to them. New knowledge was thoroughly absorbed. I did not expect this immortal mortal miasma to directly cause Guanhong's death. I thought the 100-year brotherhood they mentioned was just casual talk, but their relationship was truly extraordinary. He continued to recall the events. When attacked, Dao Xuanzi warned Guanhong. Guanhong, knowing he could not escape death, proactively gave the core formation technique to Dao Xuanzi. Seeing Guanhong die by a sneak attack, Dao Xuanzi's heart was unsettled, so he gave up on living and used a final strike for mutual destruction. All of this proves they shared a friendship beyond the ordinary. He even thought back to Dao Xuanzi's past statement, indeed for the great Dao of the Golden Core, it is either him or me. Though there are many core formation techniques in this world, there are far more cultivators trapped at the foundation establishment stage. Reflecting on this, Li Fan wondered in confusion, for the great Dao of the Golden Core, it is either him or me. Immortal methods cannot be co-cultivated, if even close brothers are like this. What is the cultivation world like outside? However, he remained determined not to give up. No matter how dangerous the path ahead is, I will not waver. Besides, with Huanzhen's support, as long as I am careful enough, no predicament should be able to stop me. Last time I chose to attack both of them at once. Perhaps this time, I can choose to win over one of them. Looking at the information panel before him, Li Fan frowned and thought to himself, this time the mental age limit only increased by a few dozen years. It seems I am reaching the limit. Counting my life before transmigration, this is already my 5th life. The path to immortality is truly difficult. Anchor Year 35, The Endless Void Abyss. Based on the experience from the previous simulation, I know the thick mist over the void abyss thins out once every 15 years. Today, I have come to the void abyss to see it with my own eyes. After an unknown amount of time, a large amount of white mist was forced to erupt from within the abyss, like an inverted waterfall spraying straight into the sky. Winds this powerful lasted for over half an hour before the thick mist finally dissipated. I took out a telescope and looked down to the bottom of the void abyss. According to intelligence, the scene that appears at the bottom of the void abyss is different for every person who sees it. In the telescope, a blurry image gradually appeared. Carved down there were 4 characters. The path of immortality is dead. At the same time, there was a pile of ruined structures from an unknown time. Seeing this, Li Fan's entire body trembled. The path of immortality is dead. What kind of catastrophe happened here? What on earth happened to the entire cultivation world? Anchor Year 50, Shenjing City. Again, it was the scene of Guanhong questioning Dao Xuanzi, do not push me too far. Then came the volleys of bullets ambushing them from below, but this time, those people gave orders in Dao Xuanzi's name. Guanhong, you brat, we have been waiting here for a long time by the order of Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi. As before, Guanhong used a spell to stop the bullets. How is this possible? Could Dao Xuanzi have known I was fleeing here, the immortal mortal miasma? He then turned to criticize Dao Xuanzi. Dao Xuanzi, you are truly despicable. Dao Xuanzi's mouth hung open in confusion as he looked at the mortals below, wondering, what is with these mortals? Why are they attacking Guanhong in my name and using the immortal mortal miasma? He immediately warned, this place is a bit eerie. Guanhong, I did not instruct these mortals. As if waiting for this, a questioning shout came from below. Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, Why are you turning your back on us? Didn't you say that as long as we helped you kill Guan Hong here and seize his core formation technique, you would lead my tribesmen out of this immortal exclusion land? In an instant, Guan Hong flew into a rage and shouted, and you still say it was not you besides the two of us? Who else in this world knows about the core formation technique? Seeing the situation turn sour, Dao Xuanzi used a tracking spell. This person actually knows about the core formation technique. From below, the false accusations continued. You should know, because of the immortal miasma you spoke of, we have provoked public wrath. Now the people's resentment is boiling. If you cannot keep your promise to lead us out, I fear our tribe will be buried here before long. Just then, Dao Xuanzi located the target and dived down. I found you, you despicable villain. Shut your mouth. He lunged straight into a building below. Unfortunately, it was only an amplified loudspeaker. Is the immortal master trying to silence me now? Seeing this, Dao Xuanzi thought irritably, what kind of magical tool is this? This person is so cautious. With that thought, he quickly destroyed the broadcasting device. However, behind him, Guan Hong was furiously preparing to deal with Dao Xuanzi. Dao Xuanzi, we have known each other for 100 years. I did not expect to have misjudged you so badly. If you wanted the core formation technique, why resort to such lowly tactics? He lost his reason and charged into the fight. I won't run anymore. If you have the skill, come and take it. Taoist art, Flame Dragon's Wrath. The ferocious dragon blew out a violent flame aimed at Dao Xuanzi. Unexpectedly, he did not move and only let out a sigh. Afterward, the profound sword was summoned. It pierced straight into the flames, creating a blinding light. At the same time, the speaker's voice continued to echo. Dao Xuanzi is a man of fickle character and holds deep grudges. If he wins, we will surely have no way to live. Brave warriors, hear my command. Help Immortal Master Guan Hong deal with Dao Xuanzi. As if emboldened, Guan Hong pushed even harder. They say many unrighteous acts will surely bring retribution. Dao Xuanzi, I did not expect you, who always acted so noble, to also break your word and suffer a backlash. Seeing how foolish he was, Dao Xuanzi cursed directly, you idiot. Despite being insulted, Guan Hong still did not realize the truth. He became even more arrogant. Very well, you think you are so clever, yet why are you being betrayed by everyone now? Your cleverness has backfired on you. I recently comprehended a blade technique. It is time to send you on your way. Then, a prison made of fire was created, trapping Dao Xuanzi inside. Taoist art, Trapped Dragon. This time, Dao Xuanzi's anger finally erupted as he shouted, break for me. In an instant, Dao Xuanzi dispelled the cage and soared into the sky. Then, he counterattacked. Dao Xian. The familiar giant sword reappeared. Seeing this, Guan Hong did not flinch. He refused to submit. Let me see if your Dao Xian is more powerful or if my Tsulong branch is a step above. Taoist art, Dragon Transformation. One dragon and one sword crashed directly into each other. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets flew from nowhere, targeting Dao Xuanzi. Immortal Master Guan Hong, we will lend you a hand. He did not have time to react and let out a pained scream, ah. And then, branches began to grow out of his body. It is over. The Tsulong branch. Suddenly, many other branches also grew out, piercing through his body. Following their growth, they caused Dao Xuanzi's body to explode. The heavenly Dao appeared, accompanied by an announcement. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Dao Xuanzi, practiced the Dao for 201 years. Used the rare object Xiu Sword Dao Xian to achieve his Dao Foundation. In this fated land, he fought to the death and finally died at the hands of Foundation Establishment Cultivator Guan Hong. Now his body perishes and his Dao vanishes, returning his Dao to heaven. Li Fan observed cautiously and realized after a moment, that sound again. When Guan Hong died before, this sound also appeared. At this moment, Guan Hong was panting and exclaimed, Dao Xuanzi. Huff. Huff. Suddenly, Li Fan's voice came from behind. This old man Li Fan greets the Immortal Master. I hope the Immortal Master will be merciful and save the lives of over 1,000 members of my tribe. Then Guan Hong turned his head and questioned. The voice that was echoing everywhere earlier was you, was not it? A mortal like you actually interfered in the battle between us cultivators. Li Fan bowed his head respectfully and spoke again. It was merely to seek a sliver of life. As my old friend said before, if the Immortal Master fails, my tribesmen will surely not escape death. Hearing this, Guan Hong answered without suspicion, a sliver of life indeed. The world is difficult. Who is not struggling for that one sliver of life? Li Fan then added. Earlier, Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi promised me that if Guan Hong was deceived without knowing it. He even felt pity for Li Fan's group. Dao Xuanzi has been around for 100 years and was known for being a man of his word. Yet I did not expect that in practice he had no limits, even deceiving mortals. That absolute immortal array is extremely dangerous. Even we would have to spend a great deal of effort to leave. How could he lead mortals out? As soon as the other finished speaking, Li Fan frowned and asked in surprise, "What, even you do not know how to leave this place?" Guan Hong replied casually, "That is right." Seeing this, Li Fan suggested, "This is not the place to talk. Immortal Master, please follow me." Inside the underground shelter, Li Fan tried to ask further, "Is what the Immortal Master said earlier true that you cannot lead mortals out of this immortal exclusion land?" After hearing this, Guan Hong admitted frankly, "You are just a mortal. Why would I lie to you? Perhaps a golden core stage cultivator could protect a mortal through the absolute immortal array, but with only a foundation establishment cultivation, it is absolutely impossible." As all clues reached a dead end, Li Fan asked in despair, "Does that mean we mortals have no hope of leaving this world?" Guan Hong declared boldly, "To leave this immortal exclusion land, one must pass through the absolute immortal array. With a mortal body, there is simply no possibility of crossing it. Furthermore, you already have one foot in the grave. Why are you still obsessed with leaving? Isn't being an ordinary emperor good enough?" Despite this, Li Fan stubbornly looked for a way out, questioning repeatedly, "If my descendants could cultivate to the foundation establishment stage like the Immortal Master, would not they have a chance to leave?" Unexpectedly, he burst into mocking laughter, "Haha, not even mentioning that this place has no spiritual energy and is impossible to cultivate in, just the fact that immortals and mortals are eternally separated is enough. Mortals here are covered in miasma. How could they practice the immortal Tao?" Guan Hong then kindly advised, "I suggest you give up. For you mortals to cultivate, you must go to the outside world to reconstruct your bodies and wash away the miasma. Otherwise, even if the great Tao to becoming an immortal emperor were right before you, you could only look at it but never touch it." At this, Li Fan's expression turned terrifying. He trembled as he ground out each word. "Immortals and mortals are eternally separated. So there really is no way." Guan Hong affirmed, "There really is not." Immediately, Li Fan stood up to leave. "If the Immortal Master has no further instructions, this old man will take his leave." As he stepped out, the door slammed shut. Only then did Guan Hong realize the danger, but it was too late. He cried out in panic, "The immortal mortal miasma you!" Then, only a mournful scream echoed out from the cave, "Ah!" Li Fan walked away coldly without looking back. "If immortals and mortals cannot coexist, then as a mortal, how could I dare to fully trust your words?" As he walked, he thought to himself, "According to Guan Hong, this is an immortal exclusion land. The cause of all this comes from the great change of the ancient cultivation world thousands of years ago. At first, no cultivators cared about the mortal plague until the first cultivator was infected. The plague then became stronger and began to spread among cultivators. The primary transmission route was the spiritual energy that cultivators depend on. The disease spread through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, quickly covering the entire cultivation world. Cultivators who caught it would, at best, have their cultivation regress or drop in rank. At worst, they would lose all cultivation overnight, becoming no different from mortals before their bodies perished and their Tao vanished, returning it to heaven. In their despair, cultivators took their anger out on the source of the problem, the mortals. Thus, a large-scale slaughter began, but it was soon forced to an end. While the plague did not vanish with the deaths of mortals, it instead seemed to lose its shackles, spreading and diffusing along with the spiritual energy throughout the world. This in turn caused even more cultivators to lose their lives. However, waiting for death was not the way of cultivators. On one hand, a group began researching a cure. On the other hand, the cultivators proposed a massive relocation plan that would leave an infamous legacy for 1,000 years. They then exiled all mortals from the cultivation world to small surrounding worlds without spiritual energy, such as shattered grotto heavens, and used arrays to completely cut them off, preventing these mortals from returning. Originally, the cultivation world had no mortals left, but not every child born of cultivators possessed the talent for cultivation. Thus, over time, more mortals were born in the world, and within their bodies were the traces of that plague. Because this plague had a specific lethality toward cultivators, any descendant of a mortal who wanted to cultivate had to first purge the plague from their body. Over time, this plague became synonymous with the division between immortals and mortals. Thus, it was named the immortal mortal miasma. Li Fan's hand trembled as he held a piece of paper that read, "Deposition. To prevent the return of the immortal mortal plague, cultivators made a pact to avoid the places where mortals were exiled. Over time, these became known as immortal exclusion lands. He gripped the paper tightly, his eyes staring with calculating intent. Who knows how many immortal exclusion lands there are, and very few cultivators are willing to risk entering them. To have met two was already incredibly lucky. Li Fan's thoughts continued as he remembered the past. As a mortal, my lifespan is limited. Even if I can continuously simulate reincarnations, it is still only within the scope of my lifespan. This year I am 70. My physiological lifespan limit is 86. In the next 10 years, the probability of meeting another cultivator is basically zero. A question followed. Could it be that I can truly only repeat a mortal's life over and over? After waiting laboriously for nearly 30 years, how can I be satisfied with this? Is there really no other way? Suddenly he paused and then shouted aloud, that is not right. With that thought, Li Fan went back down to the dungeon to ask Guan Hong, during the Great Relocation, how did the mortals reach the immortal exclusion lands? By now, he was covered in wounds and bound tightly in chains. He asked, why have not you given up? Even if you go there, what can you do? You are 70 years old, do you still want to cultivate? Unexpectedly, he was not swayed. Instead he leaned down and asked, now that you have lost all your cultivation, if you return to the cultivation world, could you continue to cultivate? Guan Hong paused momentarily, what? Li Fan then made a promise, if you can help me find a way to the cultivation world, perhaps I will take you with me when the time comes. However, this time Guan Hong did not believe him. You crafty villain, you still want to deceive me. But he still tried to play a psychological game with him. Whether it is the truth or a lie, it is a hope nonetheless. Are you willing to give up this chance of survival and just die here in this patch of land? Finally, Guan Hong relented and spoke the truth. If I am not mistaken, the things used back then to relocate mortals were likely magical vessels like flying ships or flying shuttles. He continued the story. In ancient times, the population of the cultivation world was quite large, filled with sects and incredibly prosperous. This type of transport vessel was very popular. Regrettably, after the great change of heaven and earth, every cultivator looked out for themselves, and most things became solo endeavors, so flying ships and shuttles became rare. Hearing this, Li Fan asked in surprise, the great change of heaven and earth. Does that refer to that eerie plague? Guan Hong explained kindly, though the immortal mortal miasma was eerie, it could not shake the foundation of cultivators. The reason it could run rampant was that most of the world's cultivators died in a great catastrophe. A declaration was then made, that is right, for the great Tao of the Golden Core, it is either him or me. Though there are many core formation techniques in the world, more cultivators are trapped in the foundation establishment stage. The immortal Tao has perished. After hearing this, Li Fan asked in confusion, the great catastrophe of heaven and earth. Could it be that immortal methods cannot be co-cultivated? He replied calmly, correct. Immortal methods cannot be co-cultivated. It is said that in ancient times, this restriction did not exist. At that time, the great cultivation sects opened their doors wide to accept disciples and teach their arts. He went on to say that cultivators had the guidance of masters. If they encountered difficulties in cultivation, they could ask for advice. Most importantly, they could discuss with fellow disciples who practiced the same techniques. The entire cultivation world was a scene of grand vitality. Until one day, the rate of cultivation progress for cultivators dropped sharply. 9 Yang Armored Scripture Foundation Establishment Stage. Current practitioners 968. During cultivation, they could feel in their hearts how many people in the entire world were practicing the same method. They discovered that the more people practiced a technique simultaneously, the lower the cultivation efficiency became for everyone. However, the cultivation of countless practitioners made no progress. As their lifespans reached their end, they could no longer hide the murderous intent in their hearts. Former masters and disciples, brothers and sisters in an instant, they all became life and death enemies. A great catastrophe of the cultivation world began. As long as someone practiced the same method as me, they were blocking my path, and we would fight to the death. Along with that, those rogue cultivators hiding in secret realms or deep mountains to seek refuge could not escape either. Guan Hong's face became even more terrifying as he declared once more, because cultivators practicing the same method can sense each other's positions. The more the other told, the more questions Li Fan asked. If immortal methods cannot be co-cultivated, then how do current cultivators practice? What is the cultivation world like now? He had no choice but to reveal everything. In the current cultivation world, if you want to cultivate, you have only a few choices. One is to join the Wanxian Alliance, a loose alliance formed by many cultivators. Furthermore, You can rely on your contribution level to exchange for cultivation techniques and resources within the alliance. Points are earned by accepting and completing missions or trading with others. As for the second option, the Five Elders Association, it is an organization founded by 5 of the highest-ranking experts. Their power is immense. Anyone with cultivation talent can join voluntarily and choose a technique, but the price is signing a soul contract to remain loyal to the 5 elders for a set period. After hearing this, Li Fan was a bit skeptical. From your description, it does not seem like cultivation techniques are all that rare in the cultivation world. Guan Hong smiled faintly and replied, that is because the techniques obtained through those means are all flawed. These techniques have been recently recompiled by the major factions. Reaching peak qi condensation is their absolute limit. These levels include the Purple Cloud Art for peak qi condensation, a fragment specifically for the qi condensation stage, and the 9 Revolutions Grand Prize Art for peak foundation establishment. A fragment for foundation establishment. If a cultivator wants to take a step further and build their Dao foundation, they must exchange for a new tier of techniques. The same applies to levels above foundation establishment. At this point, Li Fan raised another concern: exchanging techniques. If you have to start over from scratch every time you break through to a new realm, would not all your previous efforts be in vain? Guan Hong then spoke of a certain book. No, that is not the case. Any practitioner must cultivate the fragment of the supreme primordial origin true scripture. This scripture is not a cultivation method itself, but rather a secret art. Its function is to allow the practitioner to disperse their cultivation realm at will without incurring a massive loss. After dispersing the previous technique, they can quickly catch up to their original realm using a different one. Li Fan immediately understood, for such a miraculous method to exist, this fragment appeared at just the right time. Only with this can the practitioners of the world accept constantly changing their cultivation techniques. Seeing him like that, Guan Hong sighed and said, but so what, Sai, a true technique is hard to find. Dao Xuanzi did not know until the day he died that the reason I stole the technique and fled was not just because it was a core formation method, but because it was a true technique that leads directly to the nascent soul realm. Li Fan memorized these 2 words, nascent soul true technique. Next, Guan Hong introduced him to some common knowledge of the cultivation world, such as how a cultivator's death triggers celestial phenomena within a certain range, before finally returning to the main topic. Guan Hong continued his story. I once heard a rumor that for thousands of years, mortals from the immortal exclusion land have been secretly returning to the cultivation world. However, most of these are just baseless rumors passed down among commoners with no real evidence. The more Li Fan heard, the more his determination was confirmed. There is no smoke without fire. Sometimes rumors are the truth of the matter. As long as there is a sliver of hope, I will not give up. Immediately, Guan Hong muttered in confusion, I truly do not know where a dying old man like you gets such energy. Li Fan, whether he heard him or not, made a proposal. As long as you help me find a way to the cultivation world, I will not only release you so you can return with me, but I will also return everything belonging to you and Dao Xuanzi. Li Fan even emphasized, including that nascent soul true technique. The moment he finished, Guan Hong asked excitedly, is that true? He affirmed, of course. Finally, he reluctantly agreed, fine. In that case, I will do my best to help you. Everything was arranged quickly. With Guan Hong's help, I searched through historical records across the world, hoping to find a few words recorded in history, a clue related to the previous relocation.
Li Fan nagtada si Zibeli.
Simultaneously, I used the army to excavate ancient tombs, seeking a few meager clues within. Although the people's resentment boiled over and officials submitted petitions to advise against it daily, I forcibly suppressed them all. Unfortunately, too much time had passed since the era of the Great Relocation, and my remaining lifespan in this life was too short. After 16 years of searching, Li Fan struggled to take each step with a cane. Now that his end was near, there was still no harvest. His body was completely exhausted, panting as he tried to walk. This body has grown so old. Like a candle flickering in the wind, it could vanish at any moment. Then, Li Fan raised his trembling hand, checking the ring he wore. Before this life ends, I must first verify the items within this storage ring. A treasure appeared from within, but Li Fan felt a flash of disappointment. Nascent soul realm. Unfortunately, I am still just a mortal. I do not even have divine sense. I have a mountain of treasure but no way to enjoy it. Beside it was a sword, the withered profound Dao sword. According to Guan Hong, after a cultivator dies, their foundation establishment rare object loses its innate creative essence along with the cultivator's death. Suddenly he paused, his eyes widening as he stared at something. As it turned out, a system panel appeared over the sword. Replenishable item detected. Withered profound Dao sword fragment. Proceed with energy replenishment. Yes/no. Li Fan read the system information. Replenishable item detected. Withered profound Dao sword fragment. Replenish energy. Yes/no. He chose yes without hesitation. The sword gradually faded away. The system announced, anchor point energy replenishment progress, 1%. Current number of anchor points, 1. Li Fan looked at the phenomenon before him thoughtfully and concluded, based on the feedback from Huanjin, once the anchor point replenishment progress reaches 100%, a second point will open. When actualizing everything later and choosing to return, I can choose to start over from any anchor point. If a second anchor point truly opens, it will be much more convenient. His thoughts continued, heaven and earth rare objects are hard to find, but the cultivation world is vast. There must be many rare objects. As long as I can leave this immortal exclusion land and jump out of this prison. While thinking, he reached his hand forward. Aside from a few custom-made spirit stones, there is nothing of value in the ring. It is time to end this life. Huanjin. A detailed notification appeared, ending this simulation. You may choose any of the following items to preserve. 1. An item you possessed in this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm. 3. Simulated memories of a close associate to be inherited. 4. Forgo choices to accelerate energy replenishment. After reading the notification, Li Fan decided, preserve one item. Suddenly, an array of items appeared before him, confusing him. Damn it, the items in the storage ring clearly cannot be preserved all at once. He sighed, and while taking out another item he muttered, then there is no choice left. I can only pick this nascent soul technique. His detailed information panel appeared, name, Li Fan, realm, mortal, physical age, 20/86, mental age, 282/1109, actualization progress, 0%, anchor progress, 1%, anchor points, 1. He smirked triumphantly, thinking, with this, I have even more schemes to plot. Li Fan suddenly recalled the past. In the previous life, to find a way to the cultivation world, the tomb robbing operations I organized were truly too scandalous. Even with my power over the court, they stirred up significant opposition. Holding the item in his hand, he continued to analyze the situation victoriously. If the court had done this right from the start, it would have been hard to continue. But at this thought, Li Fan's eyes flashed with a more dangerous aura than ever before. If I start laying the groundwork now, in 20 years, I might be able to change the mindset of everyone in the world. The timeline moved forward. Anchor Year 5, the archaic school emerged. This school brought many ancient books into the capital for an imperial audience. Because the insights in these ancient books were rare and profound, they shocked the world. The titles were I Ching, Tao Te Ching, Manhwa, Analects, and Great Learning. Then came Anchor Year 6. The emperor suddenly fell gravely ill and was bedridden. None of the imperial physicians had a plan. At this time, the archaic school specially presented a medicinal pill. The emperor followed their advice and took the pill. Seeing the emperor recover as strong as an ox, everyone was astonished. Who would have thought the pill would have such a miraculous effect? Before long, the emperor was back to normal. Later, in Anchor Year 11, the Zhonghai prefecture cracked a malicious tomb robbing case, arresting over 100 people. The prefect of Zhonghai, Li Fan, did not dare act on his own minister. Send an urgent 800-mile dispatch to Shenjing. Request the emperor's decision. Over a month passed before the emperor's decree arrived. No execution, only life as slaves to be brought to the capital. Upon reaching Anchor Year 15, the emperor was gravely ill and wanted to beg for immortal pills to extend his life. He deployed over 100,000 troops to excavate ancient tombs everywhere to find traces of immortal pills. Unfortunately, during this time, immortal pills were hard to find. The emperor passed away with regrets, but the custom of searching tombs flourished throughout the world. Before his death, the emperor passed the throne to the Prince of Langya. Thus, I once again held secret power over the world. By Anchor Year 23, as each tomb was excavated, the lost history was gradually reconstructed. The earliest era that could be found was named Qi. Then in Anchor Year 25, the tomb of Yi Xing, the first emperor of the Qi dynasty, was finally located. After a few months, a path to the main chamber was cleared. After removing all obstacles, I entered the ancient tomb supported by my followers. The path to the main chamber stretched for hundreds of meters. Both walls were painted with vivid murals that were still clearly visible despite the passage of thousands of years. Upon reaching the main chamber, the space was 40 to 50 meters high and several kilometers long and wide. The ceiling seemed to simulate the stars, embedded with over 1,000 night-glowing pearls. Tall mountains were submerged in a sea of clouds. It was unknown how these clouds were formed, but they stayed fixed in the chamber without dissipating for thousands of years. Li Fan clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward majestically, observing to himself, "There is an invisible path connecting the peaks." Everyone there praised it. Truly the methods of an immortal family. There on the highest peak was a simple thatched hut. The fields outside were abandoned. Approaching it, he realized the straw of the hut was made of countless glowing golden threads woven together. Li Fan pointed and ordered, "You two, go open the door." 2 soldiers obeyed. He then realized this thatched hut was clearly Yi Xing's coffin. The 2 soldiers held torches and opened the door for him and the group behind to enter. The scene before him left him surprised. It was a memorial tablet covered in cobwebs and dust, seemingly ignored for a long time. On it were a few characters: Tomb of Taiyan Sect Outer Disciple, Yi Xing. Li Fan observed the inscription and concluded, it seems that although this person joined the Taiyan sect, he was only an outer disciple who could not step onto the immortal path. Finally, he was exiled here by the cultivators. He stroked his long beard, thinking before he died, he did not forget his sect. He did not style himself emperor but always saw himself as an outer disciple of the Taiyan sect. However, according to Guan Hong, the world sects should have vanished in the great catastrophe before the relocation. Now it seems there is another secret here. This Yi Xing must have received instructions from the Taiyan sect cultivators to be in charge of the great relocation for this realm. I just do not know if I can find the flying vessel used for the relocation this time. After some time, the search for the main chamber yielded no results. I ordered the excavation of the surroundings. A few days later, news arrived. A man in black reported to Li Fan. Reporting to the Grand Preceptor, the archaic school found records of a flying vessel in the burial. He was stunned when the man continued, but this tomb was looted long ago. Based on the damage, it was looted over 1,000 years ago. Li Fan simply asked back calmly. Again, the man in black kneeling below could only tremble uncontrollably. At this, he could not hold back his fury, knocking over everything around him and shouting again. Items crashed to the floor in Li Fan's frustration as he reflected, every time I see hope, it is like a moon reflected in water unreachable. Suddenly, he stood motionless beside the mess he had made. Li Fan's eyes snapped open as he ordered, offer a reward to the whole world. Whoever finds a clue related to an immortal vessel will be titled 1,000 household marquis. Time moved to anchor year 25. This time, Li Fan received news again. An immortal's tomb had been discovered. The servant explained the details, reporting to the Grand Preceptor, a few days ago, while a group was excavating a small tomb, they were suddenly wounded by an unknown force, resulting in heavy casualties. The archaic school did not dare delay and sent experts overnight, but even the most experienced hands could not budge this small tomb at all. Hearing this, Li Fan stood up and ordered, "Bring the immortal mortal miasma. Let us open the tomb immediately." The servants began the excavation by pouring buckets of red water onto the surface of the area. Under the red water, the protective layer gradually dissolved, revealing the interior. Li Fan cautioned them, "Be careful during the excavation. If you find anything like a flying boat, report to me immediately." The servants obeyed. A moment later, someone came to inform him, reporting to the Grand Preceptor, "There is an item like a flying boat among the burial goods." Li Fan rushed over upon hearing the news. Then he looked at the scene before him and spoke in shock, "This is..." Li Fan spoke as if he could not believe his eyes. The flying boat. Regarding this small wooden boat, it was the flying boat he had been longing for. Through the information carved on the walls by the tomb's owner before his death, he understood the whole story. He quickly understood, so the tomb owner was named Qian Hong, a Foundation establishment cultivator. Over 3,000 years ago, he was pursued by enemies and fled to this immortal exclusion land. Since there is no spiritual energy here and he did not have many spirit stones, his supply was soon exhausted. Without spirit stones to replenish his energy, his cultivation regressed daily. The story continued. He speculated that the mortals exiled here 1,000 years ago might have left behind a flying boat or two. Thus, he searched for decades and finally found Yi Xing's tomb. When he opened the door, there was indeed a flying boat in the tomb. But what made him despair was that the power core's formation within the boat was damaged. The outcome was that since he was not skilled in artifact refining, he could not repair it. Thus, Hong finally gave up on the idea of leaving this immortal exclusion land. Li Fan read the inscription on the tombstone: "If a future cultivator enters my tomb, please bring my remains back to the cultivation world. The items left in this tomb shall be your reward." Hong's final words. He thought to himself, with the protection of the formation outside, it is no surprise that the expected visitor would be a cultivator. Let us see what he left behind first. Suddenly, Li Fan saw the system display information about some items: Heaven and Earth rare object, fragmented steel department. He cheered. It is a Heaven and Earth rare object. He stepped closer, touching the stone slab with a hint of regret. The thing that protected this tomb was this object. Unfortunately, Huanjin has no reaction. Because I used a large amount of immortal miasma to force my way in, this fragmented steel must have been affected and turned into an ordinary rock. Li Fan sighed and turned to pick up 2 items from the ground. Let us check the second item. Small Huanjin skill, a qi condensation technique, current practitioners. 11. Cloud water records, a foundation establishment technique, current practitioners. 1. Suddenly, his eyes showed utter shock as he wondered, why are there already people practicing them? Is this a trap? Li Fan gripped the items tightly, thinking calmly, no, that is not right. Over 3,000 years have passed. Not just foundation establishment, even a golden core cultivator would have turned to dust. But why do these techniques have practitioners? He looked worriedly at the items in his hands. Could it be that the techniques have original backups? After the Great Catastrophe, many techniques were recompiled by major factions like the Wanxian Alliance and Five Elders Association. Then original backups must exist. The management of those factions saw that no one was practicing these techniques, so they put them up for exchange. In fact, over these 3,000 years, these 2 techniques might have changed owners many times. He looked at the item in his hand and muttered, what bad luck. Li Fan cradled the third item, trembling. The third item. The Taiyan bead. The Taiyan bead. After thousands of years, it has finally fallen into my hands. After hundreds of years of waiting, my wish is finally fulfilled. The Taiyan bead, the tool the Taiyan sect used to relocate mortals. Its internal formation is damaged. Suddenly, his face lit up with a wild, triumphant expression as Li Fan realized, even though the Taiyan bead is damaged, there is no need to worry. Hong did not know how to fix it, and I do not know how to fix it, but I know someone who does. It was now anchor year 50. 50 years later, when Dao Xuanzi and Guan Hong were in a fierce confrontation, Guan Hong pointed excitedly at Dao Xuanzi and shouted, "Dao Xuanzi, do not push me too far." Dao Xuanzi replied with an equally threatening tone, "Guan Hong, did you think that by fleeing here, I would let you go? Hand over the technique. Or else." Suddenly a voice interrupted, leaving them both stunned. "It is just a core formation technique. Is it really worth a duel to the death?" Both looked down with disdain. What arrogance, how bold. Li Fan spoke up patiently, "Why do not you both come down and talk?" Somehow, he successfully invited the 2 into the house. Seeing the unpleasant and silent expressions of Dao Xuanzi and Guan Hong, he laughed generously, "Ha ha, please. Back then, my ancestor said before he passed away that in the future, 2 people might come from the eastern void abyss to the capital. This would be the chance for my tribe to escape this land. For thousands of years, my people have been skeptical, but today it is proven true." Guan Hong finally asked, "I wonder, how should I address you?" Li Fan answered grandly, "This old man is Li Fan." Dao Xuanzi expressed his confusion. "From your words, your ancestor predicted thousands of years ago that we too would come here. What do you mean by a chance to escape?" Li Fan suddenly asked with a serious face, "What, do you too not believe it?" Guan Hong broke into a sweat but still spoke, "This is too fantastical. We too have traveled the cultivation world for 100 years and have never heard of a divination technique that could predict things 1,000 years in the future." Hearing that, Li Fan stepped down and asked gently, "I wonder if you too have heard of the Taiyan sect." Both Guan Hong and Dao Xuanzi found the name unfamiliar. Then Guan Hong realized something and shouted, "Could it be the sect from ancient times that was world famous for its divination and deduction?" Li Fan heard this, sighed, and relaxed his posture. He raised his staff high and introduced himself majestically. "My ancestor was a member of the Taiyan sect." A fabricated story was told. Long ago, although my ancestor joined the Taiyan sect, he did not like cultivation and was obsessed with divination. That would have been fine. But then the great change occurred, and all mortals had to relocate. With only a low-level qi condensation cultivation, no one would have forced him, but he saw his kinsmen were afraid. Thus, he requested to be in charge of the relocation and stayed here with the family. Dao Xuanzi looked thoughtful and asked, "So that is how it is. I wonder why you stopped us." Li Fan answered patiently, "No cultivator has come here for 1,000 years. Seeing you today, I knew you were the ones my ancestor predicted the chance to help my tribe. Seeing people about to fight to the death over a core formation technique, I had to intervene." Dao Xuanzi sighed and explained, "You have seen a shameful display. But you likely do not know that techniques are hard to come by outside. Turning against each other for a manual is common." After he spoke, it was Li Fan's turn to sigh, "There is no need for that. From your tone, it seems." Li Fan's expression became very serious. "Before my ancestor passed away, he left behind a cultivation technique that leads directly to the Golden Core realm." Guan Hong was overjoyed. "That is wonderful. If we have this, we brothers won't need to fight anymore." Dao Xuanzi was equally happy and asked excitedly, "What is it that you require of us?" Li Fan answered grandly, "My ancestor's lifelong wish was to return to the Taiyan sect. Aside from the technique, he also left a magical tool called the Taiyan bead. Although it is damaged, he used his divination to calculate that many years later, 2 cultivators would come, one skilled in swordplay and one who loves artifact refining. They could help his descendants repair the Taiyan bead and escape this land." Dao Xuanzi felt he had found a soulmate and said happily to Li Fan, "That is incredibly accurate. My brother Guan Hong is obsessed with artifact refining, while my specialty is swordplay. This divination technique is truly marvelous." Guan Hong also praised, "To have such deep divine power is truly hard to imagine." Waiting for just that, he invited the 2 to go with him, saying, "Words carry no proof. Please follow me to see this technique." Dao Xuanzi and Guan Hong stood up and followed Li Fan. Suddenly, Dao Xuanzi spoke with a murderous aura, "Senior brother, you already have 1 page of the core formation technique. Are you still not satisfied?" Hearing this, Guan Hong broke into a cold sweat. He forced a smile and replied, "Fine, I won't go over there." With that, Guan Hong sat back down, leaving Dao Xuanzi to follow Li Fan outside alone. Once outside, Dao Xuanzi saw Li Fan standing thoughtfully and stopped, trembling slightly. He watched as Li Fan moved forward and suddenly gasped, "The immortal miasma." Li Fan turned back and spoke gently to Dao Xuanzi, "One cannot be without a heart of caution. We mortals must resort to this to protect our family's supreme treasure." Then he added with an extremely serious expression, "Fellow Taoist, please look. This is the technique left behind by my ancestor." At this moment, Li Fan presented the item. Dao Xuanzi looked at it and could not help but stutter in shock, "A nascent soul technique. It is actually a nascent soul technique." Hearing this, Li Fan spoke triumphantly, "Everything is going according to my plan." With a devious look on his face, Li Fan proposed, "Well, is what this old man said true earlier, in front of your brother Guan Hong? I only said the ancestor's manual was a core formation technique, for fear that he might harbor evil intentions." Dao Xuanzi cupped his hands in sincere admiration, "Fellow Taoist, your meticulous planning is admirable. Rest assured, my brother Guan Hong is an expert in artifact refining. I will certainly convince him to do his utmost to help you repair the Taiyan bead." Li Fan was very satisfied with his performance, laughed heartily, and promised, "Ha, then I shall trouble you. Once the task is done, I will personally present this technique to you with both hands." Dao Xuanzi returned and told everything to Guan Hong, who asked skeptically, "So what this Li Fan said is true, there really is an ancestral core formation technique?" Dao Xuanzi turned to Guan Hong and confirmed seriously, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." Guan Hong's face showed his calculating nature as he schemed, "He is just a mortal. We can simply seize the technique by force." He excitedly suggested, "Can we just steal it? He is merely a mortal." Dao Xuanzi calmly analyzed the situation. "Although Li Fan is just a mortal, he is a descendant of the Taiyan sect. You saw that terrifying divination skill earlier. It is truly frightening. If we try to seize it, who knows what hidden tricks he might have." He added, "Repairing the Taiyan bead for him is no difficult task. Why create more instability?" Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "If we steal it and Li Fan is pushed too far, he might reveal that the manual is actually a nascent soul technique, which would be disastrous. Tomorrow, I will bring the Taiyan bead for them to repair." Later, Dao Xuanzi and Guan Hong came to help Li Fan as planned. Guan Hong praised without end. "As expected of an object from the Taiyan sect, the refining method is exquisite, and the formations are mysterious, far exceeding what I have learned. If I can repair this, my path in artifact refining will surely progress."
Li Fan răspundă Puliteli.
"Then I shall rely on you too. If you need anything, just ask. This old man will certainly provide it. Cultivation knows no years." even though the wooden boat looked small. It took Guan Hong nearly a year to complete the repairs. After some time, hearing that the Taiyan bead was repaired, I hurried to find them. Li Fan held the repaired item and listened carefully to Guan Hong's instructions. The core power formation, the shrinking and enlarging formation, and the dust cleansing formation are all fully restored. Only the defensive and offensive formations are limited by the materials, so they could only be simply repaired. His voice rang out steadily. Passing through the absolute immortal array will be no problem, but dealing with an attack from a cultivator would be a bit difficult. Li Fan, without taking his eyes off the item, replied, no matter. As long as I can exit the absolute immortal array and return to the cultivation world using my ancestor's token, I will find a way back to the Taiyan sect. Guan Hong began to explain the operation. This Taiyan bead uses spiritual energy as power and requires divine sense to control. He continued slowly. There are 3 tiers of size transformation. The first is only 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. The medium size is 100 meters, and at its largest, it spans over 1,000 meters. The spirit stones we have are few, but what I set aside is enough for you to leave this place in the second form. He added a comment, however. Controlling this Taiyan bead requires at least a chi condensation stage divine sense. I wonder if you need us to do it for you. Under Li Fan's control, the Taiyan bead suddenly grew massive, causing Guan Hong and Dao Xuanzi to jump back immediately. Guan Hong exclaimed in shock, "Fellow Taoist, your methods are truly extraordinary. Despite being immortal, you can manipulate the Taiyan bead." Li Fan laughed loudly. "Just a few humble tricks, not worth mentioning. I must thank you too. Having been trapped for 1,000 years, there is finally hope of escape, all thanks to your efforts." Dao Xuanzi chimed in and asked, "Now that the Taiyan bead is fixed, I wonder." He replied, "Everything is prepared. Fellow Taoists, just follow me." Time passed until 3 days later. Guan Hong and Dao Xuanzi, having received the technique, bid me farewell. Dao Xuanzi said, "Fellow Taoist, our remaining spirit stones are few. Staying in this immortal exclusion land carries the risk of our cultivation falling, so we come to bid you farewell today." Guan Hong patted his chest and made a solemn promise. "If you make it out, you can find me in Lingtian City within the Songyan mountain range. This is a map near the exit of the absolute immortal array drawn from memory as you requested. Since there are no blank jade slips here, I could only use paper and ink." Li Fan reached out for the map and said politely, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." The main business was finished, and the 3 of them chatted for a while longer. Finally, Guan Hong and Dao Xuanzi turned into 2 streaks of light and departed. Under the pouring rain, Guan Hong said to Dao Xuanzi that Li Fan's will is extraordinary. He is quite a character. Pity his end is near. Even if he returns to the cultivation world, he has few years left to live. Dao Xuanzi replied calmly, "Without immortality, everything is an illusion. Didn't we 2 turn against each other precisely because of the hope for immortality?" Guan Hong curiously asked, "Speaking of which, what technique did that Li Fan actually give you?" Dao Xuanzi asked back triumphantly, "It could not possibly be the same technique you have, could it? Rest assured, once I return and break through to the Golden Core realm, I promise to do 3 things for you. I certainly won't leave you out." They quickly reached the location. This dust protective mist has not yet dissipated. I wonder if senior brother dares to charge in. Guan Hong laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha, what is there to fear?" The white mist in this area was thick and vast. At this moment, Li Fan channeled energy into the item in his hand and said to himself, "The next time the mist dissipates, I would have to wait 14 years. But I am already 71. By then, I will be 85. With my end near, controlling the Taiyan bead would be impossible." A satisfied smile appeared on his face. "In this life, I have nothing left to linger for. Today, I shall explore the truth of this absolute immortal array." As he spoke, a surge of mist surrounded him. As the boat began to move, the void abyss was shrouded in mist. Everything around was a blur of white, giving a very surreal feeling. Along the way, the Taiyan bead suddenly hit something and began to shake violently. Li Fan thought in shock, "Is this the Gale layer?" According to Guan Hong, the winds here can easily shred a mortal's body. Even Foundation establishment cultivators must use spiritual energy for protection. Luckily for the protective formation, or the consequences would be dire. Time passed, and after half an hour of careful control, he finally crossed the Gale layer. Before Li Fan was a sphere of light. Finally, the vibration subsided as he was greeted by infinite light. Ancient text floated around Li Fan. "Finally, I successfully escaped the absolute immortal array. After reaching the cultivation world, by chance, I obtained a rare technique. In a short 100 years, I formed a golden core. Then, the path of cultivation was filled with hardships. After 1,000 years, I attained the Tao and ascended to the immortal realm. I started again from the lowest rank, eventually becoming an immortal emperor who looked down upon the heavens. After many trials, he broke through the space walls of the immortal realm and ascended to the god realm. Li Fan's power grew explosively. From a mere minor in the god realm, after 10,000 years, he reached the god king realm, becoming the strongest existence in the god realm. He continued the story then, after countless hardships, I ascended to the primordial god realm, becoming a low-level gatekeeper there, laboriously starting over once more. Suddenly, Li Fan snapped his eyes open, looking stunned. He voiced his confusion. Everything just now was an illusion from the phantasm layer. Why is the boat upside down? Li Fan looked into the distance and muttered, based on Guan Hong's map, I have left the phantasm layer and reached the third layer of the absolute immortal array, the inversion layer. He made a guess. It seems the Tien bead automatically steered out of the phantasm layer, which is why I regained consciousness. Li Fan fell into thought, analyzing the situation. I lost consciousness in the phantasm layer, yet the Tien bead could automatically steer to the inversion layer. Perhaps I can let the Tien bead handle the navigation, while I only provide the power for acceleration. At that moment, an intuition was transmitted from the Tien bead, telling him which way to go. He followed the guidance and accelerated forward. The boat quickly reached the fourth layer, the flowing fire layer. As expected, by following the Tien bead's auto-navigation, I successfully reached the fourth layer. Li Fan realized something and smiled triumphantly. Indeed, this Tien bead was specialized for relocating mortals 1,000 years ago. The cultivator in charge must have left a backdoor mechanism in the Tien bead, allowing it to automatically traverse the absolute immortal array. Under his control, he tasted success by not intentionally steering, only providing power, letting the Tien bead fly itself. The fifth layer, the mystic ice layer. The boat continued into another space. Flowing fire, mystic ice, thunderstorms. These places looked incredibly dangerous, but the Tien bead always managed to glide past every destructive risk. The sixth layer, the thunderstorm layer. Where it stopped now was the seventh layer, the darkness layer. The journey has been alarming but not dangerous. I have successfully reached the final layer, darkness. He recalled the warning. According to Guan Hong, this layer is not dangerous, just a screen of total darkness. Li Fan's face could not hide his tension. Once through here, the cultivation world lies ahead. After 6 lives of reincarnation, finally, both the boat and the man plunged straight into the passage like the maw of a giant sea beast. Li Fan panted heavily, his thoughts returning to his youth. What on earth was that thing? When Guan Hong and Dao Xuanzi crossed the absolute immortal array, they did not encounter that in the darkness layer. Why did I? He made a deduction. Could it be a measure aimed only at mortals? It seems I must wait for the thick mist to dissipate. Exploring when light is released from the bottom of the void abyss is the safest option. His thoughts continued as the information panel appeared. Although it was ultimately in vain, the harvest from this life exceeded expectations. After choosing to preserve the Tien bead, I directly opened the 7th life. Name, Li Fan, realm, mortal. Physical age, 20 per 8. Time passed to anchor year 4. I led my confidants secretly to Qian Hong's tomb. This time, I used a sprayer filled with the immortal miasma to slowly corrode it until the power of the fragmented steel was weakened to the point where it could no longer block us. A notification appeared as Li Fan touched it. Replenishable item detected. Fragmented steel damaged. Replenish energy, yes/no. Li Fan read the system info and chose yes. Anchor progress. 26%. Current anchor points, 1. A pity there was some waste, but the progress increased to 25%. Just 3 more times and I can unlock the second anchor point. Since he had already decided that other things were worthless to him, he ordered the tomb to be sealed and left. Anchor year 5, I still could not resist going to the eastern void abyss. He stood on the edge looking down, telling himself, just a look, I won't go down. The abyss below was deep and dark, covered in a layer of mist. Suddenly Li Fan's eyes flashed as he analyzed. Right now, if I control the Tien bead, I could go straight to the cultivation world without a hitch. He decided to take a few steps forward. Yes, I have waited so long. Do I really have to wait another 15 years? Stopping at the edge, Li Fan looked down and muttered, so what if Wanjin has not finished replenishing its energy? If I am this afraid, how can I achieve the great Tao? I explored it once in the previous life. As long as I carefully avoid that unknown monster in the darkness layer, I can leave this hellhole. He steeled his resolve. I just need to carefully evade that unknown monster in the darkness layer, and then I can leave this godforsaken place. Suddenly, a burst of intense light shone from the bottom of the abyss, making Li Fan stumble back. Li Fan briefly recalled the words, "The path of immortality is dead." He was worried, not understanding what was happening, and could only reassure himself, "What is going on, Huff?" Just now, countless voices in my head were tempting me to enter the void abyss. If the light from the bottom had not pierced through the absolute immortal array, I fear I would have been smashed to pieces. Time passed to 15 years later, anchor year 20. Finally, Huanjin finished replenishing its energy. With my backing ready, I returned to the void abyss. I steered the Taiyan bead, a perilous journey all the way to the thunderstorm layer. Li Fan was moving through different dimensions. I stopped above the darkness layer. The winds gradually rose, and the furious thunderstorms were affected by this place, starting to weaken. A glimmering light rose from the darkness. I used this precious light to search for the monster lurking in the shadows. However, there was no harvest. Seeing the light about to vanish, I did not hesitate to push the Taiyan bead to its limit, heading quickly toward the bottom of the void abyss. Once again, the boat and the man plunged straight into the maw of the sea monster. Li Fan could only grit his teeth, ready to face whatever came next. It seems my guess was right. This monster has a huge enmity toward mortals. Perhaps its mission is to swallow every mortal who gets near this place. He skillfully steered the boat to dart away. Li Fan watched the boat's movement anxiously, urging in his heart, "Up, go up more." Finally, the boat soared upward, completely escaping being swallowed into its hideous gullet. Li Fan watched the events unfold and thought, it stops chasing once I reach the thunderstorm layer. It stays at the edge of the darkness layer. I will use the light from the thunderstorm layer to finally see what it looks like. Suddenly he was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The sea monster left Li Fan speechless. What kind of devil is this? He had only one thought, this whale is so massive, and the Taiyan bead so small, yet every time I pass, it finds me instantly. I can only try another way. Luckily, I have enough chances to try. Then for the next 15 years, I tried countless times to break through the darkness layer. But during those times, I was discovered the moment I entered, and the time the giant whale took to find me decreased significantly. Every time, Li Fan could only respond one way. Therefore, I could only return in a wretched state after fighting the giant whale. Time passed to anchor year 35, the thunderstorm layer. Only on the day the mist dissipates does the giant whale seem to be delayed by something. It takes a while to discover me. With this bit of time, perhaps I can fly to the bottom of the void abyss. The boat charged forward. This time I decided to go all out, using the fastest speed to dash through, crossing the darkness layer before the giant whale could react. An illusory light appeared below. Seeing it getting closer, the terrifying roar of the whale echoed once again. Li Fan still could not escape the fangs of that disgusting sea monster. His eyes showed his tension as he observed the situation and made a choice. No time left. Huanjin. Li Fan scanned the notifications and decided, forego choice, accelerate energy replenishment. His information panel appeared in detail. Name, Li Fan, realm, mortal, physical age, 20/86, mental age, 268/1116, actualization progress, 0%, anchor progress, 26%, anchor points, 1, locked items, heavenly secret jade ring golden chapter, Taiyan bead. After reading, Li Fan was surprised, the mental age limit did not increase. It seems I have reached the limit, so it won't grow anymore. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought, lucky. There are still 748 years I can use freely. It was now the 8th life, anchor year 4. I opened Shen Hong's tomb once again. Li Fan read the system notification and thought triumphantly, at least this life was not in vain. Anchor progress, 51% increasing. Current anchor points, 1. Time moved to anchor year 5. The mist dissipated. The actualization energy replenishment was nearly 90%, but anything less than 100% made no difference to me. I could only wait patiently. Time passed to anchor year 20. I tried, and I failed. Then came anchor year 35. I tried again, still failed. Li Fan shouted in frustration, but these attempts were not entirely useless. At least I am becoming more and more proficient at controlling the Taiyan bead. When it reached anchor year 50, I had no choice but to once again force my way through the darkness layer. I am old. My reactions and spirit have declined sharply. Going now, there was no chance of success. Finally, a last resort was proposed, so I chose to meet my two old friends to see if I could find clues from them. Dao Xuanzi, do not push me too far. Hearing this now, I feel a bit of nostalgia. The plan remained the same, using the golden core technique to lure them to the Grand Preceptor's manor. Li Fan then asked Guan Hong and Dao Xuanzi, have you two ever seen this monster? After food and wine, I took out a drawing of the giant whale. Then he introduced it before my ancestor passed. He said if there is a chance to escape this land, other things need not be a concern, the Taiyan bead will protect us. Only in this final layer, a giant whale lies in ambush. One must be cautious. Guan Hong looked at the drawing and wondered, how could there be such a beast in that vast dark land? Why did not I see it? Dao Xuanzi also spoke up, could it be? He inquired, oh, it seems fellow Taoist knows this beast. He honestly shared his knowledge. I only read a few lines about it in an ancient book. It is said that in ancient times, there was a sect called the beast-taming sect. They had no profound techniques, relying only on a beast-taming formula to manipulate exotic beasts to fight for them. Among the famous beasts, Guan Hong realized something and added, now that you mention it, I remember. I believe its name is the world-rending whale. Li Fan asked for more info. Do you know how to avoid this world-rending whale? Dao Xuanzi replied, I have only heard a few words. Guan Hong added, such beasts vanished thousands of years ago in the cultivation world. How could we know its habits? Li Fan was a bit disappointed, sighing to the heavens, in the end, must I still rely on myself? He then handed the technique to Dao Xuanzi. After sending them away, I chose to end this life. In the 9th life, I opened Qian Hong's tomb again to absorb the fragmented steel. Regrettably, Huanjin had no reaction. A tired sigh escaped him. Huff. Anchor year 20, anchor year 35, anchor year 50. I kept trying and failing. Anchor year 65. I am 85 years old, close to death. Li Fan thought bitterly about his fate. I am too old to engage in a battle of wits and strength with that whale. I won't force it anymore. I will completely give up controlling the Taiyan bead and let it slowly drift down the void abyss from the start. Gale layer, phantasm layer, inversion layer, flowing fire layer. The boat reached the mystic ice layer, thunderstorm layer, and darkness layer. Suddenly, purple lightning flashed across the dark sky. Li Fan snapped his eyes open, astonished by what was happening. He wondered in shock, what is going on? Why did not the world-rending whale appear this time? I'm almost at the bottom of the void abyss. Li Fan's trembling body struggled forward. I can't miss this chance. Full speed ahead. The boat continued to fly straight forward. However, it still could not escape the gaze of the sea monster. Li Fan was now on the verge of despair. Why did it suddenly discover me now? Suddenly he realized, so that is it, this world-rending whale cannot see, or rather, it ignores objects moving at a normal speed. As long as I maintain a steady pace, I can safely pass through this absolute immortal array. Thinking of this, Li Fan slapped his forehead and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I have finally solved the final lock to leaving this immortal exclusion land. Finally, the boat and the man successfully escaped the sea monster's calamity amidst Li Fan's wild laughter. Ha ha. The story continues. Amidst my maniacal laughter and the giant whale's roars, the Taiyan bead broke through the rift between the two worlds and reached the cultivation world. Light descended upon the boat, and the surroundings became blurry. It felt as though I had crossed the distance between worlds in an instant. Li Fan's body was visibly battered. I suffered under immense pressure, with blood flowing from my eyes and nose, but I did not care at all. He struggled to turn around, looking back at the absolute immortal array he had just exited. His current perspective had been pulled infinitely high. Li Fan's expression shifted as he thought to himself, but at this moment, I witnessed a sight I will never forget in my entire life. The familiar fish appeared before him. It was the world-rending whale. Not just one, but hundreds of thousands of them. Looking wider, there were tens of millions of world-rending whales. Space shifted accordingly, opening up patches of dark void within the nothingness. Looking even further, the immortal exclusion land I came from was moving further and further away from this cultivation world. The boat had now successfully escaped the abyss. Amongst the clouds, mountain peaks appeared one by one, painting a scene of rare tranquility. Despite the blood on his face, Li Fan felt a sense of fulfillment and wondered, is this the cultivation world? His thoughts gradually faded, to see the cultivation world with my own eyes before death. This life was not lived in vain. Huanjin. Li Fan's body grew young again, returning once more to the starting point, 9 cycles of reincarnation, 500 long years. I have finally touched the threshold of cultivation. This time, he calculated cautiously while observing the system panel. Based on previous plans, I wanted to choose to accelerate energy replenishment, but after seeing the list of selectable items, I am hesitating. Please choose an item to preserve. It is because I see the fragmented steel. Li Fan reached forward and pondered. After some thought, I still decide to keep the steel. Damaged fragmented steel, preserve. I will use this opportunity to verify my theory. Events unfolded as in his previous life. He did not choose to accelerate replenishment, meaning he had to wait 20 years for it to complete. Anchor Year 3, I arrived outside Qianhong's tomb. Instead of using the immortal miasma to break in, I took the fragmented steel directly out of Huanjin. As he approached the steel, Li Fan's thoughts continued. After the fragmented steel brought from the previous life appeared in this world, a miraculous transformation occurred. It was like a stone under intense sunlight, slowly merging, and the formation generated by the fragmented steel in Qianhong's tomb became significantly stronger. Li Fan observed carefully and analyzed. As expected, heaven and earth rare objects are unique. 2 identical ones cannot exist in this world. I used Huanjin's power to create an exact replica, and the result is that the 2 objects fused together, eventually returning to a single existence. What happened next? I ordered my subordinates to use the immortal miasma spray to break the tomb. It took a lot of effort to slowly reduce its power. Inside Qianhong's tomb, the appearance of the tombstone had not changed much, just looking a bit more weathered. He touched the stone slab and remarked, Huanjin still can't absorb it. It seems this steel needs to be repaired more completely before it has a new ability for Huanjin to absorb. Afterward, I stored this enhanced version of the fragmented steel inside the Taiyan bead to be my future asset in the cultivation world. Time passed to Anchor Year 20. Huanjin was about to finish replenishing energy. I investigated and executed a group of corrupt officials and tyrannical landlords. In this life, Li Fan gathered all the gold, silver, and jewels their families had accumulated over generations into his own pockets. This was because after reaching the cultivation world, he would still need to deal with mortals. Gold and silver were naturally necessary preparations. Aside from wealth, food was also indispensable. However, food is the foundation of a nation, and since I wanted so much at once, all the officials submitted petitions in protest. I was not afraid. In front of all civil and military officials, I expanded the Taiyan bead to its maximum size, hovering it over the imperial palace. Something strange happened. After the commoners saw it, they all knelt and kowtowed. The officials in the court, seeing such immortal methods, changed their attitudes and proactively helped me prepare provisions. Furthermore, with the active help of the officials and the execution of a few greedy merchants, the Taiyan bead was finally filled to the brim. Time passed and everything was ready. I had no more lingering regrets for the mortal world. Steering the Taiyan bead, I once again reached the void abyss, letting go of my physical self and allowing the bead to autopilot at a constant speed. The boat moved once more. It only took a few hours, but in my eyes, it felt longer than the hundreds of years I had previously experienced. The tearing sensation of crossing between 2 worlds hit me, but this time I gradually adapted. It charged forward, passing through those layers of space and out into the great sea. After a long wait, I finally pierced through the absolute immortal array and reached the cultivation world. But once I saw the surrounding scenery clearly, I was completely stunned. Li Fan could not help but wonder, what is going on? Why is the exit different this time? He flipped through and began reviewing the map. Guanhong's map does not show this ocean location. Forget it, I will just take it one step at a time. I wonder if I can find a place with people before the spirit stones in the Taiyan bead run out. Li Fan's thoughts continued. Choosing a direction, I steered the Taiyan bead to fly, searching for signs of cities nearby. The ocean was truly vast and boundless. I flew for 7 days and 7 nights without seeing a single soul. Time continued to pass, and over 10 days went by. The Taiyan bead's speed became slower and slower. It was clearly running out of power. At the end of my rope, the silhouette of a ship finally appeared on the distant horizon. Li Fan stood on the side of the boat observing. When I used the telescope to look at that ship, I was speechless. What caught his eye was a scene of people drifting on the deck. As it turned out, it was indeed a ship, but one that was about to sink. It seemed to have been attacked. A huge hole was in the hull, and 2/3 had sunk underwater. In the waters around the ship, Dozens of people were struggling, clearly the passengers. On the other side, Changyu was constantly reassuring everyone around. Don't be afraid, I have already sent a signal to the Immortal Master. He will be here to save us very soon. Everyone, hold on a bit longer. Li Fan could not help but be curious. Immortal Master. His thoughts progressed. My heart skipped a beat. I stowed the tie-in bead, jumped into the sea, and swam toward those people. When the timing was right, Li Fan surfaced, secretly blending into the crowd. I also pretended to be gasping for breath, struggling to beg, Immortal Master, save me. He blended with the crowd and cried out loudly, Immortal Master, save me. Suddenly, the voice of the Immortal Master rang out, quiet. A voice boomed from the sky, quiet. A figure appeared in the sky. From the sound, it was a man. He had cast some spell. His face and attire were veiled as if behind a thin cloth, making it impossible to see clearly. Li Fan's thoughts followed the events. The moment he appeared, the surroundings fell silent. I realized I could no longer make any sound either. The Immortal Master simply raised 2 fingers. Instantly, the entire large ship was lifted out of the water. Li Fan witnessed this with admiration. A casual gesture from that Immortal Master had fished up the mostly submerged ship. Simultaneously, the large hole in the hull was repaired in a flash. He then decisively waved his hand to the side. Everyone who had fallen into the water was saved and placed back onto the boat, though not very gently. The Immortal Master asked from above, who sent the signal to me. Changyu bowed respectfully, your humble servant, Su Changyu. The Immortal Master strictly reminded them, you know the rules, do not you? Once we arrive, you have nothing to do with me. I have never met you, and I do not know who you are. Understood. He bowed politely and replied, your servant understands. Hearing that, the Immortal Master only grunted and cast a spell. Li Fan sat on the boat while observing the surroundings. He did not know what spell the Immortal Master had cast, but the ship quickly sailed in a certain direction. His gaze was fixed on the bow. The Immortal Master stood there without saying a word. Everyone on the boat fell back into an eerie silence. Time passed, and over half a day went by. After nightfall, a faint shimmering light finally appeared in the distance. It was an island that looked quite prosperous. Over 100 large ships were moored at the port, looking magnificent. This time, the ship I was on did not sail toward the port but circled half the island to a sparsely populated area in the back. The ship secretly followed the current into a natural limestone cave. It quickly stopped after navigating the narrow cave for a while. Once the ship was securely docked, several burly men in black arrived to meet it. The group on the ship was herded off in lines. The men in black did not seem to see the Immortal Master at all. They only drove the people off the boat. The hooded group led everyone to a large hall. One of the men in black said loudly, you will rest here tonight. Food has been prepared in the hall. Help yourselves. Tomorrow, someone will lead you to register your identities. Xiao Heng heard this and sighed, what bad luck. To run into a sea monster attack. Over 100 people came, but now less than half survived. The fat young man with him also chimed in. I do not know what my father was thinking, insisting on sending me to this big world to cultivate. If you ask me, what is so great about cultivation, it is not as fun as listening to music. Xiao Heng scratched his head and continued, exactly, at home, I was at least the son of the Prince of Zhennan. What luxury could I not enjoy? What is so good about this godforsaken place? At this, Changyu consoled everyone. Things have come to this. Why bother saying such things? Every family paid a massive price to send us here, did not they? His expression was extremely serious. Instead of complaining, we should patiently practice. If we truly become immortal masters, from then on we will not only have hope for immortality, but also a chance to return home and bring our families out. Su Chanyu. In the distance, Li Fan looked at the three and thought, these people. I fear they are just like me, mortals exiled to an immortal exclusion land. He made his own calculations, however, they are in an immortal exclusion land, yet the existence of the cultivation world does not seem to be a secret. Moreover, a mature border crossing route has already been developed. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder, making him turn his head in surprise. It was the fat boy from that trio. He asked casually, brother, you look a bit unfamiliar. I wonder what official position you held in Dali, or which province you are a wealthy merchant from. A hand was suddenly placed on Li Fan's shoulder. He was not polite at all and directly brushed the hand off. The chubby boy felt awkward and could only slip away, I will take my leave. Even as he left, his heart was pounding, mother, that scared me to death. You can tell just by looking that this old man has been in a high position for years. He is no ordinary person. On the other side, Sun Zhong entered the room and announced, I will lead you to register your residency shortly. Once you have residency, you will officially be members of Lioli Island. His face was stern as he added, remember, do not say what should not be said. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your lives will be safe. Sun Zhang's steady voice continued, you are all residents of the Western Dali Islands. Because of a storm, the islands were destroyed, and you fled here as refugees. If anyone asks, that is what you say. The story follows Li Fan. Following the middle-aged man's instructions, we all changed into ragged clothes. Then, led by the middle-aged man and under the supervision of 4 to 5 men in black, we followed a secret tunnel out of the cave and up to the surface. They made a peculiar group because there were dozens of us, a significant number. But the island residents seemed to only glance at us and then ignore us. Clearly, they were all too familiar with this sight. Within the city's residential area, we wound through many turns before finally arriving at a grand manor. However, when they reached a certain spot, a few minor officials at the gate went in to report and then returned. They continued to be guided, taken through a side gate on the left into a large hall. Inside the hall, 2 or 3 other groups had already gathered, totaling over 100 people. They did not have to wait long because soon it was our turn. Sun Zhong stepped forward and spoke respectfully, Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao scanned the room, cautiously examining those present. Are these all the refugees who want to register for residency? He glanced behind and continued, Sun Zhong, these refugees are all wealthy or nobility. Sun Zhong did not hesitate to admit it and even took something from his coat. Indeed, they were all wealthy families from Dali Island. Then he placed a gold bar into Manager Zhao's hand, his meaning clear, a pity that without the protection of an immortal master, natural disaster struck, and all their wealth turned into clouds. Now they have no choice but to brave thousands of miles to seek refuge on Lioli Island. Manager Zhao gripped the gold bar. His face showed no particular expression. The Western Islands suffered even heavier losses. I heard over 200 islands were leveled. Who knows how many mortals were swept away by the sea. He then tucked it into his pocket, still muttering to the person beside him, luckily the immortal master is merciful, so we have aid for refugees. When the immortal master hands out rewards or punishments, you surely won't be left out. It is a good thing your Tianbao pavilion is so attentive. Rest assured, I will report truthfully to the island lord. After finishing the bribery, Manager Zhao began the registration process for everyone. Soon, it was my turn. Li Fan stood before him with a stone-cold expression. Manager Zhao began the information gathering as a formality. What is your name? The other replied shortly, Li Fan. Then he pushed a piece of paper forward and requested, now, drop a bead of your blood on this. Li Fan immediately bit his fingertip until blood came out. While he was drawing on the talisman, he listened to Manager Zhao's instructions. Keep this spiritual talisman safe. It will be the proof of your identity from now on. He explained slowly, for all work on the island, receiving food, or dealing with inspections, you must present this spiritual talisman. Absolutely do not lose it. This attitude made Sun Zhong, standing nearby, wonder, why is Manager Zhao so friendly to Li Fan, giving him such detailed instructions? What happened that night? The residency registration was very efficient. We all received our Lioli Island residency. Leaving that place, we did not return to the cave but were led by Sun Zhong to the grand hall of a mansion. Sun Zhong raised his hand and spoke again, now that you have residency, can we sign the contracts? Chang Yu slowly pulled a piece of paper from his coat. Then he began to bite his fingertip. The 3 characters Su Chang Yu were written onto that piece of paper. Chang Yu did not hide his curiosity and spoke up, we knew about this beforehand, but we do not know how to completely purge that miasma. Hearing this, Sun Zhong explained slowly, there are many methods to purge the miasma. One is using the spirit cleansing pool on the island. Soaking in the pool for a day and a night can remove all miasma from the body. His face turned thoughtful as he continued, unfortunately, the materials to open the spirit cleansing pool are extremely rare. Even though Lioli Island is wealthy, it only opens once every 3 years. Let me think. It seems the last opening was a year ago, meaning it is almost another 2 years until the next turn. The useful info was provided, but Chang Yu's expression showed little joy. Furthermore, the number of people allowed in is limited, and competition is fierce. People like you, with no background, how can you compete with the island residents? He frowned and asked another question, what about other methods? Sun Zhong did not hide anything and presented the details. The second method is practicing the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation, combined with special medicinal herbs and diet. Gradually change your constitution over time, and eventually, the miasma will be completely removed. He raised a hand and continued, this method takes a long time, usually 5 to 6 years, but the advantage is stability, and you do not need to pay any special price. The incantation and corresponding pills can be bought right at the apothecary on the island. This long duration shocked Changyu so much he clenched his fists. 5 or 6 years. Are there any other ways? However, Sun Zhang added, there is a third method. The words he spoke even made him sweat in fear, being a test subject. Changyu muttered the words in confusion. Test subject. Sun Zhang nodded slowly, that is right. He kindly explained further, some immortal masters are very interested in the miasma within mortal bodies. Every year, they choose volunteers from the mortals on the island to be test subjects. Sweat rolled down Sun Zhang's face as he continued, the immortal master will use special methods to extract the miasma from the subject's body for research. It only takes a few months to completely extract the miasma. Sun Zhang even described the pain the subject had to endure, but this process is incredibly agonizing. One could say it is a fate worse than death. Most people cannot endure until the miasma is fully extracted and go insane. Changyu's feet felt rooted to the spot as he asked, no other way. He explained immediately, I have heard that mortal descendants of an immortal master's direct lineage can rely on heaven and earth treasures to reconstruct their bodies. Not only do they escape the miasma, but their cultivation talent is also increased. Even the Lord of Lioli Island does not get such treatment. But that path is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Sun Zhang scratched his head in confusion, I only know that much. If you truly want to cultivate, think it over carefully in the coming days. He began to walk away, his voice still steady. I know it was difficult for you to return from exile. Everyone has a desire for the Tao. Everyone was like that in the past. Sun Zhang brushed past Changyu before speaking again. Unfortunately, cultivation is too difficult. Even if the miasma is cleared, someone who can sense spiritual energy and draw it into their body is extremely rare. Why invite trouble? Being immortal is not so bad. He left with his subordinates, not forgetting a word of advice for those staying. Instead of bitter practice seeking the Tao, why not live and enjoy yourself, find joy in the present? Changyu was so insulted that his fists trembled. The story continues. After Sun Zhang left, everyone gradually scattered. I asked around and found the owner of free housing. I presented my spiritual talisman and was immediately led by a clerk to the residential district in the north of Lioli Island. As for the north, this area was densely packed with houses. Who knew how many units there were? Most were just single rooms, but they had surrounding walls and small courtyards. It did not look too bad. After Li Fan arrived, the guide handed over the keys and left. 6th row, 7th unit. This is it. He quickly entered, glanced around, and remarked, very simple inside, just a bed, table and chairs. Oh well. Then Li Fan collapsed onto the bed, hand on his forehead, thinking, at least the housing is settled, thanks to those people from the exile land. His thoughts drifted toward Changyu. Unfortunately, aside from Su Changyu, the rest are just aimless commoners. They will find it hard to achieve greatness. Li Fan continued to organize his thoughts. The immediate goal is to purge the miasma. Although the slots for the spirit cleansing pool are precious, the treasures I obtained from the Taiyan boat are countless. Winning a slot won't be difficult. He stroked his black beard and concluded, however, that would be too flashy. Wealth should not be flaunted. I have no foundation on this island. Suddenly showing wealth will surely draw unwanted eyes. I must plan carefully. Li Fan's thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Who is it? The silhouette of the fat boy appeared. It is me. Li Fan did not answer immediately. Instead, he began to draw a sword. Then he only opened the door a crack, his caution apparent. Unexpectedly, that boy pushed the door wide open and entered with a question. You are not from the same exile land as my friends, are you? Li Fan stepped back, surprise showing on his face. What? The boy's eyebrows furrowed. Just who are you? Why did you sneak onto Lioli Island? Li Fan's expression looked very threatening as he replied, how do you know I am not from the exile land? The boy did not hide his reasoning. When you fell into the water, I caught a glimpse of your silhouette rising from the depths. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. He turned around, pointing his finger straight at Li Fan's face. But thinking back, you were not in the initial group that left the exile land. Li Fan remarked slowly, it seems you are quite sharp and meticulous. The boy turned his back to Li Fan and boasted, of course. Aside from me, none of those fools realized a stranger had infiltrated. He did not notice Li Fan gradually approaching as he listened to his question. Is it really true that no one else but you discovered this? Before the boy could react, he drove the sword straight through his body. The boy's lifeless body collapsed onto the floor, dead instantly. Li Fan finally sheathed his sword and looked down coldly. You truly did not know your own limits. He thought to himself as he gathered the boy's soul, using that bit of petty cleverness to find me suspicious, then rushing here to threaten me. Li Fan then worked to wipe the bloodstains from the floor, but make no mistake, you yourselves are using a false identity as refugees to gain residency. Do you think a little bit of status makes you a local? He recalled the past. The faceless immortal master and Shenjing from the Tianbao pavilion act very cautiously, fearing others might find out. Is the identity of an exiled mortal worth exposing? The Tianbao pavilion and those people would not dare investigate loudly. Li Fan looked at the boat in his hand and decided, even if they find out that the missing fat kid came to find me, there is no body now. As long as I keep saying I do not know, no one can do anything to me. Everything went exactly as he calculated. For the past few days, no one asked anything except for Su Changyu, who dropped by once. No one cared about the fat boy's disappearance. Li Fan had his own plans. During these days, I have been gathering news across the island while calculating how to use the treasures from the Taiyan boat. Gradually, I have gained a general overview of Lioli Island. A map was laid out with information about each region. This sea area is called the Songyan Sea. It is boundless and scattered with tens of thousands of islands. Lioli Island is located in the south-central region of the Songyan Sea, moderate in scale. Because the surrounding waters are full of delicious lioli, mortals love lioli fish, and some pills refined by immortal masters use the lioli jade that occasionally grows within its body. This led to the current situation. Thus, the immortal master governing Lioli Island collects a certain amount of lioli jade as tax every year. Fishing for lioli fish was a very popular job. If you catch fish, you only need to hand over 70% and keep 30% to sell. Unfortunately, going to sea requires a large boat, and the schools of fish do not stay in fixed positions. To find them, one must have a spiritual guide. However, the Lioli Manor only issues guides when departing and requires their return upon arrival. Private fishing is forbidden and punishable by death. Thus, fishing can only proceed with the manor's permission. Furthermore, a few days ago, a fleet returned. Besides bringing back a large haul of fish, they had come across a shipwreck. When they approached, they found over a dozen chests of treasure on that wreck. This time the fleet made a fortune. According to the rules, they could keep 30% of the recovered items, while 70% had to be handed over to the manor. The fleet's return caused a stir on half the island. Even the chief financial officer, Manager Qian, came to inspect. Many people were secretly trying to pull strings to join the next expedition. Li Fan calculated, as long as I can go to sea alone, I can easily launder the wealth from the Taiyan boat. The hardest part is winning an independent slot. Too many people want to join the fleet. I have found the key point after asking around. Regarding the administration, under the island lord, there are 3 managers. Manager Zhao handles personnel, Manager Qian handles finances, and Manager Zhou handles security. Most fleet slots are decided by Manager Qian. Managers Zhao and Zhou have always wanted to intervene but are kept in check by Manager Qian, only receiving 1 or 2 slots. Li Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. On the day of registration, Manager Zhao treated me quite differently. I do not know the reason, but perhaps I should go see him. However, a person of Manager Zhao's status was not someone he could meet just like that. He stood before the Tianbao pavilion, so I decided to go through Shenjing of the Tianbao pavilion. But he was blocked. What kind of status does Elder Sun have? Is he someone you can just meet whenever you want? Leave quickly. Li Fan left reluctantly, but his gaze lingered behind. The Tianbao pavilion is a business. They would not drive someone away without even seeing them. Furthermore, these men in black acted on their own authority without reporting, as if they already knew who I was. A deduction was made. Could it be that something happened on the exile side, causing Shenjing to turn his back on us? Li Fan soon understood. After some inquiries, I found out what happened. Su Changyu, in his rush to clear the miasma, chose to become a test subject. Before leaving, he signed his name on the final contract. Xiao Heng told the story tiredly. Thus, the 3 contracts are complete, and the contract has vanished. There is no longer any connection between the exile realm and the Tianbao pavilion. Li Fan stroked his beard and muttered, no wonder they suddenly turned cold and are avoiding us. I just did not expect Su Changyu to be so decisive. Xiao Hung was so angry he almost shouted. I advised him not to be so hasty, but he would not listen. His expression was a mix of helplessness and anger. If it were not to save his sister from that incurable disease, Brother Su would not have risked his life like that. Li Fan only calculated silently without replying immediately. He remembered his observations. Although Sun Zhong chose to avoid us, I won't give up easily. Furthermore, seeing how he could not help but offer words of comfort to Su Chongyu before, he at least is not a wicked man. The reason he has been cold is likely that he does not want too much involvement with mortals from the exile land. Li Fan acted again. I prefer dealing with people whose background I know rather than strangers. Therefore, I went back to the Tianbao pavilion. The gatekeeper greeted him with more curses. Brat, why are you back? Do you have a death wish? Li Fan explained calmly. I came to do business with the Tianbao pavilion. You want to drive me away without a word. Is this how you treat guests? This unexpected confrontation made the crowd whisper, and the guard hesitated. Finally, Li Fan achieved his goal. After asking for instructions, the man in black led him inside to a guest room, where a maid served a cup of tea. He took a leisurely sip of the tea. Looking at the cup, Li Fan could not help but praise, excellent tea. Sun Zhang's voice rang out from behind, Grand Valley Flame Dragon. It grows in a volcanic crater on the seabed around Daogu Island. There were only a dozen trees. Now that Daogu Island is destroyed, this tea has temporarily become a unique delicacy. Li Fan only glanced at him and muttered, then I am truly benefiting from Elder Sun's good fortune. Sun Zhong approached and questioned him. The matter of the exile land is over. There is no longer any connection between us. Why have you come to me now? Facing this hostility, Li Fan explained slowly, Elder Sun misunderstands. I truly came to discuss a business deal. Sun Zhang's attitude remained challenging. Business, you. Sun Zhang's eyes narrowed as he stared at the man. He followed with a question, what kind of business? Li Fan asked back calmly, I wonder if the Tianbao Pavilion is interested in a position within the seagoing fleet. In response, Sun Zhang stated, every time the fleet goes to sea, not even mentioning rare treasures, just the lioli fish and other sea specialties are enough to fill one's pockets. To say our Tianbao Pavilion is not interested is impossible. His face became extremely serious, but fleet positions are tightly controlled by Manager Qian. Not even the Tianbao Pavilion, even Manager Zhao, only gets 1 or 2 slots. A newcomer like you. What skill do you have to ice such a thing? Li Fan proposed, if I can meet Manager Zhao, I have my own way to convince him. Sun Zhong looked skeptical, but Li Fan remained confident. Suddenly a voice came from outside, then let him meet Manager Zhao. It is no difficult task. Shopkeeper Yin sneered and offered a solution. If it fails, then chop him into pieces and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Sun Zhong bowed respectfully, greetings, shopkeeper. Li Fan also replied politely, then I thank the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Yin rested her chin on her hand, smiling, you seem quite confident, not like you are just boasting. At this, Li Fan explained, this person's promise is worth 1,000 gold. I am a man of my word. She became more interested. Humph, if it truly succeeds, the Tianbao Pavilion must take its corresponding share of the profit. He then elaborated, according to the island rules, you keep 30% of the haul. I do not want a single bit of that 30%. Half goes to Manager Zhao, and half goes to your Tianbao Pavilion. Shopkeeper Yin became even more curious. That is strange. If that is the case, why put in so much effort? What do you want? Li Fan immediately stated his condition. I only want a slot in the spirit cleansing pool that opens every 3 years. Both Sun Zhong and Shopkeeper Yin were visibly shocked. She pursed her lips and did not answer immediately. However, what followed was a burst of laughter. Ha ha, please uncle, you are at this age already, and you still want to learn to cultivate like the others. Shopkeeper Yin's laughter filled the room. Ha ha ha. No one bothered to stop her. Ha ha ha. Li Fan stated his thoughts seriously. I long for immortality, and I would die without regret. This declaration surprised her. She quickly raised her head. After a moment of consideration, Shopkeeper Yin finally replied, fine. I agree to this. Thus, the two reached an agreement. I will send someone to notify you once the appointment is set. Li Fan cupped his hands respectfully. Then it is a deal. He did not forget to add before leaving, I stay at unit number 7, row 6, outside the city. You can find me there. Sun Zhong spoke up tentatively. Shopkeeper, that spirit cleansing pool slot. Shopkeeper Yin replied slowly, although competition for the slots is fierce every year, Our Tianbao Pavilion is not without the power to fight for one. She added a remark, if he truly can secure a fleet position, in just 5 years, the profit will equal the value of one slot. This is definitely a winning deal. However, shopkeeper Yin was not finished. Sun Zhang looked curious. What is it? Her eyebrows furrowed as she continued, that man's gaze. It was truly terrifying. As for Li Fan, he was busy with his own affairs. On the way back, I stopped at the apothecary to buy the heart-cleansing incantation and the accompanying medicine. Even if everything goes smoothly, there are still 2 years until the pool opens. I might as well practice and see the effects. Who knows, perhaps I have extraordinary talent and can clear the miasma on my own in less than 2 years. A few days passed while I practiced at home, waiting to meet Manager Zhao. Unexpectedly, before I could even meet him, I heard news that caught me by surprise. The shocking news was, Su Chongyu is dead. Xiao Heng had the strongest reaction. When the body was brought back, it was only a mass of twisted flesh, barely human-shaped and terrifying to look at. The flesh even twitched naturally, making one's skin crawl. Li Fan stood by Xiao Heng despite the pouring rain. These people from the exile realm just arrived. They do not even have the money for a burial plot. They were going to bury him at sea, but I could not bear it, so I spent some money to have Su Chongyu buried. The one weeping bitterly was the heir to the Prince of Jinan from the exile realm, Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng cried piteously, while Li Fan had different thoughts. I did not feel anything special, just a bit of a sigh. He remembered the past. This Su Chongyu's character and conduct were very good, and his will was quite firm. Although not a once-in-a-century genius, he was no mediocre talent. Among the exile group, I thought he was the one who could achieve something. Li Fan looked up to the sky. Even someone like that could not pass the prerequisite of clearing the miasma. To die so quietly. The path of immortality is truly difficult. However, the matter soon faded. Through practicing the heart-cleansing incantation, I felt the weight of those words even more. Reality proved that I was not a person of absolute genius. Nearly a month passed. Every day I rarely went out, practicing the incantation. Normally, even those with average talent would feel their spirit improve and their thinking sharpen after half a month. But after a month, I felt no change at all. Li Fan told himself, I am not in a hurry. I will just treat it as a daily exercise. Another half-month passed, and finally, the people from the Tianbao Pavilion arrived. Li Fan followed the messenger to a courtyard of the Tianbao Pavilion, where he met Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao, it has been a long time. Manager Zhao stated slowly, I heard from the Tianbao Pavilion that you want to apply for a fleet position. You have a big appetite. What is your backing? Li Fan stated softly, going to sea is merely for profit. I wonder how Manager Zhao feels the profit from lioli fish compares to finding shipwrecks and directly retrieving treasures. He turned toward him. Retrieving treasures can equal many fishing trips, but such good fortune does not happen every time. I have been on this island for over a dozen years, and I can only recall a few major hauls. Li Fan gave a guarantee. If I manage a fleet, I can guarantee that every time we go to sea, we can bring back a certain amount of treasure. Manager Zhao stroked his long beard and declared, do not lie. Li Fan replied firmly, I am truly not boasting. I wonder how Manager Zhao can tell. He suddenly explained, since I was young, I was born with heterochromatic eyes that can see talent and distinguish truth from lies. When you were speaking just now, I only saw a gentle white light around you, proving your words are true and your heart is not crooked. Li Fan felt curious, to have such a mystical skill. No wonder on the day of registration, your attitude toward me was a bit different. Did you see something then? Manager Zhao only stated briefly, I only saw that you were extraordinarily wealthy and that your hands were stained with quite a bit of blood. Clearly you are no ordinary person, so I was a bit polite to you, simply to build a good connection. Li Fan followed up, so that means on the day I registered, you already saw that Sun Zhang's words were untrue, did not you? Manager Zhao turned his back and continued. True or false, what does it matter? With an immortal master presiding over the island, there is no fear of trouble. As long as you follow the rules, no one will harm you. He glanced at him and added furthermore, accepting refugees was the immortal master's instruction. Sun Zhang can bring so many refugees to my Lioli island, why would I make things difficult for him? Hearing all this, Li Fan had to cup his hands respectfully, so that is how it is. Now that you see my words are true, can the matter of the fleet position be considered? Manager Zhao sat down leisurely and continued, you are a newcomer with no foundation. If I suddenly hand a fleet over to you, it will lead to much dissatisfaction. He then made an offer, how about this? Next time the fleet departs, you go along first. If you truly can retrieve treasure every time, it won't take many trips for the crew to be convinced. Only then can you rightfully take over the fleet. Li Fan could not hide his satisfaction. Manager Zhao's plan is well thought out. The news made shopkeeper Yin cry out in surprise. What? He convinced Manager Zhao so easily. Sun Zhang confirmed, yes. She began to mutter, could it be that uncle was not boasting? He truly thinks he can get a fleet. He wondered, I wonder just what his backing is. Shopkeeper Yin gave an order, give him the deed to the empty house on East Street. Sun Zhang froze, huh. He tried to stop her, shopkeeper. We bought that house at a high price to bribe Manager Chen. Why give it to him so easily? If we truly want to give it to him, we should wait until he helps us get the fleet. Shopkeeper Yin was annoyed. Just do as I say, if we wait until then, a small house won't be enough to gain his favor anymore. What followed was completely in Li Fan's favor. Sun Zhang handed over the deed, and I naturally did not refuse. There was nothing much to pack, and I moved into the small courtyard on East Street that same day. Compared to the poor district outside the city, the environment was much better. He thought to himself, and then rejected the maids sent by the Tianbao pavilion. I began living there, quietly waiting for the fleet to depart. I thought it would not be long, but an unexpected turn of events made that day feel distant. Everyone was fleeing and shouting, everyone go home, the wind calamity is coming, Immortal Master protect us, where's mother, the wind calamity is here. Li Fan was also significantly affected. He could not concentrate and rushed outside. Violent winds were rising in the sky, accompanied by massive tornadoes swarming the heavens. The Immortal Master's deep voice rang out, the island protecting array is open, do not be afraid. Hide in your houses. No one is allowed outside. The people below knelt and kowtowed, clemency, Immortal Master. Li Fan observed from a corner. He looked up and remarked, this array has a flowing green light, with flickering talismans appearing and disappearing mysteriously. That sound earlier was like a ghostly wail, and even the rain is blocked by the light. His thoughts continued, violent winds and rain outside, yet calm inside. This is truly an immortal's method. Suddenly, several bolts of purple lightning struck down with great power. Li Fan was so shaken he collapsed and vomited blood. This is heavenly lightning. The mere aftershocks hitting the array have such power. The light flashed again, what more? The sky was being violently churned by a storm. It was all striking down at the island where Li Fan stayed. A defiant thought flashed in Li Fan's mind, is this life going to end here as well? But the way was not blocked for Li Fan. Luckily, the array was more reliable than I thought, holding on without breaking. A long time passed until the waves gradually calmed. The sky cleared. The wind calamity came quickly but left slowly. In the wind and rain, it was hard to tell day from night. I felt about 2 or 3 days pass before the calamity receded. The news spread. I heard the islanders say this wind calamity was relatively small. The one 15 years ago was several times stronger. Back then, the array almost could not hold and had to shrink its protection range. After it passed, the area of Lioli Island was only 1/3 of what it used to be. Time passed. For over a decade after that calamity, Lioli Island gathered refugees from everywhere to slowly recover. So this is what a wind calamity is. The power of heaven and earth is truly terrifying. Li Fan diligently followed his plan. A few days after the calamity, all residents received an instruction to check if the array was damaged. The method was simple. The manor would distribute a spirit charm to be hung in the house to see if any red light leaked out. He remembered the Immortal Master's words. The array has 367,800 points. Ensure every point is normal. Following the Immortal Master's will and for their own safety, all affairs on Lioli Island were suspended to prioritize maintaining the array. Regarding the Immortal Master's tasks, usually, the Immortal Master would oversee the repairs, but it was said the spirit stones to power the array were nearly exhausted. Thus, the Immortal Master returned to Wanxian Island to retrieve more. Looking at the island from above, the array self checks 360 times as a small cycle, and 360 small cycles make a large cycle. As long as no red light appears in one large cycle, the array is fine. Li Fan stroked his black beard and muttered, this array is so massive yet so intricate. It is hard to imagine how it was built. 5 more days passed, and the results left the entire island staff sighing in relief. The island protection array remained undamaged. With the return of the Immortal Masters, the islanders finally felt at ease, and life on Lioli Island gradually returned to normal. Days quickly turned into weeks and then months. A few months later, refugees from other islands occasionally arrived at Lioli Island to seek shelter. These lucky survivors were only a small fraction of their original populations. Most had perished in the recent storm disaster. The Songyun Sea was vast and boundless, with countless islands of all sizes, but only those with special resources were stationed with immortal masters. Li Fan was currently looking at his information panel. He had not been idle these past few months. His daily persistence in practicing the Huanhuang heart-cleansing incantation had finally borne fruit. The panel displayed, name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physiological. However, he did not slack off. Another month passed, and he finally received word from the messenger sent by Manager Zhao. The Songyun sea storm had completely dissipated, and the next fleet's departure was imminent. 13 days later, at the Lioli Island harbor, Li Fan looked around and sighed with emotion. This must be the Chongyuan that Manager Zhao told me to find. Several people on the ship were buzzing with discussion. I do not know what kind of madness has gripped the island master, wanting to implement some kind of examination. This time, the fleet with the lowest harvest will be deemed a failure and lose their future sailing rights. What are we going to do? Some even sighed deeply. Sigh, do not even mention it. Isn't it because of the storm? I heard the island protection array at Coral Island to the south broke, and the whole island was leveled. Moreover, the tribute that Coral Island was supposed to pay has now been shifted onto our Lioli Island shoulders. They talked and then forced a bitter laugh. How is this fair? How are we supposed to live in the coming days? I heard it is only temporary. We just need to make up for the previous deficit. Suddenly, Haoba appeared from nowhere and shouted, "Look at your pathetic states, why can't you think about the benefits?" He tilted his head and asked back, "Isn't there a reward for first place? The share of the harvest increases from 3 parts to 5 parts. The crowd below was a bit defiant. Boss, stop dreaming. First place, you know our fishing skills. Every time, we barely manage to complete the quota. That is right. In my opinion, this might be our last time at sea. Why do not we just not come back and live as free and easy pirates instead?" Hearing this, Haoba offered a guarantee, "Relax, we have a talented person on board this time." He pointed at Li Fan and continued, "I guarantee everyone can return with full pockets." The people on the ship turned mocking gazes toward Li Fan. He is so fair-skinned. Has he ever even been to sea? However, Haoba angrily retorted, "You blind fools, you do not recognize a benefactor when you see one. This gentleman is a great talent specially invited by Manager Zhao. Before long, he will be taking over this ship of ours. You would better be polite." His words did not have much effect. "Boss, you have been the captain of the Chongyuan for nearly 10 years. How can you just hand it over like that?" "Exactly, my life was saved by the boss. If anyone wants to kick him out, I, Lu San, will be the first to disagree." Haoba was not angry. He just gave a cold snort. The crowd was still furious, even suggesting, "Why do not we wait until we are at sea and toss him overboard to feed the fish? After all, it is normal for someone to die at sea." At this, he finally began his presentation. "Stay calm, everyone, stay calm. Although I know you all hold me, Zhang Haoba, in high regard, the Chongyuan is ultimately Manager Zhao's property. We are just working for him." Haoba's voice rose slowly. "Now that Manager Zhao wants to change personnel, there is nothing I can do." Meanwhile, Li Fan commented inwardly, "Humph, a petty trick." He suddenly raised his voice in response. "Do you all not trust me, or do you think Manager Zhao has poor judgment, since I promised Manager Zhao that we could find treasure every time we go to sea? I certainly won't let everyone down." This confrontational attitude caused the people below to whisper among themselves. Does this kid actually have some skill? Probably. Manager Zhao's eyes are fearsome. He has basically never been wrong. Hearing this, Haoba could not help but feel uncomfortable. He raised his voice, pointed at Li Fan's face, and shouted, "What do you mean finding treasure every time we go to sea? I do not believe it. You clearly relied on connections. You think I do not know you want to steal my captain's position." Then, without letting the argument continue, he directly ordered, "Anyway, the words have been said. I want to see how you handle this. Set sail." Several ships headed out. The Chongyuan moved even without wind, leaving the port for the open sea. It did not rely on wind or manpower, but on a miniature formation powered by spirit stones. The ship also had a spirit pointer. When the presence of Lioli fish was detected in the surrounding waters, the pointer would provide direction. The workers were efficient, but the ocean was vast, and the spirit pointer's range was limited. Therefore, Highly experienced crew members were needed to find the general area where fish schools appeared. However, after a violent storm, the fish migrated, making all previous experience useless. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack, relying purely on luck. Unfortunately, luck did not bring favorable results. The Chongyuan's fortune seemed poor. Over half a month had passed, and aside from catching some common fish and finding ordinary sea minerals, there was no significant harvest. Not only were the crew members frowning in distress, but even Zhang Haoba was getting anxious. After all, there was a punishment for coming in last. Haoba looked up at the sky and muttered dejectedly, "The island rule is to return within a month. With only this much caught, we might truly have the lowest harvest. I can only hope for a chance to turn things around in the coming days. May the immortal master protect us." When he saw Li Fan, he looked over and said, "Yo, what is this? You have finally decided to come out of your cabin." Haoba added a frustrated jab as Li Fan approached. "If you had not been taking food every day, I would have thought you died inside." Unexpectedly, Li Fan paid no mind to the hostility. "I need a small boat. I have seen treasure." This declaration stunned everyone. "What?" Haoba even pointed at him and stammered, You are not joking, are you?" Li Fan slowly repeated his request. "Quickly, prepare a small boat for me. I see jewelry sparkling in the deep sea, waiting for me to retrieve it." His serious expression proved his words were true. "The opportunity is fleeting. The light of the treasure is dimming. I am about to lose the scent of it." Haoba did not waste the chance and directly ordered, "Quick, prepare the boat." The men on the ship quickly complied. "Yes, sir." Li Fan got into the boat alone, not forgetting to warn them, "Don't come over here. Wait for my signal." The people above were all curious. Why? The answer was extremely simple: "You are too loud. It breaks my concentration." Haoba and the other members were rendered speechless, frozen like statues. They watched Li Fan's retreating figure and could not help but wonder, "Boss, is it possible he is running away alone?" Haoba was much more relaxed. "What nonsense are you saying? The sea is vast, and he did not bring food. Where could he run to?" Time passed, and after 4 hours, the crowd on the ship suddenly saw a flare. "It is the signal, quick, steer the ship over there." When they got close, Li Fan pointed down into the water and declared, "The treasure is here." Haoba wasted no time and ordered, "Into the water, drop the nets." His subordinates quickly followed. "Yes, sir." When the nets were hauled up, the deck was covered in jewelry. The dazzling light made Haoba break into a sweat. 16 chests of gold and silver treasure. One man was so elated he blurted out, "Boss, mister. Li was not bragging. He really can help us return with a full ship." However, in his heart, Haoba was busy admiring Li Fan. It was real. That guy can actually find treasure sunk at the bottom of the sea. That kind of ability. A comparison followed. "He is a divergent." A divergent just like Manager Zhao. Haoba's hand clenched into a fist. "Zhang Haoba, oh Zhang Haoba. It is rare to meet a benefactor, yet you did not seize the chance and even ridiculously thought he was here to steal your tiny little fleet." Finally, he made up his mind. "No, I must go apologize. Right now." What followed happened exactly as Haoba had told himself. "As soon as I boarded the ship, Zhang Haoba sincerely clasped his hands and apologized to me. I dismissed him with a pleasant face and returned to my room to rest." The massive ship gradually reached the harbor. Having secured the treasure, the Chongyuan stopped fishing and immediately turned back to Lioli Island. After all, with such a massive haul, the crew would not feel safe until they were back on the island. At this moment, Haoba suddenly instructed, "Don't dock just yet. Lu San, sneak into the water and notify Manager Zhao. Tell him to personally send people to count this." The crew member replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." As for himself, he ordered the crowd, "Unless there is an accident, our harvest should be the highest in the fleet this time. According to the rules, we get a 50% share." Haoba carefully warned, "If outsiders count it, things might go missing. I won't feel at ease if it is not our own people." Their morale spiked instantly. "The boss is right. If even a little is missing, our hearts will ache to death." Things did not go very smoothly afterward. After waiting for a while, the Chongyuan docked. The usual counting staff were blocked by Zhang Haoba and a group of sailors. "Zhang Haoba, what is the meaning of this? Why won't you let us on the ship to count?" An old man rubbed his chin and criticized, "Looking at your ship's waterline, I am afraid you have returned empty-handed, have not you? It seems your time as captain is at an end." This attitude annoyed the crew. "What did you say?" However, Haoba spoke up to stop them. no need to argue with him. His way of handling things made Li Fan, standing behind, observe. It seems Zhang Haoba's ability to hold the captain's position on the Chongyuan is not without reason. It is just that his background and experience have limited him. Events then took a favorable turn. Very soon, Manager Zhao arrived in person with his men. The jewelry was brought ashore and thoroughly inspected. As the 16 chests were unloaded before everyone's eyes, the entire harbor was in an uproar. Consequently, the news of the Chongyuan's massive treasure haul spread and soon reached every corner of Liuli Island. The news was quickly brought by Sun Zhang. Manager, at Tianbao Pavilion, Manager Yin could not help but feel curious. What is wrong? Why such a rush? Gasping for breath, he presented the news fragmentarily. Treasure. Dozens of chests. The Chongyuan. Hearing this, she casually rebuked him. Isn't it just a dozen chests of treasure? What is there to be frightened about? Some things on the island need to be consumed. Won't they still have to go through our Tianbao Pavilion? However, Manager Yin quickly realized she had misspoken. Wait, you said the Chongyuan, the ship that Uncle Li Fan is on. Sun Zhang stated loudly. Yes, no wonder that guy could convince Manager Zhao. He was absolutely certain he could find treasure as soon as he went to sea. This ability, it is exactly like our Tianbao Pavilion's head manager. As soon as he finished, Manager Yin immediately instructed, go arrange it now. See when we can invite him for a meal. Also, send people to clean the Tingyu building, then give him the land deed. Sun Zhang obediently replied, yes, madam. Meanwhile, she could not stop wondering in her heart, could he be a spiritual treasure physique? On this side, Li Fan also had his own calculations. The legendary spiritual treasure physique could sense rare treasures as long as they existed within a certain range. As for Manager Yin, she was telling herself, the head manager of Tianbao Pavilion, Yin Yuding my sister, is exactly this kind of special physique. It was by relying on this heaven-defying ability that she was able to build everything from nothing in just over 10 years. Memories of the past were unconsciously recalled building the Tianbao Pavilion, a great merchant guild that spanned the Songyan Sea. Manager Yin's body trembled slightly as she thought of Li Fan. Now, another spiritual treasure physique has appeared. Later, at Manager Zhao's manor, Manager Zhao remarked unhurriedly, you truly are extraordinary. To salvage 16 chests of treasure on your first voyage. You have given me a great surprise. Li Fan smiled and responded politely, the harvest this time was indeed not small, but I am afraid it will be hard to find this much again in the future. The old man stroked his beard in agreement. That is only natural. How could one be lucky every time? But based on this harvest alone, it is enough for me to commission a private fleet for you. Li Fan knew when to accept. In that case, my thanks to Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao's expression suddenly turned more serious. I heard that you are calculating so hard because you seek a spot in the body refining spirit pool. Hearing this, Li Fan slowly explained, that is correct. Even with inexhaustible treasure, one will turn into yellow sand after 100 years. Only by seeking the path to immortality and achieving longevity can I ensure this life is not in vain. The old man remarked unhurriedly, at your age, to still have a heart for immortality. I am not your equal. He then continued with his story. More than 10 years ago, when I was your age, I coincidentally saved an immortal master. The immortal master asked if I was willing to follow him in cultivation, but I knew I had long passed the best age for it. Even if I practiced, I would not necessarily achieve anything. Moreover, the older one gets, the deeper the miasma in the body becomes, and the more painful it is to remove. Manager Zhao gestured toward Li Fan. Now that I am older, I feel a bit of regret. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Among the hundreds of thousands of mortals on Liuli Island, people like you are truly a rarity. Li Fan modestly replied, you flatter me. Does the manager know about the spots for the body refining spirit pool? The man then explained, I cannot help you with this directly. Opening the body refining spirit pool requires the island master's immortal master to preside over it. The spots are decided by the immortal master a year before it opens. The immortal master will announce the necessary materials, and families will collect and hand them over. Spots are decided based on the level of contribution. However, he added, but you do not need to worry. Tianbao Pavilion has branches in various island domains of the Songyan Sea. If we talk about the ability to collect materials, there are not many who can surpass them. The cunning, smiling face of Manager Yin was then remembered. Li Fan muttered to himself, Tianbao Pavilion. What followed was, as soon as I returned from Manager Zhao's manor to my small courtyard, Shenjing had been waiting for a long time. Does your manager have business with me? As for the Tingyu building land deed Shenjing brought, I did not accept it. Li Fan was then guided by Shenjing. Waiting for him was manager Yin. She was no longer wearing her mask. She officially introduced herself, manager of Tianbao Pavilion on Lioli Island, Yin Wuzhen. In total contrast, Li Fan simply introduced his name calmly, Li Fan. Manager Yin remarked, "Humph, uncle, you sure are brief. A mortal," but he himself skillfully avoided revealing anything. There is really nothing worth mentioning. She just smiled and noted, "Is the spiritual treasure physique not even worth mentioning in uncle's eyes?" This statement piqued Li Fan's interest. "Oh, what spiritual treasure physique? I do not know of it." Manager Yin curiously asked further, "Then how did you find the location of the treasure in the vast ocean?" Li Fan did not hesitate to answer, "It was just a feeling in my heart." Treated like a child, Manager Yin pouted and told herself, "And you still say you are not a spiritual treasure physique." What followed was that Yin Wuzhen, seeing that I truly seemed not to know, had no choice but to tell me about the spiritual treasure physique. Hearing this, Li Fan offered a comment, "So, your sister is also a spiritual treasure physique. How old is she this year? What does she look like? Where was she 20 years ago? And where is she now?" Manager Yin could not hide her surprise and asked back, "Could it be that you are our father who has been lost for many years?" However, after careful consideration, she quickly dismissed it. "No, you do not look like us at all."
Li Fan just lauga.
"I am just curious." Manager Yin waved her hand, deciding to change the subject. Fine. Curiosity toward your own kind, right, I understand." She unhurriedly recounted, "We were originally from Yelan Island in the north. Our parents passed away in a disaster when we were young, leaving only me and my sister to depend on each other. In my memory, my sister and I could only survive by begging every day, never knowing where our next meal would come from." Manager Yin explained everything in detail. "But I do not know when it started, but my sister could always find various valuable things in different places. Because of that, our days got better and better. Later, she founded Tianbao Pavilion single-handedly." She looked into the distance. "The unfortunate thing is, I have not seen my sister for many years." At this point, Li Fan raised his question, "Where did she go?" Manager Yin's hand reached desperately toward the sky. 3 years ago, she was noticed by a passing immortal master and taken away. She remembered her own expression at that time clearly. In the beginning, she even sent someone to bring us messages, telling us she was safe. Recounting this, Manager Yin could not help but feel bitter. But after that, we heard no more news from her. A question was posed by Li Fan, taken away by an immortal master. Could she have been taken to practice immortality? However, this guess was quickly dismissed. If that were truly the case, it would be wonderful. In the letter she sent back previously, she used a secret language only the two of us understood to tell me that her current situation was very dangerous. If she did not contact me again, it meant something had happened to her, and she told me not to look for her. The more he heard, the more curious he became. Could it be that her special constitution brought disaster? Manager Yin denied it once more. "My sister is just a mortal. What she can sense is only valuable to mortals. These treasures are like scrap metal in the eyes of those immortal masters." She looked up and commented, "Before, it was not that no immortal master noticed her special constitution, but none of them cared. I do not know why that last immortal master took her away." Manager Yin's face became more pensive. "Although my sister's fate is uncertain, the foundation she left behind is still here. I cannot let the Tianbao Pavilion she worked so hard to build be destroyed, in my hands." She even shared her own shortcomings. "I do not have that miraculous ability of my sister. After she disappeared, Tianbao Pavilion's business worsened day by day. Plus, I made some poor judgments on several items later, resulting in a large loss." Malice was constantly aimed at Manager Yin. "The elders of Tianbao Pavilion gradually became dissatisfied with me, even wanting to collude with outsiders to kick me out and divide the assets." Manager Yin's story continued. "Luckily, they still fear my sister who was taken by the immortal master, so they have not made a move yet. Thus, I used the excuse of expanding the market from Yelan Island to Lioli Island as a way to hide for a while." She put her hand on her chest and firmly continued, "I originally intended to develop here for a few years and accumulate some strength before settling the score with them. But I did not expect to meet a spiritual treasure physique on Lioli Island." Manager Yin then declared, "With your help, I can definitely manage Tianbao Pavilion well." Hearing this, Li Fan also answered honestly, I have no interest in your Tianbao Pavilion's affairs. My only wish is to cultivate for immortality. He unhurriedly explained. Previously, you promised that if I helped you obtain the fleet, you would help me get a spot in the body-refining spirit pool. You won't go back on your word, will you? The corners of Manager Yin's lips curled into a smile. Our Tianbao Pavilion always keeps its word in business. What we promised you will definitely be done. However, at these words, Li Fan's expression became serious almost immediately. However, what? She turned and walked away. Uncle, even if you can enter the body-refining spirit pool, what then? Removing the miasma from the body is no easy task. Every year, of those who enter the spirit pool, only about half succeed. Furthermore, the older you are, the higher the failure rate. Manager Yin did not forget to add a reminder. Uncle, you are not young anymore. Are you 100% sure you can succeed? Everyone has only one chance in a lifetime to enter the spirit pool. If you fail, I am afraid you must say goodbye to immortality forever. However, Li Fan's will was clearly expressed through his words. Even if there is only a 50% success rate, it is enough for me to try. But, based on what you said. Manager Yin simply smiled and replied succinctly, that is right. She continued the story. Along with my sister's last letter, she also sent a medicinal pill called the dust-cleaving pill. According to the letter, by taking this pill, the success rate of removing miasma from the body will increase. If used with the body-refining spirit pool, even at Uncle's age, there is a very high chance of success. Li Fan could not help but feel curious. With such a miraculous pill, why have not you taken it? Hearing this, Manager Yin explained seriously, Uncle, not everyone is like you, wholeheartedly wanting to cultivate. My wish is simply to do business well and protect the Tianbao Pavilion my sister left behind. He had to nod in agreement. Everyone has their own ambitions. This attitude made her show her delight. So does this mean Uncle has agreed? However, Li Fan directly turned and left. Let me go back and think. I will give you an answer in 3 days. Manager Yin could only reluctantly comply. All right then, Uncle, I will be waiting for your news. Li Fan's voice echoed back farewell. Meanwhile, Manager Yin murmured to herself, I hope that this time, I have not misjudged him. The story continued as follows. After some investigation, I confirmed that Yin Wuzhen had not lied about the dust-cleaving pill. 3 days later, I met her again and agreed to her request. We reached an agreement. Before the spirit pool opened, I would periodically help Tianbao Pavilion collect a certain amount of treasure. When the spirit pool opened, she would hand the dust-cleaving pill to me. They moved together. Since both sides had a pact, I did not hold back and tucked the agreement into my pocket. Consequently, I moved once again. Tingyu Building was located in the central area of Lioli Island. Although it was in the marketplace, it felt as secluded as being deep in the mountains. And then the search for treasure chests began. During my year at Tingyu Building, I completed 3 voyages for Lioli Island. Each time, I brought back several chests of treasure, shocking the entire island while successfully winning a dedicated fleet for Tianbao Pavilion. Li Fan's narration continued. Subsequently, every time the Tianbao Pavilion fleet went to sea, I followed. This year, Tianbao Pavilion earned a massive amount, nearly equal to its total income from the previous 5 years. I also built up prestige among the people of Tianbao Pavilion. Everyone who met me treated me with respect. However, he did not neglect his duties, nor did he abandon his cultivation. This year, whenever I had free time, I would diligently practice the Shenjing heart-cleansing incantation. Finally, something happened that made me rejoice. The energy replenishment progress of Honjan had accelerated. As for the tasks at hand before this, the replenishment progress of Honjan could only rely on natural time, reaching 100% in 20 years. After slowly increasing to a 200% limit, it stopped. I had been in the cultivation world for over a year. Based on previous patterns, the progress should have been at 6 or 7%. However, I discovered it had reached 15%. The speed had nearly doubled. The initial rate was 100% in 20 years, about 6-7% per year, but the current rate was 15% in just over a year.
Li Fan calculata cautiously.
Aside from the heart-cleansing incantation, I had not come into contact with anything else that could assist it. The only explanation was that practicing the Shenjing heart-cleansing incantation could increase Honjan's replenishment speed. He looked at the notification panel before him and muttered. Aside from the replenishment progress, both my physiological and mental age limits had increased significantly. The information was quite detailed. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physiological age, 42 per 95 increased. Mental age, 505 per 1210 increased. Ethereal replenishment progress, 115%. Anchor replenishment progress, 51%. Current anchors, 1. Locked items, Tianji Yuhuang Jinzhong, Taiyan Pearl, damaged remains of a stone tablet. At other times, Li Fan spent his time conversing with Manager Yin. Time passed quickly in cultivation. Only 1 year remained until the opening of the body-refining spirit pool. She ran over excitedly, "Uncle, Lioli Island has announced the list of materials the Immortal Master needs this time." A table for 3 was quickly set up. Sun Zhong was the first to speak. "The materials needed this time are mostly common, except for Star Sea Quicksand, which I have never heard of. It seems the key to competing for a spot this time lies in this Star Sea Quicksand." Manager Yin added, "I have not heard of it either. It seems we must ask the people of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce." He looked cautiously at the documents in his hand before responding. "Those people are like reincarnated starving ghosts. I am afraid we will have to pay a heavy price." Following that was Li Fan's voice. "No matter what, we must obtain the Star Sea Quicksand. I must secure a spot in the spirit pool." Regarding the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, they were not a local guild of the Songyan Sea but came from a continent tens of thousands of miles away. The chamber had the support of immortal masters, allowing them to easily cross infinite sea regions to do business in this remote Lioli Island. Manager Yin's eyebrows knitted together. Traveling merchant. "We have 1 year to prepare. The traveling merchant from Wanhua Chamber of Commerce will pass through the Songyan Sea in 3 months. I can contact him then." However, Li Fan quickly reminded her, "We cannot pin all our hopes on the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. Over the past year, Lioli Island has taken in many refugees from across the Songyan Sea. Perhaps someone among them knows of this Star Sea Quicksand. We can ask them. Other forces on the island will also be searching for it, so we need to monitor them." In his heart, he was silently calculating. The materials needed for the body-refining spirit pool had been announced, and the news had spread across Lioli Island. Even ordinary people who usually did not care knew that the major forces were searching for something called Star Sea Quicksand. And today, Xiao Hung suddenly came to Tingyu Building. Li Fan did not waste any time and questioned him directly. "I wonder what business the little brother has with me." Xiao Hung, sitting opposite, responded unhurriedly, "I heard that recently, old brother Li has also been searching for Star Sea Quicksand." Li Fan did not hesitate to admit it. "That is right. I am old and wish to cultivate. I can only rely on the body-refining spirit pool. Why do you know of this thing?" Waiting for that moment, the boy directly made a suggestion. "Back when the Immortal Master descended upon our great Li, he promised that if we gathered all the materials he needed, he could lead a group of people to the cultivation world. Among those materials was Star Sea Quicksand." Li Fan's gaze wavered for a split second. "Oh, why do not I have an impression of that?" Xiao Hung explained with a bit of embarrassment. When it was announced to the world, several items were removed from the public list. They were treated as pre-reserved spots for the great families of Great Li. The item my Jinnan King Manor was tasked with finding was this Star Sea Quicksand. Li Fan reached forward and declared, "Speak, what are your conditions?" The boy told his story. "Previously, you paid for Chong Yu's burial, which was a favor to me. I should not be like this, but life on Lioli Island is truly too difficult. I do not have great talent like old brother Li, and I am still living in the slums." Hearing this, Li Fan replied, "Little brother, say no more. I know your difficulties. I must obtain this item. As long as you can provide clues, name your requests, and I will do my best to satisfy them." Xiao Heng's expression became delighted almost immediately. "In that case, I thank old brother in advance." He continued to explain, "Actually, this item is not rare. It is just that the Immortal Master's name for it is different from us mortals. In reality, Star Sea Quicksand is simply meteors from the sky." Li Fan stroked his long beard and murmured, "Star Sea Quicksand. So that is what it is. But is any meteor stone fine? Are there other special requirements?" Xiao Hung excitedly replied, "There are, old brother, there are." The two of them talked for a long time. Afterward, Xiao Hung slowly listed the specific requirements. First, the appearance of the meteor must be good. The surface cannot have pits or protrusions. Next, the weight of a single piece must be at least 50 grams. After that, I listened and memorized everything. After listening to the details, Li Fan raised a question. "All right, I understand. Tell me, what does little brother want?" Xiao Hung scratched his face and explained softly, "I just want a slightly better place to live. plus a light job. Of course, it would be even better if I could have a few servants to help me clean. This made Li Fan burst out laughing. The dignified son of the Jinnan king has only these requests. Why do not we add a bit more? I still have some influence at Tianbao Pavilion. Xiao Heng nodded and accepted the kindness. I know my own limits. Being able to eat and live well without having to live such a tiring life is enough for me. If I suddenly had wealth that made people's eyes turn red with envy, it would likely lead to disaster instead. Li Fan watched Xiao Heng leave. I did not force him. After Xiao Heng chatted with me for a bit and bid farewell, I asked, do you have plans to cultivate? After all, you went through so much trouble to reach the cultivation world. You should not let the trip go to waste, right? However, he just waved his hand and politely declined. Let us talk about it later. I really have no interest in cultivation. That Shenhuang heart-cleansing incantation makes me sleepy as soon as I look at it. Everything proceeded from there. After seeing Xiao Heng off, I went directly to Tianbao Pavilion. Manager Yin presented her curiosity. Star Sea quicksand is just meteors. Is it that simple? Li Fan offered his thoughts calmly. He likely was not lying, but we still need to verify it. He looked at the person beside him and asked, didn't you say the traveling merchant from the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce would arrive at Lioli Island soon? Why not try to find out the truth from him? Manager Yin nodded in agreement. Good idea. It is best if we can save on expenses. Li Fan continued with another strategy. Regardless, we should still quietly buy up meteors that fit the requirements first. Not many people know about this yet, but that might not be true for long. He cautiously considered several aspects. Furthermore, when buying, we must buy them along with other things to deceive people's eyes and ears. In that plan, Sun Zhong would act as a decoy, claiming Star Sea quicksand was actually dog treasure or stones from the Lioli fish. Everyone around would be curious. Li Fan's voice continued. At the same time, we can have people spread false rumors regarding Star Sea quicksand on the market to muddy the waters. Hearing this, Manager Yin could only exclaim, Uncle, you are truly not simple. I only knew you were a spiritual treasure physique. I did not expect you to be able to devise such a perfect plan for everything. She could not help but wonder, what did Uncle do before? Li Fan looked toward the distance and said, I just taught people how to learn. Manager Yin puffed out her cheeks. Humph, I do not believe you. However, at this point, Li Fan turned to leave. All right, I will leave the matters to you. I still need to go cultivate. Unless there is a special situation, do not disturb me. All right, handle the matter I promised Xiao Heng as well. Manager Yin watched his back and asked herself, great fortune, why is even a small matter like helping Xiao Heng considered great fortune? Has my ability to divine luck and disaster failed? In her heart, she remembered the past. Although I do not have my sister's ability to sense treasures, I have been able to predict luck and disaster since I was a child. Ever since I met Uncle, every task he assigns shows great fortune in my premonitions. Manager Yin's expression changed accordingly. One must know, before meeting Uncle, I had never encountered a great fortune event. Although I do not know what kind of achievements Uncle will have in the future, I trust my intuition. I must do my utmost to help him. Things continued to develop. Thus, under Yin Wuzhen's instructions, Tianbao Pavilion operated at full capacity. I heard Star Sea quicksand is a dog treasure. Are you crazy or am I? I heard Star Sea quicksand is actually a stone from the Lioli fish. Do you think? However, some forces thought it better to buy first and see later. Even if it is fake, it can be resold. They bought everything related to the rumors. Consequently, other forces could not sit still anymore and joined the buying frenzy. We will take all the dog treasures here, already sold out. Li Fan was currently sitting in cultivation. I am the one who started this, yet I am peacefully cultivating within Tingyu building. 3 months passed. Finally, Yin Wuzhen contacted the traveling merchant of the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. 2 familiar figures were on the boat. This morning, Yin Wuzhen and I took a small Tianbao Pavilion boat, left Lioli Island, and headed 10 miles north to the agreed-upon sea area. They looked up and saw a flying ship appearing in the sky. A voice drifted down from the vessel. Haha, Manager Yin, long time no see. Li Fan observed as it descended toward the water. The flying ship came above them and then slowly settled onto the surface. On this side, Manager Yin was thinking to herself, humph humph, seeing a flying ship for the first time will surely startle him, right? However, seeing Li Fan's expressionless face, she could not help but feel disappointed. What? No reaction at all. Wu Hang's voice rang out, Manager Yin, it has been a long time. Manager Yin responded politely, Traveling merchant Wu, the last time we met was 3 years ago, was not it? He stepped forward while wondering, time truly flies. This gentleman is. Manager Yin explained unhurriedly, this is an elder invited by our Tianbao pavilion. Wu Hang gave a bright smile and then clasped his hands in greeting. A pleasure. Manager Yin, let us go inspect the goods first. I am afraid after this time, it will be very difficult for us to meet again. These words made her a bit confused. What do you mean? Has some incident occurred? However, he just replied calmly, I do not know the specific reason myself. It is just that a few days ago, I suddenly received a notice from headquarters. All traveling merchants in the Songyan Sea are to suspend all. Wu Hang added with an uncomfortable expression, if I had not already set a date for this transaction with you, I would probably be on my way back by now. Therefore, this transaction cannot be delayed. It must be quick. As soon as he spoke, Manager Yin thought to herself, the reason Tianbao Pavilion could expand so much on Lioli Island was that the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce was behind us. Now that they are suddenly withdrawing from the Songyan Sea, what will happen to our future business? Why did not my luck divining ability react to this? Wu Hang's call rang out, drawing her focus back. Manager Yin. Manager Yin responded with a smile, forgive me, I was lost in thought. Let us go inspect the goods now. Please. The three of them walked together into the cargo hold. I led Wu Hang through various goods, 16 pairs of jade, 23 coral items, and 46 night luminescent pearls. When he saw the necessary item, Li Fan immediately spoke up, Star Sea Quicksand, 3 pieces. Wu Hang could not believe it. What, let me see. However, he was able to easily lift the massive stone. Li Fan thought to himself, these meteors are at least 50 grams. In his hand, they are like toys. Wu Hang gently set the stone down, followed by a comment, good. Then he turned to them, Manager Yin, you are truly lucky this time to have collected something as good as Star Sea Quicksand. Li Fan turned to look at Manager Yin. It was confirmed that Xiao Heng had not been wrong. They continued to move together. Wu Hang was very satisfied with the goods Tianbao Pavilion provided this time. Since they would not be meeting for a long time, he specifically invited us to be guests on the Wanhua Chamber's flying vessel. Wu Hang introduced things enthusiastically. After we had eaten and drunk our fill, he led us to the ship's storage. These are things I have collected from various islands in the Songyan Sea. Some are worth a fortune, and some I do not even know the use for, but they looked rare, so I bought them. If you too are interested, you can choose a few items from here. Manager Yin's eyes lit up at the sight of the treasures. Heavens, based on my luck divination, coming here is like a mouse falling into a jar of rice. They were all mundane treasures I had no interest in, but seeing her eager look, I decided to stroll with her. Wu Hang kept a smile on his face. You only have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Meanwhile, she had already started inspecting the surrounding objects. Uncle, look, this jade bracelet is so beautiful. Li Fan agreed unhurriedly. The material is not bad. He picked up a stone and commented inwardly, after 300 years of reincarnation, I have no interest in mundane treasures. As long as it is not related to cultivation, I do not care. However, Li Fan's gaze changed instantly. Because before him was a notification, detected an item capable of energy replenishment, Heaven and Earth Rare Treasure Sea Pearl Seed. Proceed with energy replenishment, yes/no. In Li Fan's mind, calculations immediately sprang up. Another Heaven and Earth Rare Treasure. Sea Pearl Seed. Where there are changes in the sea, a sea pearl naturally forms. Moreover, it is a Heaven and Earth Rare Treasure in its nurturing stage, not yet fully formed. He gently set the stone down. I can't be. I should not show too much excitement. Leave it for now. Next, he maintained an expressionless face. I pretended not to care while looking at things around it. Right until Wu Hang announced the time was up, I did not look at that sea pearl again. Manager Yin was curious when she saw Li Fan had not picked anything. Uncle, are not you going to choose? Wu Hang suddenly interjected from afar. Manager Yin is right. There is no reason to enter a mountain of treasure and return empty-handed. Wouldn't that be looking down on me? Go pick some more. Li Fan could only follow his lead. In that case, I shall listen to you. Then Li Fan requested, I will take these too. Seeing this, Wu Hang became even more generous. The elder truly has a good eye. This ancient jade statue is something I found on a deserted island north of the Sanjiayun Sea. It was worshipped by a primitive tribe for thousands of years. It is quite mystical. If an ordinary person keeps it in their house, it has the effect of calming the mind and strengthening the body. The goal was gradually being achieved. Li Fan smoothly brought up the box containing the stone from before. Then what about this? Wu Hang explained lazily. Oh, that, I got it from a fisherman on Lu Yun Island. He murmured that information to himself. Lu Yun Island. Time passed until the afternoon, and the ship departed. This time, the transaction between the two parties ended. The Manhwa Chamber of Commerce received a batch of treasures, while Immortality received a large amount of gold and silver along with several treasures. Li Fan's gaze turned toward manager Yin beside him. On the way back, although she had a large harvest, it was still hard to hide the worry on her face. Are you worried about Tianbao Pavilion's future business? Hearing this, she only answered sadly yes. Without the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce, we have lost an important sales channel. I do not know why they are suddenly withdrawing. The two of them looked into the distance. When the car reaches the mountain, there will surely be a road. There is no need to worry too much. As for what happened afterward, upon returning to Liulai Island at night, I immediately went to Tingyu Building. This journey was originally just to verify if Star Sea Quicksand was a meteor, but I did not expect to gain this treasure. It truly is an unexpected joy. Li Fan cautiously observed the stone in front of him. I just do not know what is special about this sea pearl. Why is this tiny bead named sea? Could it be that it truly contains an ocean within? However, a sound from the door drew Li Fan's gaze. His alertness spiked. It is not even dawn yet. Who would come to disturb me at this time? Li Fan stood close to the door and questioned in a level voice. Who is it? Li Fan opened the door and called Xiao Hung into the house. Little brother, come inside to speak. As soon as Xiao Hung entered, he spoke in a rush. Old brother Li, something terrible has happened. The fact that we crossed over from the Li realm has been leaked, he asked. Who leaked it? The boy Panic recounted what he had heard. I do not know. But now the whole island knows we are not people of the cultivation world and that we crossed the border through Tianbao Pavilion. I heard the Immortal Master is furious and wants to capture and kill everyone. Hearing this, Li Fan only stroked his beard and gave a faint smile. He calmed Xiao Heng's spirits. Don't worry, this is not a big problem. The boy was quite surprised by his reaction. Why would old brother Li say that? Li Fan shared his thoughts with Xiao Hung. If the Immortal Master truly wanted to kill us, our heads would have been separated from our necks long ago. Why would he let us know the news and give us time to plan? In my view, this matter is not aimed at us. The target of the whistleblower is Tianbao Pavilion. After speaking, Li Fan left immediately without explaining too much to Xiao Hung. I hurried to Tianbao Pavilion. Manager Yin was beside me. I also received the news. The forces on the island found out the Star Sea Quicksand rumors were our doing, and since they were unwilling to accept their losses, they spread rumors that Tianbao Pavilion was secretly helping mortals cross the border. Li Fan added, they just want us to hand over some Star Sea Quicksand. Since we took the initiative and collected quite a lot, let us just give up a portion. Let them bite and scramble among themselves. They will surely start fighting each other soon. 3 days later, Tianbao Pavilion met with the various forces on Liuli Island and presented the following demands. After that day, Tianbao Pavilion made its decision. It agreed to hand over a portion of the Star Sea Quicksand, but in exchange, the opposing parties had to provide materials of equal value. Furthermore, the specific distribution of the Star Sea Quicksand among the different houses would be decided by the houses themselves. Li Fan personally negotiated with the other side. Ultimately, he ensured that one spot in the body refining spirit pool was reserved for Tianbao Pavilion. This condition was not overly harsh, so after some discussion, both parties quickly reached a reconciliation. Xiao Hung heard the news. After paying a price of several dozen meteorites, Tianbao Pavilion successfully escaped the vortex of conflict. Almost within a day, the rumors regarding the illegal border crossing on the island vanished without a trace. He immediately ran to report to Li Fan, old brother Li, everything is truly fine now. Some time passed, and the day for the opening of the spirit pool finally arrived. I had waited a long time for this day. After today, I would eliminate the miasma from my body and officially step onto the path of cultivation. Li Fan visited manager Yin once, and she handed him a purple pill, urging him to take it. Uncle, quickly swallow this lichen pill. After taking it, Li Fan went to the gathering place of the other candidates. Having consumed the lichen pill provided by Yin Wuzhen, I was led by a specialist into the formation in the center of Liuli Island. A total of 13 people entered the formation. Aside from me, they were all teenagers in their early teens. The group stood in a forest at the foot of a mountain. In an instant, our environment changed completely, shifting from a noisy marketplace to the deep mountains. Lush, green trees surrounded us, and undulating mountain ranges stretched into the distance. Li Fan was left behind by the group and panted as he chased after them. Looking up, the mountain peak was hidden in a thick mist, its silhouette invisible. Our group climbed the stone stairs. After 2 hours without rest, the physical constitutions of these youths proved extraordinary. Despite climbing for so long, they were not even out of breath. I, on the other hand, was no longer young. I was huffing and puffing, barely managing to keep up. Li Fan finally caught up with the group. After another hour, we finally reached the peak. The summit was merely a small patch of land where everyone stood scattered, feeling somewhat cramped. This mountain was the highest among the peaks. Looking around, a vast sea of clouds churned with every gust of wind, occasionally revealing mountain tops like isolated islands. While they were occupied with the view from the summit, a voice suddenly came from behind. "How is the scenery here?" The newcomer was Immortal Master He, the guardian of Lioli Island. Immortal Master He, upon seeing him, everyone greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Immortal Master." Each of them vied to offer endless praise. "The scenery here is magnificent. It truly is a sacred land of the immortals. I have never seen such a wondrous sight before. It makes one's heart surge." Immortal Master He walked to the edge of the cliff and spoke to them at length. "When I first arrived at Lioli Island, the height of this mountain was merely at the bottom of all the peaks, beneath the sea of clouds." He looked toward the distant hills and asked with a smile, "Do you know that the mountains in this world, just like people, can slowly grow taller?" One candidate was astonished upon hearing this. Is that true? Could these great mountains also be living things?" Immortal Master He explained to them, "Some mountains look tall, but in reality, their destiny has ended, and they cannot take another step forward." Li Fan listened intently as he continued, "Some are currently just a small mound of earth, but possess immense potential. Who knows if they will become pillars that pierce the heavens thousands of years from now?" Immortal Master He pointed toward the mountains below. Like this peak of lesser glimmer. Previously it was small and insignificant, yet in just a few decades, it can already look down upon those lesser mountains. He used the mountain as a lecture for them. Of course, many more are like the mountains beneath the sea of clouds, destined to be mere background from beginning to end, silently looking up at the peaks above the clouds. Suddenly, Immortal Master He's voice carried a hint of gravity. "If mountains are like this, how are humans any different?" He praised those who had climbed to the summit. "Today, you are fortunate enough to enter the spirit pool and wash away the miasma from your bodies. Whether you can step onto the path of immortality, or even have hope for the great Tao of longevity, and whatever your future achievements may be, it all depends on your own providence." Wasting no more time, Immortal Master He urged them forward. "Regardless of what happens in the future, you must give your all today. That is all. Go." One candidate spoke up, "Immortal Master He, may I ask where the body refining spirit pool is?" He pointed forward. "Right there." Someone said in disbelief, "Could the Immortal Master be joking?" Immortal Master He let out a sigh and raised his hand. The next second, that person's head was separated from their body. The group witnessed this in horror and screamed, the head flew off. They knelt and pleaded piteously, "Immortal Master, spare us, we dare not doubt the Immortal Master, spare our lives." Immortal Master He spoke in a low, threatening voice, "Let this be a lesson to you. When entering the path of cultivation, vision and judgment are also very important. Weigh carefully what can be said and what cannot. Do not wait until the day your body perishes and your Tao vanishes to blame me for not reminding you today." Li Fan stepped forward and bowed to him. "I have learned." Then he walked straight to the edge of the cliff. He extended his foot past the edge. With a powerful thrust, he leaped down. Li Fan calmly jumped, much to the shock of all the other candidates. His attitude also wavered. Immortal Master He's thoughts. Excellent mental state. It is just a pity he is so old. Li Fan plummeted down, leaving the crowd above staring after him. Immortal Master He turned to the people kneeling on the ground. "He has already entered the pool. The sooner you enter, the more spirit liquid you can claim. Go." Quickly, no one dared to disobey and replied in unison, "Yes." Initially, Li Fan was enjoying the energy from the spirit liquid. The cloud burst carried me into a vast sea. The surrounding white clouds constantly gathered toward me. In a flash, they condensed into a white spirit liquid. Inside, I did not feel suffocated. Instead, I felt incredibly warm and comfortable, like a fetus in a mother's womb. My mind gradually relaxed completely. But then the warmth became hot, the heat became boiling, and the boiling became like an intense roasting fire. From the outside, he looked as if he were inside a blazing flame. It gradually enveloped Li Fan's entire body. The heat felt as if it were burning his internal organs. A surge of heat, like lava, rampaged through my body, tearing and gouging every inch of my nerves. This kind of pain was truly beyond human endurance. I instinctively wanted to call upon Huanzhan. However, it could not shake his powerful will. 300 years of arduous searching was not it for this very moment. No matter what, I cannot give up. I must cultivate, I want longevity. Li Fan endured the pain of burning skin, cracking bones, and a sensation like a knife dismembering his soul over and over, endless and eternal. My consciousness began to dissipate. Yet even at this moment, the obsession in my heart made me persist. I did not activate Huanzhan. Slowly, he adapted to the spirit liquid and began to absorb it. Instinct replaced my conscious mind. The Shenhuang heart-cleansing incantation began to operate at this moment. My consciousness seemed to find an anchor, beginning to condense and grow stronger. Though still in a state of semi-unconsciousness, I was like a rock by the sea no matter how the storms lashed against me. I did not fall. Immortal Master, he used his spiritual power to monitor the progress of the spirit pool. Of the 12 who entered, 11 had already come out. 4 succeeded, and 7 failed. Now, only one person remained in the pool. He remembered the consequences for elderly people who sought to cultivate by entering the spirit pool before. They were tortured to a terrifying degree. The older a mortal was, the more the immortal mortal barrier and the flesh became inseparable. The body-refining spirit pool worked by thoroughly destroying the body to force out the miasma and then using the power of rebirth to reconstruct it. The pain endured was unimaginable. This made Immortal Master he very surprised that Li Fan was still holding on. At such an age, to persist for 3 consecutive days under the destruction of the spirit pool. This person's will is terrifyingly firm. If he succeeds in refining his body, reaching the foundation establishment stage will certainly not be difficult. Even the golden core stage might. Another 3 days passed. Immortal Master, he began to feel restless. If I could not still sense that his life aura is stable, I would really want to rush in and see what on earth is happening. He sat and pondered. Another 3 days. This body-refining spirit pool was created by the Dongji Heaven sect of the Myriad Immortal Alliance. Theoretically, it should not malfunction. Can someone really persist in there for this long? Immortal Master, he looked toward the pool with an indescribable gaze. 9 days have passed. The materials maintaining the spirit pool formation are almost exhausted. If the formation ends, it can only be considered this kid's bad luck. It has nothing to do with me, he Zheng Hao. But with a temperament and will like his, if he succeeds. He was very interested in Li Fan. Forget it, forget it. Consider it a bet that this kid will have extraordinary achievements in the future. He secretly used his energy to support Li Fan. These are things I secretly set aside for myself. You better not disappoint me, kid. Time ticked away. 2 more days passed. Finally, Li Fan emerged. Immortal Master, he saw him come out and greeted him warmly. Haha, congratulations, little friend, from now on, you are free of all restraints and have hope for longevity. This attitude made Li Fan very confused. Why is he being so polite and enthusiastic toward me? He gave an awkward laugh and said to Li Fan, little friend, you do not know you were in there for 11 days. The materials for this formation were exhausted long ago. I spent a great deal of my own resources to add more for you. Li Fan was shocked and could not believe it. What? While Immortal Master he was talking, Li Fan thought, you're surprised too, are not you? 3 days ago, he had opened his system to check, and the stats had made an unexpected breakthrough. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physiological age, 42 per 1201 increased. Mental age, 505 per 2053 increased. Ethereal replenishment progress, 121%. Anchor replenishment progress, 51%. Current anchors, 1. Bound items, Tianji Yuhuang Jinzhong, Taiyan Pearl, damaged remains of a stone tablet. Cultivation method, Shenhuang heart refining incantation. His physiological age limit had broken the 100-year barrier, and even more exaggerated was his mental age limit, which had nearly doubled, reaching over 2,000 years. Though Immortal Master he continued talking about what happened on the 9th day, Li Fan did not hear a word, focusing solely on the system. And why did the Shenhuang heart cleansing incantation become the Shenhuang heart refining incantation? Li Fan restrained himself and bowed to Immortal Master. Now is not the time for a close look. I will study it later. I dare not forget the immortal master's kindness, and will certainly repay you in the future. The man replied with a polite smile, "What are you saying, little friend? The immortal Tao is arduous. I merely helped where I could." Immortal master, he took out a manual on qi refining and introduced it to Li Fan. After eliminating the miasma, the next step is to sense the heaven and earth spiritual qi and lead it into the body. If you can condense a strand of spiritual qi within you, it means you have entered the qi refining stage. This 5 spirits qi sensing method is a summary of previous experiences regarding sensing qi. You must study it carefully. Also, keep this lichen charm with you before you successfully lead qi into your body. Li Fan listened and took the items to examine them. You still live in the secular world and interact with mortals daily. Over time, it is inevitable that you will be tainted by miasma again. This lichen charm can help shield you from its intrusion, but it is hard to maintain. It only lasts for about 5 years. He looked at Li Fan expectantly. After you break through to the qi refining stage, you can come to the island to find me. At that time, I will lead you to our Myriad Immortal Alliance's headquarters. In the Songyun, see the Myriad Immortal Island. Li Fan did not want to linger. He Zhenghao explained the precautions for the qi leading process in detail. Once the instructions were finished, I bid farewell and left. After he left, the immortal master's expression changed. The potential of this mountain is exhausted. It is time to change to another. He used his magic power to fly toward the spirit pool. The cultivation method I practice is called the mountain seeding technique. The immortal master flew among the hills and began using his energy. The greatest feature of the mountain seeding technique is reaping rewards while sitting on the mountain. By choosing a mountain, sitting upon it, and operating the technique for several years, one can merge their aura with the mountain. Thereafter, for every inch the mountain grows, one's cultivation will be nurtured in return, and rise accordingly. That was also the reason he helped Li Fan. Aside from profiting from the mountain's growth, he could also gain benefits by helping others. For instance, if Li Fan broke through to the qi refining stage in the future, he Zhenghao would receive a karmic return, boosting his own cultivation. This power also gave the immortal master many advantages. It was not stealing the other's cultivation, but rather when one attains the Tao, even their pets ascend scenario. How much he gave decided how much he would harvest later, so when meeting a promising junior, he was never stingy with his help. The scene shifted to Li Fan, who had just returned home. He immediately checked his Dharma artifacts. From the moment I left the central formation, I did not alert anyone and secretly returned to Tingyu building. I immediately tried operating the unexpectedly appeared Shenhuang heart refining incantation. As soon as I started, I discovered the difference between the heart refining and heart cleansing versions. Cultivation had now become easy for him. Practicing the heart cleansing incantation required half an hour to slowly calm the mind. But once the heart refining incantation is used, in just a moment, I feel my heart is as clear as a mirror. Simultaneously, while practicing it, but Li Fan had a doubt. Why did the Shenhuang heart cleansing incantation turn into this miraculous heart refining version? Immortal techniques cannot be practiced simultaneously. Does this heart refining incantation count as a cultivation technique? He took out a letter that had just been delivered to read. I am only one step away from the threshold of being a cultivator, and I have gained a miraculous technique. I feel a bit light-headed. But just a few days later, I received a letter. The letter was from Xiao Hung. Li Fan remembered his previous words, "I just want a decent house and a light job." As he read the letter, his face changed color. What? Li Fan tried to remember what Xiao Hung had said. "I have no interest in cultivation." In his memory, those words were fresh. How long has it been? How did he successfully eliminate the miasma and directly break through to the qi refining stage? But he could only accept it. I read the letter Xiao Hung sent over and over before unwillingly accepting the truth. Li Fan finally understood. It turned out that on the day I comforted him, Xiao Hung went home still anxious and unable to sleep. When he closed his eyes, he saw terrifying images of the immortal master, descending to slaughter the people of the Li realm. Xiao Hung practiced because of insomnia. To sleep peacefully and to become a cultivator so he would not have to live in fear every day, he began to seriously practice the Shenhuang heart cleansing incantation. What he did not expect was that Xiao Hung had such potential. He had used less than a month to purge the miasma entirely. Then, after just one sleep, he successfully led qi into his body. The letter also recounted that while he was trying to be intimate with a maidservant, a light hug almost cost the maid her life. Finally, he confirmed he was a cultivator. Immortal and mortal are forever separated. Thus, after I left the spirit pool, Xiao Heng met He Zhenghao. The immortal master wanted to cry but had no tears. My materials were used to form a karmic bond with that old man. If I had known, I would have saved them for now. This kid clearly has a talent hundreds of times stronger than that old man. He Zhenghao confirmed Xiao Heng was not lying and, with a look of immense regret, led him away. Li Fan read the message he left behind, his body trembling. I owe my current self to your protection. Now I hear you have successfully purged the miasma. You will likely break through soon. I will go ahead and wait for your grand arrival at Myriad Immortal Island. When we meet, if you need anything, I will certainly face death without hesitation. Li Fan's eyebrows furrowed so tightly they almost touched. Is this the legendary peerless talent, breaking through to the chi refining stage entirely on his own without any help? But he was confident that Xiao Heng was no match for him. So what if he is a peerless talent? What I rely on is the infinite chances to start over granted by Huanzhan. With Huanzhan in hand, no matter how talented someone is, I have the confidence to overwhelm them. Setting that aside, Li Fan took out the Qi refining manual. Now the most important thing is leading Qi into the body. Let us look at the 5 spirits Qi sensing method He Zhenghao gave me. Inside were very detailed instructions. The book stated, in ancient times, there was the theory of spiritual roots. Back then, only mortals with spiritual roots could cultivate. There were common elemental roots like gold, wood, water, fire and earth, as well as attribute roots like lightning, wind, and darkness. But not everyone had them. Spiritual roots were granted by the heavens. Only those lucky enough to be favored by the heavens could sense the laws of the world and qualify to attain the Tao and ascend. But there are countless mortals in the world, and those with spiritual roots are a tiny minority. For most, cultivation was something they could only hope for but never obtain. How unfair this was. But in fact, there was still some luck. In ancient times, there was the supporting Tao. The immortal sovereign mirrored heaven and earth. Facing countless mortals with no hope of seeking immortality, he taught the path of longevity. The sovereign said, I want to become an immortal. Why must I beg the heavens? If the heavens do not give, I shall take it myself. Following heaven makes one mortal. Defying heaven makes one immortal. Li Fan's expression changed as he read, defy the principles of heaven and earth to prove longevity. He turned to the next page. The following content was the 5 spirits Qi sensing method. The meaning of the 5 spirits Qi sensing refers to the 5 innate human emotions: greed, fear, anger, and hatred, and one other. These 5 emotions are hidden deep within the heart, inexhaustible and eternally rising. They were the stepping stones for practice. The 5 spirits Qi sensing used these 5 spirits as fuel to nurture the root of heaven and earth in the Dantian. This root connected the cultivator's Dantian to the world. Once formed, the cultivator could use it to forcibly absorb world spiritual Qi and make it their own. Those with excellent talent could cultivate the root of heaven and earth in a day and a night. Li Fan put the book away and sat down to begin practicing. Even someone with 0 talent can form their root of heaven and earth through daily discipline within 10 years. Just like that, day after day, 3 years passed, and I still had not successfully led Qi. He sat calmly as if in meditation, with a protective circle around him that nothing could affect. Although the 5 spirits Qi sensing requires using the 5 emotions as fuel to form the root of heaven and earth, I practice the heart-refining incantation, so these 5 emotions accumulate very little. Li Fan practiced until late afternoon before leaving the house. Having been home for so long, I felt a need for movement and decided to go for a walk. While walking, someone suddenly called out to him, "Elder Li." He immediately turned his head. The person calling him was Haoba. He stepped forward to greet him. "Elder Li, long time no see." Li Fan also asked warmly, "So it is you? It has been a few years. How have you been lately?" Haoba gave an embarrassed smile and scratched his head. "Thanks to you, the fleet's profits over the past few years have been quite good. Especially your legend, it always attracts a large number of young people wanting to join the fleet. Our treatment and status on the island have also improved significantly, but..." He told Li Fan his upcoming plans. "My brothers from the Chongyuan and I are preparing to leave Lioli Island." Li Fan could not help but wonder, if life is good, why suddenly think of leaving? Haoba gave a bitter smile. "I won't hide it from Elder Li lately. My brothers and I have encountered many strange things at sea." He felt it was strange because sailing was too smooth. "The last few times we went to sea, as soon as we dropped the nets, we caught 1,000 pounds of fish. 9 out of 10 nets were like that, with every kind of fish imaginable. It was as if all the fish at the bottom of the sea were fleeing and gathering in one place. They had also gone to sea to check the situation. My brothers and I have lived on Lioli Island since childhood and know the surrounding reefs very well. But recently we found that more reefs are exposed. In the past, water levels changed annually, but this year's change is clearly abnormal. The brothers are all a bit worried. Haoba's voice was somewhat tense. And one more thing that worries us even more, in the past 3 years, not a single storm has occurred. Not just around Lioli Island, but the entire Songyan Sea is the same. Li Fan was also a bit puzzled. Storms have vanished. Haoba was not happy about the lack of storms. On the contrary, he was more worried. Storms. Since the day I was born, there has never been a year without them. At most, there were a dozen a year. At least, 2 or 3. Now 3 years without a storm. Some people on the island are clapping and saying it is the Immortal Master's protection, but my brothers and I do not think so. He voiced his inner thoughts, which were highly unusual. Surely, something significant was about to happen. Li Fan also gave Haoba a slight warning, noting that the island was protected by a great array and overseen by Immortal Master He, so they should be able to handle any situation. Since leaving one's hometown was no small matter, they needed to think it through carefully. Haoba agreed, saying, "Elderly is right. My brothers and I will consider it further." Soon, a brief interlude passed as I continued my cultivation. As time flowed and another year went by, Yen Wuzhen finally accumulated enough strength and returned to Yelam Island in high spirits to reclaim her position as the chief manager of the Tianbao Pavilion headquarters. Li Fan smiled instinctively as he read the letter from Manager Yen. Yelam Island had stabilized, and after spending a few years securing the situation there, she had sent someone to bring him the good news. However, his expression shifted when he read the letter from Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng also frequently sent messengers to inquire about Li Fan's recent situation. He was progressing at lightning speed and had already reached the mid-stage of the qi refining realm. He also received a letter from Haoba. Zhang Haoba had ultimately chosen to leave the Songyan Sea with some brothers from the Shangyuan merchant house. Amidst the world's disputes, I remained patient in my practice. Li Fan continued his path of cultivation. On this day, a wisp of worldly spiritual energy followed the route of heaven and earth, slowly flowing into my dantian before rapidly spreading throughout my body. In the 7th year since I entered the cultivation world, I finally reached the qi refining realm. Upon breaking through to this realm, he felt as if he had undergone a rejuvenation. Stepping into the qi refining realm in a single morning, I sensed a massive transformation in my body. The spiritual energy surged within me, silently nourishing and altering my aging physique. Li Fan also attempted to circulate his qi technique to test it. The wrinkles on his face vanished, and his skin became soft and smooth once more. Through this rejuvenation, my constitution was immensely strengthened. I could now manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into various forms. He hurriedly checked his stats. After breaking through to the qi refining realm, my lifespan limit reached 199. Name, Li Fan. Realm, early stage qi refining. Biological age, 49 per 199. Mental age, 510 per 2169. It was mentioned in the 5 spirits qi sensing technique that although a cultivator's lifespan far exceeds that of commoners, it is still heavily suppressed compared to the primeval era. Li Fan took out the long-hidden secret. Next, I retrieved the Heavenly Secret Jade Emperor Golden Chapter from the Taiyan bead. Heavenly Secret Jade Emperor Golden Chapter. A nascent soul realm cultivation technique. Current number of practitioners, 0. Now that I have finally entered the qi refining realm, I am eager to know its contents. As he opened it, a stream of knowledge flowed into his brain. Sensing the jade slip, in an instant, countless characters and images flooded into my mind like a rising tide. I felt as though a great deal of information was being forced into my head, making my temples throb slightly. Fortunately, my divine sense was significantly stronger than that of an average qi refining cultivator, and I quickly adapted. Outside, a thunderclap shook the heavens. After a long while, I finally gained a rough understanding. The Jade Emperor Golden Chapter was an ancient technique practiced by the Heavenly Secret Sect. They believed that all things in heaven and earth possess their own thoughts, much like humans, though they are usually difficult to detect. Heavenly secrets are formed from many elements, but just as a human radiates killing intent, all things in heaven and earth also emit various qi mechanisms. And like those terrifying thunderclaps and cyclones, when heaven sends forth killing intent, all things perish, and the stars shift their positions. Or like those brutal battles, when Earth sends forth killing intent, the seas turn into fields, and dragons and snakes rise from the land. When a person gradually absorbs everything into their body, capturing and refining the various chi mechanisms within heaven and earth, they can distinguish the 4 seasons and reach the realm of unity with the world. The Heavenly Secret Jade Emperor Golden Chapter is precisely a technique for sensing and refining these chi mechanisms for use. This heavenly secret also grants the user the power to attack and eliminate others. Once the technique is mastered, one can not only borrow the killing intent of heaven and earth to harm enemies but also calculate the future through chi mechanisms. The will of heaven and earth is so vast that even channeling a single wisp of its chi mechanism is 1,000 times stronger than a cultivator's own power. Li Fan considered it seriously. This technique was very powerful, but practicing it was also very dangerous. One must nurture their own killing intent, take the life force of spring where all things grow, and sense the chi mechanisms from heavenly spiritual items. Approaching it carelessly could easily lead to being harmed by the mechanism itself. He pondered further. Theoretically, if this method was practiced to the highest realm, one could harmonize with heaven and earth and transform into the Tao itself. Unfortunately, even though the Heavenly Secret Sect had a legacy of 10,000 years, the highest level anyone reached was only the nascent soul realm. But because he had help, Li Fan did not care much. With the assistance of Huanjun, I have no worries about the risks of practicing this technique. However, there is no rush to decide on a primary technique. Now that I have successfully channeled qi into my body, it is time to see what Wanxian Island looks like. Right after his breakthrough, Li Fan went to find Immortal Master He, but this time, the man's attitude was not as warm as before. I just detected an abnormality in the island's spiritual energy and knew you must have broken through. Although it took a bit long, you have finally done it. Immortal Master He could guess why Li Fan had come. You came to find me. Do you want to go to Wanxian Island? Li Fan replied, yes, I have no regrets left in the secular world. I can leave at any time. As soon as he spoke, the master flickered and appeared beside Li Fan. Fine, follow me. Immortal Master He touched his shoulder, teleporting both of them into the midst of the mountains. He manifested a Dharma treasure and commanded, lead. Spiritual energy from the mountains began to rise and accumulate into a sphere. Immortal Master He pointed at it and shouted, open. The sphere, once activated, shot straight up into the sky. It flew directly toward the sun. Upon impact, the sun seemed to be sliced in half. Li Fan's eyes widened in shock. What? The sun has split open. Immortal Master He led him toward the rift created by the sphere. Let us go. He took Li Fan into the vortex within the sun, which transported them to a strange land. Before them was a sight of stone statues kneeling before the statue of a great master. Immortal Master He introduced the place to Li Fan. This is the preaching plaza, built to commemorate the time when the immortal sovereign preached the Tao. Every place where my Wangxian alliance is stationed has such a plaza. He warned seriously, flying is restricted on Wangxian Island. Remember, your altitude cannot exceed that of the supreme immortal sovereign. Otherwise, you will surely be attacked by the Wanxian Great Array. Even if you were in the nascent soul realm, you would be annihilated in an instant. Although flying is not strictly forbidden on the island, I advise you not to fly around aimlessly if you have no business doing so. Immortal Master He led Li Fan to tour the terrain. He Jengeo guided me, whispering warnings about things to watch out for on Wangxian Island. Since these matters concerned life and death, I etched them into my heart. The two walked for a while and stopped before a giant mirror. Passing through a naturally formed corridor woven with vines, I arrived at a quiet, lush green forest. This mirror was the Tianxian mirror of our Wangxian alliance. In the forest clearing stood a colossal ancient mirror. Occasionally, cultivators would pass through it to unknown destinations, while others emerged from it. Immortal Master He told Li Fan the legend of that mirror. It was said that before the immortal sovereign preached the Tao, this Tianxian mirror was merely an ordinary mirror. After the sovereign taught the Tao, the mirror reflected his image and birthed its own will. Later, it learned like an ordinary cultivator, evolving from a mundane object into the heavenly spirit treasure it is today. People were constantly flying in and out of it. Most of the work for our cultivators in the Wanxian Alliance is handled by this Tianxian mirror. I have heard it holds grudges, so be careful and do not speak nonsense. Without another word, Immortal Master He pulled him and flew inside. Come, enter the mirror. The space inside was entirely gray. What met my eyes was a private dimension. There were no signs of other cultivators. It felt like being in a void, surrounded by nothingness and darkness. Immortal Master, he spoke to the void. This person is a newly ascended cultivator, here to join the Wanxian Alliance on Wanxian Island. I recommend an early-stage Qi refining cultivator. Record a medium-level merit, exchange for 50 contribution points. Current contribution level, 920 points. After speaking, he bid farewell to leave immediately. Since you have arrived, little friend, I am at ease. If you have any questions, just ask the Tianxian mirror. I still have island guarding duties, so I won't stay. Li Fan politely replied, "Thank you, senior." The mirror began to speak. Divine sense fluctuation recorded. Independent space generated. Cultivator, please state your name. He replied, Li Fan. The mirror explained the mechanics of contribution points and checks. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Wanxian Alliance. As a benefit, you are granted 20 free contribution points. You may use contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, techniques, and Dharma treasures. There was also a residency fee. As a new member of the Wanxian Alliance, you can stay for free in the Tianxian Mirror for 30 days. After 30 days, you must pay contribution points to continue residing. The residency cost is 10 points for 30 days. Of course, you can also choose to spend points to buy your own grotto heaven on Wanxian Island. Li Fan suddenly spoke up, "If I can't make a living in the Wanxian Alliance, can I choose to leave and join the Five Elders Association?" The question left even the mirror momentarily stumped. It went silent for a moment before replying. Once you have joined the Wanxian Alliance, you cannot join the Five Elders Association, and vice versa. If you violate this, you will be hunted down by both sides. Li Fan retorted, "It seems I have not agreed to join your Wanxian Alliance yet, have I?" The mirror explained, "Once you step into the Tianxian Mirror and your divine sense is recorded, it is considered a voluntary joining of the Wanxian Alliance." He asked seriously, "Then can I leave the Wanxian Alliance and not join the Five Elders Association, choosing to be a rogue cultivator instead?" The Tianxian Mirror answered while reminding him, "You can. But if you choose to leave, all items obtained within the Wanxian Alliance will be forcibly reclaimed. Please choose carefully." And so he stood there chatting with the mirror. Afterward, I asked the Tianxian Mirror question after question without getting bored. It was unknown how much time passed before he stopped. Much later, I temporarily had no more questions. "Very well, cultivator. If you have new questions, you can call me at any time, or check for yourself through your divine sense." Li Fan tried using his divine sense inside the mirror. Based on what the mirror said, the form of the space here could be manipulated with divine sense. He created a room for himself according to his preference. Under the manipulation of my divine sense, the void space transformed into a simple ancient room. The decorations inside were exactly like those in the Grand Preceptor's manor in Xiantian. The room created was barely different from the outside. The decorations and items were almost identical, with no difference at all. The Tianxian Mirror is truly a formidable treasure. Suddenly, an interface appeared before him. Through my previous questions, I had gained a general understanding of this Wanxian Alliance. Techniques, materials. Those items could be exchanged simply by opening the exchange menu with divine sense. Exchange techniques. He is Decree Early Qi refining 1000 points. In Harmony Decree Early Qi refining 1000 points. Mystic Wood Decree Early Qi refining 1000 points. Even the simplest Qi refining technique cost 1000 contribution points. Li Fan read through every line and lamented. Opening the mission tab, missions available for early stage Qi refining mostly paid 5 or 10 points. Cultivating was indeed a tough grind. While he was calculating, the Tianxian Mirror notified him, "There is a new video message, please check it." He was a bit puzzled. "I just entered Wanxian Island. How could someone be looking for me already? Check it." It turned out the person connecting to him was Xiao Heng. "Big Brother Li, you have finally arrived. Back on Lioli Island, I was cared for by you and had nothing to repay you with. Leaving that day without saying goodbye left me feeling very guilty." Seeing him, Li Fan walked closer. So it was Xiao Heng. Nowadays, in the cultivation world, techniques are hard to come by. Newcomers usually need 1 or 2 years to accumulate contribution points before they can exchange for a Qi refining technique. He smiled and scratched his head. That was me back then. Fortunately, through my cultivation until now, I have encountered many opportunities. A year ago, I broke through to the late stage Qi refining, and now I have reached the Great Circle. I want to go to the Central Cloud Sea, to the ruins of the Cloud Water Heaven Palace, to find a worldly rare treasure to establish my foundation. Such items are hard to find. This trip might take me a few years. With that, Xiao Heng transferred 2 items to Li Fan. Before I go, I will leave you a water attribute technique. Wanxian Island is located in the Songyan Sea, where water qi is most abundant. Water attribute techniques are the easiest to practice and their power is not ordinary. Big Brother Li, practice well. It is best not to leave the island until you have broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining. Having finished, he bid him a relieved farewell. I will wait until I return to have a drink with Big Brother Li. Li Fan looked at the items in his hand and smiled instinctively. This kid. He was touched by Xiao Heng's gratitude. His current cultivation realm far exceeded my own, yet he still remembered the kindness from back then. It seems his character is truly decent. Li Fan examined the scriptures sent along. Besides the minor divination water art, Xiao Heng had also given him a copy of the Supreme Primordial Origin True Scripture. Guan Hong once mentioned that practicing this scripture allows one to attack at will without losing much cultivation. He already had a plan in mind. I can practice the minor divination water art first, then find an excuse to leave Wanxian Island before practicing the Heavenly Secret Jade Emperor Golden Chapter. Although the Tianxian mirror might not necessarily notice a tiny qi refining cultivator like me, it is better to be safe than sorry. Li Fan used the mirror's support to cultivate. While I still have free time in the Tianxian mirror, I will practice the minor divination water art. By spending contribution points, one can use the cultivation support feature of the Tianxian mirror. As he sat refining qi, his whole body seemed to emit a faint aura. In this mode, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Tianxian mirror would increase several times compared to the outside, nearly rivaling a top-tier grotto heaven. Simultaneously, the mirror granted the cultivator an enlightenment state. Under this state, comprehension would increase, making technique practice much easier. Li Fan smiled so wide his mouth would not close. This super cultivation state almost gives me the illusion that I am a genius. Cultivating has actually become a form of enjoyment. I am immersed in it and can't pull myself out. As soon as his cultivation time ended, his spirit grew dim with regret. Just like that, I emerged from that incredibly smooth cultivation state. The speed of cultivation under the support mode was 30 times faster than practicing on my own. He had to restrain his instinct to exchange more points. This profound sense of disparity made me almost unable to resist exchanging for another day. But thinking that I only had 10 contribution points left, I forced myself to refrain. Li Fan looked at the technique exchange list with greed. This treasure should belong to me. Luckily, he could still control himself and sat down to cultivate on his own. No, at least not now. The Tianxian mirror is a supreme treasure of the Wanxian alliance. It is not something I can right now. It is more practical to earn contribution points. Li Fan now understood the mirror's trick. I see why the Tianxian mirror opened this cultivation support function. Any cultivator who has experienced this supermodel would find it hard to refuse trying it again. He felt the Wanxian alliance was very calculating. Furthermore, for the same amount of time, accumulating contribution points to unlock the support mode progresses much faster than burying one's head in bitter cultivation. This Wanxian alliance really has the cultivators in a death grip. Li Fan was calculating which way of earning contribution points would be the least taxing. Contribution points are a must, but compared to doing missions, exchanging is the most efficient way to save time and effort. If I take out the worldly rare treasures from the Taiyan bead, the Jibu Xian tablet, it should be worth quite a few points. After all, after Huanjin, the Jibu Xian tablet will remain, but my cultivation can be preserved. He was also thinking about how to complete a mission. But I still need to accept a mission to leave Wanxian Island so I can take out the Taiyan bead. Every inch of Wanxian Island is likely under the surveillance of the Tianxian mirror. If I attract the attention of some powerhouse, that would be trouble. Although it is said that Huanjin can turn reality into illusion, it still requires my conscious manipulation. What if a powerhouse strikes and directly freezes my divine sense so I can't even think? Regardless, caution is my first rule of conduct.
Suddenly, Li Fan's gaze froze.
He spotted a line of text, missions related to Lioli Island. Now Li Fan had found something he felt was suitable. The Alchemy Hall had issued a commission seeking someone to go to Lioli Island to collect at least 20 Lioli beads. The reward would be determined by the quality and quantity of the beads. This mission is perfectly suited for me. Completing the mission also costs some points. To avoid exposing the Taiyan bead, I spent 5 contribution points to buy the smallest storage ring for cover, and another 1 point to activate the teleportation array. Upon returning to Lioli Island, I quickly ordered people to get me the beads, the more the better. The man brought out a bag of Lioli beads for him, but his expression was not very good. Immortal Master, to report, there are currently only 23 Lioli beads on the island. This is everything we have been able to gather lately. If you need more, I am afraid you will have to wait half a year or a year. Li Fan took them and asked about the reason. Oh, what happened? Steward Chen answered honestly. I would not dare hide it from the Immortal Master. Due to over-harvesting, the Lioli fish schools have been dwindling lately. I am afraid we have to wait for nature to recover for a while before we can fish again. He put the bag away and replied, I understand. After leaving, Li Fan immediately took the items from the ring and moved them elsewhere. Afterward, he quickly finished transferring the gold, silver, and the Jibu Xian tablet from the Taiyan bead. He had just stepped into the array. Once these things were done, I returned to the Lioli Island teleportation array, intending to go straight back to Wanxian Island. Immortal Master, he appeared out of nowhere and spoke up, little friend, please wait, giving him quite a scare. Immortal Master, he said to Li Fan, no need to be nervous. I just wanted to ask if you would be interested in an island guarding post. Not this Lioli Island, of course, but Taiyan Island to its west. He expressed his view, the guardian of Taiyan Island is a good friend of mine. Currently, his cultivation has hit a bottleneck, and he wants to go out to find opportunities. But since he has duties, he can't leave without permission. So he asked me if I had someone suitable to recommend. Seeing you come to Lioli Island, I wanted to ask you. Hearing this, he considered it seriously. To guard an island, one would need at least a foundation establishment cultivation, right? I am merely at the early stage of chi refining. Can I really be a guardian? Immortal Master, he laughed and clarified, of course it is not a formal guardian position. My friend is just issuing a commission for you. You would just be a temporary substitute for him. Besides, Taiyan Island is not exactly a large island. With a great protection array, a chi refining cultivator is enough to watch over it for a while. He added frankly, as the recommender, I naturally get a share of the reward. Li Fan asked a few more questions. During the substitution, how long is the maximum I can be away? Immortal Master, he replied, the great array usually cycles once every 5 days. If you have business outside, it is best to return within 5 days. In a year, you cannot be out more than 3 times. He added, every year after receiving your contribution points, you can go to the Tianxian Mirror to exchange for 5 days of cultivation support. Those 5 days can often equal more than half a year of bitter cultivation. Li Fan then decisively agreed. Fine, I agree to this. But you still have to wait for me to return to Wanxian Island to turn in my mission first. Immortal Master, he cupped his hands. Of course. You go ahead, little friend. In a few days, once Taiyan Island is ready, I will come to find you. Parting with He Zhenghao, Li Fan returned to Wanxian Island and submitted the Lioli beads to the Tianxian Mirror. Because the beads varied in quality, his final reward was 21 contribution points. Total current points, 26. Li Fan took the gold, silver, and the Jibu Xian tablet out of his storage ring. He requested an exchange for contribution points. A moment later, the Tianxian Mirror gave the result. It announced, gold and silver can be exchanged for 235 points. Worldly rare treasure, Jibu Xian tablet, damaged quality, can be exchanged for 1968 points. His face tensed as he examined the result. Becoming rich in a single day, I did not immediately choose my targets, but instead asked the mirror about my concerns. Li Fan asked, has any disaster occurred recently in the Songyun Sea region? The Tianxian Mirror went silent for a moment to search for information. Then it spoke, the cultivator need not worry. These matters are all normal worldly fluctuations. According to calculations, no major disaster will descend within the next 10 years. With nothing to fear, Li Fan felt more at ease. Very well, I want to find information regarding Lioli pills. The Tianxian Mirror manifested a golden pill. Lioli pill, a support medicinal pill, commonly used from chi refining to the foundation establishment stage. After consumption, the mind becomes clear and transparent like glass, granting an effect similar to enlightenment, accelerating cultivation speed and technique comprehension. Furthermore, the effect can stack with the Tianxian Mirror's cultivation support. It introduced, Lioli pills are extremely popular among chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. The price for one pill fluctuates around 5 to 6 contribution points. Lioli pill, 6 points. He smirked slightly. Now that the Lioli fish are nearly extinct, the price of Lioli pills will surely skyrocket. Thus, I spent 2,100 contribution points to buy 350 Lioli pills in one go. Li Fan suddenly remembered an important matter. That is right, I just remembered something. The Lioli fish schools of Lioli Island have almost entirely disappeared without a known cause. The Tianxian mirror went silent for a moment before replying, contribution points +1. Crucial intelligence verified. Rewarding informant Li Fan with 1 contribution point. Hearing this, a massive question mark appeared in his mind. Crucial intelligence only granted 1 measly contribution point. Could it be that the Tianxian mirror viewed market manipulation as a somewhat malicious act, and thus only gave a token reward? This Tianxian mirror truly possessed a will of its own. He recalled that after providing the intel, the market's reaction was quite swift. The price of Lioli pills suddenly skyrocketed in a short time, jumping from 6 points to 9 points per pill. This sudden price fluctuation also drew the attention of those unaware of the situation, and soon every cultivator knew that Lioli beads were now extinct. The price of Lioli pills surged once again, reaching a terrifying level of 12 points per pill within a brief period. Li Fan saw that the time was ripe to liquidate quickly. He chose to sell directly to the Tianxian mirror. The Tianxian mirror purchased his 350 Lioli pills at a high price of 10 points each, adding 3,500 contribution points to his account. He was not greedy. With 3,500 points in his pocket, his total contribution points now reached 3,629. The momentary surge in the price of Lioli pills was merely a result of the sudden stimulus from the news, causing cultivators to temporarily lose their rationality. Even if rare, the pills were not worth that much. Once everyone calmed down, the price returned to a relatively reasonable and stable level of 8 points per pill. At this point, Li Fan bought back 100 Lioli pills for his own use. Through this maneuver, his contribution points increased by 600, and he also gained 100 Lioli pills. Formation theory, basic alchemy, fundamental qi refining, and a map of the cultivation world regardless of whether he needed them, he bought them all first. He also purchased protective robes, qi concealing talismans, basic compound formations, and a set of basic alchemy equipment commonly used by cultivators. His storage ring gradually filled up while his contribution points rapidly dwindled to 346. After his shopping spree, he consumed a Lioli pill, activated the cultivation support mode, and began practicing the minor divination water art. As water attribute spiritual energy overflowed, Li Fan once again experienced what it felt like to have the cultivation speed of a genius. In 5 days, he broke through to the great circle of the mid-stage qi refining realm. There were no bottlenecks. It was a natural and effortless progression. He wanted even more. Later, he received a request for a visit from He Zhenghao. Only after Li Fan retrieved a qi concealing talisman from his storage ring and wore it to hide his cultivation did he let He Zhenghao in. Immortal Master, he handed him an object and said with a smile, "I have settled the matter with the Taiyan Guardian. I will take you to meet him now to accept the commission. Wear this, and remember when we meet later, do not say much. Just leave everything to me." Li Fan was somewhat surprised when he saw the item. This is. The heavy stone piece in his hand was a prestige-radiating talisman. His expression darkened. If he had not just bought an identical one, he truly would not have recognized this talisman. The effect of the prestige-radiating talisman was the opposite of the qi-concealing talisman. It was used to disguise oneself as a higher realm cultivator. Li Fan looked at He Zhenghao's smile and thought to himself, He Zhenghao gave me this talisman because he wants me to pose as a foundation establishment cultivator. That talk about a qi refining cultivator being enough to guard an island was a lie. He planned all along to have me disguise myself as a foundation establishment stage expert to accept the Taiyan Guardian's commission, so he could pocket the price difference. The more he thought, the grimmer his face became. Hiring a foundation establishment cultivator versus a qi refining one cost a world of difference in contribution points. This man's schemes were quite deep, and his cultivation was higher than Li Fan's. He was someone one could never befriend deeply. Having no choice, Li Fan put on the prestige-radiating talisman. Afterward, he accepted the visitation request from Chu Qingong, the guardian of Taiyan Island. Chu Qingong looked at him with great satisfaction and issued a targeted commission to He Zhenghao for a subcontract. During the time Chu Qingong was away seeking opportunities, the substitute would guard Taiyan Island for a reward of 800 contribution points per year. After He Zhenghao accepted the commission, after Chu Qingong handed a jade medallion to He Zhenghao, he departed in a hurry. Immortal Master, he produced a medallion, saying, "This is the guardian medallion of Taiyan Island. With this, you can manipulate the island's great protection array. Keep it safe, little friend. Do not lose it. Li Fan took the medallion and followed He Zhenghao to the great protection array of Tian Island. This island was unlike Lioli Island with its towering mountains. It looked more like a fairly prosperous city. Suddenly, his expression froze. The residents in front of him all turned to look at Li Fan, their faces appearing incredibly eerie. Immortal Master, he spoke up to introduce them. These people are the specialty of Tian Island, the Tian fruits. He led the way for Li Fan, saying, these fruits are just like real people. Within this city evolved from the formation, they work, live, marry, and have children, living out an entire lifetime. Eating a ripe Tian fruit can increase the lifespan of a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage or below by 5 years. Only the first consumption each day is effective. Tian Island is required to submit 30 fruits per year. Any surplus can be kept for oneself as a perk of being the guardian. On average, one can keep 2 Tian fruits per year. In the Tianxian mirror, the price of a Tian fruit is usually around 90 to 100 contribution points. He Zhenghao laughed as he said this. So little friend, your reward for acting as a substitute guardian is not low. Li Fan feigned a response. I must thank Senior. But in his heart, he had already judged him. The words are true, but you have already pocketed quite a bit, you rascal. He Zhenghao turned back with a fake smile. It is nothing, it is nothing. You hail from the island I guard. Helping you is only right. As long as your cultivation progresses in the future, my efforts won't be in vain. Suddenly, He Zhenghao's expression froze as his eyes widened. You have broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining. Startled by this sudden shift, Li Fan went stiff. Yes. My relationship with Xiao Heng is quite good. Before he left, he gave me a water attribute technique. This technique suits my affinity perfectly, so my progress was rapid. I just broke through a few days ago. Hearing this, the man replied with a meaningful smile, little friend, you act quite cautiously, even using a qi concealing talisman. If not for my special technique, I almost would not have noticed. It is understandable. Being careful is never wrong. He Zhenghao continued to lead the way. I did not expect your relationship with Xiao Heng to be so good that he would specifically leave a technique for you. That lad Xiao Heng is a rare talent. He has only been practicing for a few years and is already nearing foundation establishment. His future is limitless. He smiled and said, in the future, he might reach the golden core or even the nascent soul realm. Having a good relationship with him is a great blessing for you. Li Fan replied warily. Being able to meet Senior is also a stroke of luck. The two arrived before a door. He laughed loudly. Perfect timing. A Tian fruit has ripened. I will demonstrate for you how to harvest it. Inside a shrine, several people dressed in white were kneeling on the floor. They were all weeping and mourning in deep sorrow. Beside them was a motionless corpse emitting a stream of deathly qi. He furrowed his brows. A strange fragrance was emanating from the corpse. This was the ripe fruit. Immortal Master, he stepped forward and tapped a point on the corpse's forehead. Next, the corpse suddenly rose and hovered in the air. Quickly, the body was wound tightly into a round red sphere. The mourners also gradually evaporated into wisps of spiritual energy. A moment later, after returning to normal, they looked at each other in confusion. Watching the group leave, Li Fan murmured, truly a bizarre fruit. Seeing him holding the red sphere, He Zhenghao said, little friend, you have not eaten a Tian fruit before, have you? Why not give it a taste? Li Fan grimaced as he sensed the aura from the Tian fruit. This fruit seemed to be enticing him to eat it. The fragrance it emitted grew increasingly potent. This aroma was making him hungrier by the second. Finally, he opened his mouth. Without further hesitation, I swallowed the Tian fruit. The hunger vanished instantly, feeling as though I had just eaten a lavish feast. On the Huanjin interface, as expected, his biological lifespan limit increased by 50 years. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mid-stage qi refining. Biological age, 47 per 294 increased. Mental age, 510 per 2169. After eating, he rubbed his stomach and let out a satisfied sigh. An item that increases longevity is truly extraordinary. It is just that its pre-ripe form is a bit strange, looking just like a person. To his surprise, He Zhenghao confirmed, these Tian fruits are indeed transformed from people, so of course they look like them. His face instantly froze. The thing I just ate was a person. He Zhenghao glanced at the slumpy Fan and said sternly, a Tian fruit belongs to the category of fruits, not humans. This brings us to the origin of the Taiyan fruit. 500 years ago, Taiyan Island was a very ordinary island. But one day, everything changed. Mortals from neighboring islands noticed they had not seen Taiyan residents for a long time. Driven by curiosity, some sailed to Taiyan Island to investigate. From afar, they wondered if they were at the right place, noting that no Taiyan islanders had gone to sea for a while. Unexpectedly, several groups of people went but never returned. Realizing something was wrong, the people hurried to report this to the island guardian at that time. The guardian then was already a golden core cultivator. Even so, after seeing what had happened on Taiyan Island, he too fell into deep fear. All the mortals on the island had vanished. In the city where they once gathered, a massive dense tree had grown out of nowhere, like a primeval forest. From the branches of those trees hung fruits that possessed human faces. When a light breeze blew, the faces on the fruits would reveal a horrifying smile. After snapping back to his senses, the Golden Core Guardian explored the city. Not a single mortal had survived. They had all turned into human-faced fruits. But as to why this bizarre event occurred, even the Golden Core Guardian did not know. Thus, he could only report it to his superiors. The Wanxian Alliance sent specialists to investigate. No one knows the specific conclusion reached, but afterward, the giant trees in the city were all chopped down, and Taiyan Island returned to its original lively appearance. The Wanxian Alliance also constructed a great array here and ordered a permanent guardian to harvest the fruits. Those human-shaped fruits lived within the great array as if nothing had happened. Li Fan wiped his mouth and frowned in discomfort. Looking at it this way, are not these Taiyan fruits essentially people? But He Zhenghao did not think so. How could they be people? They have no consciousness of their own and act entirely on instinct. If you must say, they only have a lingering trace of human obsession left. However, he still could not shake his unease. This matter was too mystical. Whether these Taiyan fruits were people or not did not matter once cultivators discovered they could increase longevity. Because Li Fan understood very well, forget these Taiyan fruits, even if they were real people, if eating them could increase lifespan, they would not escape the fate of being consumed. The matter ended there. From then on, Li Fan stayed to guard Taiyan Island. It must be said that the position of a regional island guardian was quite easy. He devoted almost all of his time to cultivation. After mastering a few simple spells, he decided to begin practicing the Heavenly Secret Jade Emperor Golden Chapter. This ancient technique of the Heavenly Secret sect was indeed difficult to grasp. It was completely different from the minor divination water art he practiced before. They were not even products of the same era. Thus, a year passed. His comprehension of the Heavenly Secret Jade Emperor Golden Chapter had only just reached the entry level. Minor divination water art, late-stage chi refining cultivation technique. Current practitioners, 0. Li Fan returned to Wanxian Island, collected 800 contribution points for his sub-guardian reward, and then exchanged for the late-stage chi refining portion of the minor divination water art. After practicing for another 5 days under the Tianxian Mirror's cultivation support, he felt that he was not far from the late-stage chi refining realm. Since his substitute guardian duty remained, Li Fan reluctantly returned to Taiyan Island. He suddenly stopped and frowned while reading a passage in a book, Obstruction, Heaven's Bane. It meant that he was now only one step away from the late-stage chi refining realm. The cultivation notes stated that this kind of obstruction could not be broken through by bitter cultivation alone. One had to find the opportunity that their own heart sensed to dissolve it and succeed. The existence of this obstruction was like a calamity sent by the heavens to hinder a cultivator's progress. Thus, cultivators also called it Heaven's Obstruction. Li Fan knew a breakthrough could not be forced in a short time. He temporarily set aside the minor divination water art and switched to the Heavenly Secret Jade Emperor Golden Chapter. Since he had entered the first stage, he could start practicing the second. According to the description, after mastering the second stage, one could grasp the change mechanism divine ability. During his arduous practice, time flew by once more, yet his progress in the Golden Chapter was almost non-existent. This technique carried insights into the heavenly Tao. Events destined to happen in the cultivation world were recorded in the books, yet they were truly difficult to fathom. He went to Wanxian Island to collect his pay and exchanged it for 3 volumes of ancient technique insights to help him understand. Afterward, Li Fan received vague cultivation support within the Tianxian Mirror. By reading those insights and comparing them with the experience he had summarized over the year, he felt enlightened. The difficulties he previously could not understand were all resolved in an instant. Li Fan immediately returned to Taiyan Island and began a period of closed-door cultivation. This time, his practice was indeed different. The puzzling parts of the technique were all made clear. Naturally, his progress faced no more hurdles. His mind became immersed in it, losing track of months and years. On this day, golden mist like spiritual energy suddenly appeared in Li Fan's Danshan. The second stage of the Heavenly Secret Jade Emperor Golden chapter was finally complete. His eyes brightened as spiritual energy filled his body. Now that I have grasped the change mechanism ability, which is the foundation of this technique, let me see what the chi mechanisms of heaven and earth actually look like. Li Fan rose into the air to face the world. At that moment, he could not help but be startled by the scene before him. What is going on? It is daytime on Taiyan Island, so why is it shrouded like the depths of the underworld? Li Fan's eyes tensed as a flash of light burst out. He tried again. But even so, the sky remained unchanged. Why is it like this? Unwilling to give up, he pointed his hand and released beams of green light. Water mirror art. The result was that Li Fan still only saw his own reflection. What does this mean? His expression became tense. Could there be a problem with the Golden Chapter? I am within the Great Protection Array, and Taiyan Island is located in the center of the Songyan Sea, within the Wangxian Alliance's territory. Who could produce such a dense, heated gloom? Finally, Li Fan decided to descend. Regardless of whether it is real or fake, I will go to Wangxian Island to collect my pay and see. Li Fan stood in the center of a magic circle on the ground. When nothing happened, he grew irritable. Why is not the teleportation array responding? Li Fan hurriedly took out the talisman He Zhenghao had given him. Using the communication talisman, he shouted several times, Senior He, do you hear me? However, there was still no reply. Li Fan grit his teeth in anxiety. It is certain now, a bizarre catastrophe has occurred. Staying on Taiyan Island is a death sentence. I can't just sit here and wait for the end. So he and his houseboat quickly shot upward and flew away. For now, only Wangxian Island is the safest place. From Taiyan Island to Wangxian Island, it should take about 2 to 3 months of flying. Fortunately, when I went shopping, I bought plenty of spirit stones. Suddenly, Li Fan realized something was wrong. Wait. He recalled the terrain. Though the sea looked calm, he sensed that the world outside the array was filled with killing intent. Once I leave the Great Protection Array, I will surely die. Afterward, Li Fan decided to retract his boat. I can't go anywhere now. I have been in seclusion for a long time and know nothing of the outside world. I might as well ask the mortals on the island. The scene shifted to the island lord's manor of Taiyan Island. A man in gold robes was kneeling and pleading at Li Fan's feet. Mercy, Immortal Master, mercy, Immortal Master, please save us. He questioned him sternly. What on earth happened? Speak quickly. The old man clasped his hands, his face covered in tears and snot. Report to the Immortal Master, these days are truly unlivable. The heavens have not sent rain for over half a year. Our fresh water and food are almost gone. Most of our people are dead. If this continues, everyone will starve to death. He repeated the words with suspicion. No rain for half a year. Haoba's words suddenly echoed in his mind. Surely, something significant is about to happen. The old man continued to wail. The fish near the coast are all gone. Not a single fishing fleet that went to the deep sea has returned alive. Everyone is truly on the brink of starvation. But Li Fan glared at him and questioned. Everyone is about to starve, yet why do not I see you looking sickly? I have already searched the kitchen in your manor. What else do you have to say? Caught red-handed with no way to deny it, the old man stammered this. Immortal Master, forgive. Immediately after, Li Fan sent him flying with a single kick. Then a golden aura enveloped the vast sky, and a voice rang out, all soldiers in the manor, listen up, the island lord has been killed by me. Come to the manor to see me at once. A moment later, several trembling managers stood before Li Fan. Through their tearful accounts, he finally learned what had happened during the year he was in seclusion. The drought had begun last year. The island's fresh water sources had gradually dried up after many rainless days. Initially, they could rely on seafood near the coast, but as the weather grew hotter, no more fish could be caught. The fleets that went out never returned. Taiyan Island fell into a famine. In just 1 month, over a third of the population died. Countless tragedies occurred. He looked at the small boat in his hand and thought, if I had come out of seclusion any later, I am afraid I would not have even met these people. At this point, I cannot just stand by and watch. Fortunately, when I left Dashuan, the Taiyan bead was filled with food. With the spirit calming formation inside the bead, the food naturally has not spoiled. Thus, Li Fan brought out the food from the boat to provide emergency relief. Seeing the immortal master bringing life-saving food, the islanders were all moved to tears, kneeling and kowtowing repeatedly. At this time, there were not many mortals left. The food in the Taiyan bead, if used sparingly, would likely sustain them for a few months. After half a month, using his basic formation knowledge, he built a set of arrays for desalinating seawater. The people had enough water and food again, and they gradually began to recover their strength. Having personally built a machine formation, Li Fan temporarily took control of the island's arrays. It was then he discovered that the Great Protection Array of Taiyan Island was deteriorating at
an incredibly rapid pace.
Something unknown had happened to the outside world. The spiritual energy had become violent and berserk. Going out would be certain death, but staying on Taiyan Island until the array failed would also mean death. Li Fan looked into the distance. Is this heaven sending forth killing intent? The Great Protection Array is in critical condition. I have nowhere left to hide. The mortals on Taiyan Island have recovered, and I have fulfilled my duty as guardian. Though I am unwilling, I have no other choice. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, the berserk spiritual energy outside does not seem to be aimed at everyone. The fishermen who left the island did not die from the violent energy, but from lack of fresh water, food, and the scorching heat. Li Fan held the book in his hand and smiled triumphantly. If I use the Supreme Primordial Origin True Scripture to dissolve my current cultivation level and temporarily return to being immortal, I can pilot the Taiyan bead to Wanxian Island. This is a way to survive. He considered it seriously. Currently, I am practicing two techniques, the Minor Divination Water Art and the Ancient Heavenly Secret Jade Emperor Golden Chapter. One is a new method, the other an old method. Li Fan waved his hand and focused his power. The new method's way of cultivation is plundering heaven and seizing earth. It is precisely this that draws the malice of heaven and earth. Now that the world is filled with killing intent, the targets are cultivators of the new method. The Supreme is nameless, returning to the primordial origin. What if I dissolve the new method but keep the realm of the old method? Will the world's killing intent lessen? As the technique circulated, the water attribute spiritual energy gained from the Minor Divination Water Art slowly vanished, transforming into a stream of pure energy that settled in his dantian. Finally, the Minor Divination Water Art was completely dissolved, yet Li Fan felt no discomfort. The killing intent permeating the outside world suddenly weakened. It was a pity that the Golden Chapter still relied on modern plundering methods, so the malice did not vanish entirely. This Supreme Primordial Origin True Scripture was indeed miraculous. Going out now would still be life-threatening. Li Fan steeled himself and continued to strike his own cultivation. Soon, another stream of pure energy joined the one in his dantian. The two energies, which originally came from different techniques, merged perfectly without any conflict. He smiled with satisfaction as he sensed his body. My realm has now returned to that of a mortal. According to the scripture, the pure energy obtained from dissolving my cultivation can remain in the dantian for about 100 years. But it does not matter. Once I return to Wanxian Island, I can quickly cultivate again. Afterward, Li Fan piloted the Taiyan bead and slowly flew out of the protection array. The berserk heat and spiritual energy surrounded him, staining the distant sky a bright orange red. Since he was now immortal, the berserk spiritual energy merely passed him by without attacking. Li Fan flew at full speed toward Wanxian Island. Along the way, he visited several other islands. The people on these islands were all dead. There was not a single sign of life. 3 months later, Li Fan arrived at the original location of Wanxian Island. With a dark expression, he opened his map to cross-reference it 4 or 5 times. Yet he still could not believe his eyes. The once great Wanxian Island had completely vanished. All that remained was a colossal black hole, lying empty above the sea. The surrounding seawater poured incessantly into the black hole, but upon touching its edge, it evaporated into steam. Due to the extreme heat, the air above the black hole was warped and distorted. His expression was extremely grave. Wanxian Island was gone. Just like that. What kind of power could achieve this? Was it the malice of the heavenly Tao? Li Fan thought it through. Countless cultivators traveled to and from Wanxian Island. The preaching plaza held tens of thousands of statues, and there was the Wanxian Great Array capable of killing nascent soul experts. Yet, in the face of this sudden disaster, cultivators were no different from mortals, as insignificant as ants. In a panic, he desperately wanted to turn and leave. Run, escape this cursed place, flee this sea, and reach the continent. And so, Li Fan flew for an unknown amount of time through the chaotic massive storm. Suddenly, the Taiyan bead seemed to strike something and was forced to a halt. Fortunately, the protective formation was active. Otherwise, the vessel would have been destroyed and its occupant killed. Though he suffered minor injuries from the violent impact, it served to calm him down. Far off in front of the Taiyan bead was a vast coastline. He was not far from the continent. Li Fan manipulated the Taiyan bead and tried to fly forward, but he could not advance an inch. An invisible barrier separated the Songyun Sea from the continent, just a short distance away. Entry allowed, but no exit. He gave a bitter, helpless smile. It seemed he had become a fish in a basket. Li Fan stopped by Yelam Island, where Yen Wuzhen had stayed. Like the other islands, there were no survivors. Next, he visited Liuli Island. He Zhenghao was nowhere to be found, and the island was covered in corpses with no signs of life. Every island region Li Fan visited had turned into a wasteland. Occasionally, he encountered a lucky survivor like himself, but they had all gone mad. They fled in panic, whispering hoarsely, "Ghosts! Ghosts!" Finally, for some reason, Li Fan returned to Taiyan Island. Here, he sensed a spark of life he had not felt in a long time. Perhaps, in the entire Songyun Sea, only this small group of people remained alive. They did not even know what had happened outside the island. Their faces still wore smiles of relief after surviving the ordeal. Perhaps ignorance was a kind of bliss. Suddenly, his footsteps halted when he heard a voice. "Protective prayers to the merciful immortal master. Pray for favorable weather and food every year. Merciful immortal master, protect us." Nearby, a person was bowing and praying before an altar holding a statue carved in Li Fan's likeness. "Merciful immortal master, protect us. Pray for favorable weather." He glanced over, unable to help his curiosity. At some point, the people of Taiyan Island had built a temple and were worshipping his statue as the merciful immortal master. Then Li Fan let out a weary, helpless sigh. Forget it. He would protect them as long as he could. But protecting mortals under the killing intent of heaven and earth was clearly no easy feat. The true disaster had only just begun. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years passed, still no sign of rain. The sea level began to drop, and the water receded further and further from the island. Even with the desal, Li Fan was also at his wits' end. This great world transformation was not something he could resist. However, the only good news was that over these 3 years, perhaps because most of the cultivators in the Songyun Sea had died out, the heavenly killing intent targeting cultivators slowly began to dissipate. Li Fan took this opportunity to cultivate to the mid-stage of the qi refining realm. He hovered in the sky, looking down at the crowd below. "When I no longer have the power to protect you, I will return to the anchor." Suddenly, Li Fan discovered something. Wait, why is there a speck of white hidden within this black death qi? He looked at it in confusion, a question arising in his heart: where is this life force coming from? Li Fan pushed his change mechanism ability to its limit and discovered that the life force of the people on Taiyan Island was resonating with him but not with him directly. It was coming from an item he had almost forgotten, the worldly rare treasure, Songhai. Different from when he first found it over a decade ago, it had now turned a deep azure. It was still surrounded by dense water attribute qi, as if a real sea was contained within it. He frowned and murmured, "Let there be a sea. A sea is being born." Li Fan himself was startled by what he had just uttered. Let there be a sea. He immediately piloted the Taiyan bead and flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters, wanting to see the current state of the Songyun Sea. Below, because of the drought, reefs that were once submerged began to show. Mountain ranges at the bottom of the sea gradually revealed their true forms. The original islands of the Songyun Sea were actually the peaks of these mountains. He suddenly remembered Guan Hong's words from before: "After you leave, you can find me at Lingtian City in the Songyun Mountains." The corners of Li Fan's mouth curled into a slight smile as he whispered, "Songyun Sea. Songyun Mountains." He covered half his face as if he had just realized something. So it is the same place. In his previous life, when Li Fan's lifespan was nearly exhausted and he coincidentally broke through the seal of the immortal severing great array to reach the cultivation world. The sight he saw then was a vast mountain range. Yet in this life, after reaching the cultivation world, he arrived at a vast sea. Before this, he had not thought much of it, simply assuming the teleportation locations were different. Only today, seeing the Songyun Sea dry up and witnessing the birth of the Songhai treasure, did he understand. The place he arrived at through the array was indeed the same place. It was just that the timing of his two arrivals was different. In his previous life, he reached the cultivation world at anchor year 65. In this life, he entered at anchor year 20. A 45-year difference, one time seeing the sea, the other time seeing mountains. Li Fan held his head and sighed. If I had linked the anomalies Zhang Haoba warned me about with the difference between the two sights I saw, perhaps I could have foreseen this great world transformation. At this moment, his mood seemed to have lightened. Now that I know the Songyun Sea is the Songyun Mountains, I finally see hope for the disaster to pass. He hovered in the air, thinking, at anchor year 50, Guanhong and Dao Xuanzi invaded Dashuan. They claimed to come from the Lingtian city lineage of the Songyun Mountains. Surely by then, this drought will have passed, and the dry sea will have turned into mountains full of life. It is now anchor year 34, not far off. Green undulating mountains surrounded by drifting clouds appeared in his mind's eye. Waiting without hope is the hardest thing, but after knowing the final result, this seemingly endless drought became less terrifying. Li Fan calmed his emotions and returned to Taiyan Island. Afterward, he sent a voice transmission to the entire island, telling them that the disaster would eventually pass. With the Immortal Master's assurance, the islanders were overjoyed, and the hope for survival was reignited. Li Fan entered seclusion and took out the Songhai treasure, his brows slightly raised as he wondered, is a wisp of life force here? Then, he touched his fingers to his forehead, releasing a surge of power. I will send my divine sense inside. But in a flash, it disappeared. Li Fan looked at the gem in his hand. It seemed that using it would require a great deal of effort. Without the Tianxian mirror, he could only explore it on his own. Following that, he tried many methods, infusing it with spiritual energy, nourishing it with divine sense, even using external force, and finally even blood refining. But the Songhai pearl remained motionless, unable to manifest the vast water qi within. Finally, Li Fan remembered a method in the Jade Emperor Golden chapter for sensing and refining qi mechanisms from worldly spiritual items. He activated his Bianji ability and peered into the Songhai pearl. A deep blue light enveloped the pearl, ancient, profound, and full of life. Although the pearl was small, its qi mechanism was extremely complex and powerful. However, it was currently in a state of self-nourishment. If he did not use his ability to observe closely, he would not be able to distinguish it. Li Fan carefully sensed the qi mechanism of the Songhai pearl. Suddenly, he felt his own body vanish. In an instant, he felt as if he had flown up to the 9 heavens, looking down at the sea below from a bird's eye view. A certain will in the heavens descended, and as a result, the sea began to die. Heaven gives birth and heaven destroys. Such is the logic of the Tao. Heaven wants to burn the sea, and the sea has no power to resist. Before he could reflect on the scenes he just saw, he could barely remain standing. Unknown to him, Li Fan had gained more white hair, and fine wrinkles had appeared on his face. This was only from a moment of his qi mechanism merging with the Songhai pearl. He opened the Huanjin interface and gasped. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mid-stage qi refining. Biological age, 89 per 199. Mental age, 517 per 2280 increased. In just that instant, his biological age had jumped from 54 to 89. In a single moment, it was as if 35 years had passed. Li Fan's face turned grim and ugly. No wonder even in the ancient heavenly secret sect, there were very few practitioners. In just 1 minute of contact with the Songhai's will, my lifespan was rapidly consumed. If my body had not triggered a warning due to the rapid drain, I am afraid I would have been naturally assimilated by the Songhai's will. By then, it is uncertain if I could even trigger Huanjin. He stared at the blue gem and frowned. I must have used the wrong method. Manipulating a worldly rare treasure cannot be done this way. A human's perception of time compared to that of heaven, earth, mountains, and seas is simply not on the same level. But how exactly can I control it? As days passed, he still had not found a way to use the Songhai pearl. Meanwhile, the weather grew hotter, as if the final purification of the Songyun Sea was underway. The mortals on the island gradually lost even the strength to pray. If this continued, they would not last until the drought ended. They would die first. Naturally, Li Fan became agitated, his mind filled with stray thoughts. To calm his heart, he instinctively activated the Shenhuang heart-refining incantation, which he had not used in a long time. He had not intentionally practiced the heart-refining incantation for a long time, because it did not directly help raise his cultivation level. Moreover, even without active practice, it would slowly run on its own. Now, as the incantation circulated, the anxiety, fear, and haste, all the negative emotions in his heart gradually vanished, becoming nourishment to strengthen his Tao heart. His mind became calm, and suddenly, Li Fan had a realization. The the opportunity for his breakthrough lay within the Songhai Pearl. He had been stuck at the mid-stage of qi refining for several years without progress. Both techniques had been practiced to the limit of that stage, yet he had not found his own opportunity until he suddenly sensed it just now. The opportunity was to use his own consciousness to contact and comprehend the Songhai Pearl. Li Fan knew full well how dangerous this was, but danger and opportunity always coexisted. He felt that by running the heart-refining incantation and the Jade Emperor Golden Chapter together, he could resist the assimilation of the Songhai's will. His mind suddenly grew hazy, as if he had turned into a vast sea again, watching the world's changes, suns rising, moons setting, stars shifting, clouds drifting, and rain dissipating. Everything accelerated a million times over, flashing before his eyes. With a single thought, it felt like hundreds of years had passed. An ancient, primordial, and weary aura gradually invaded his consciousness. At that moment, a cool sensation suddenly spread out, like mountain spring water, slowly washing away the marks of time. Li Fan gradually regained his consciousness. At this point, his lifespan consumption was still many times that of normal cultivation. Emotions like joy, anger, and sorrow were infinitely diluted. He could now manipulate a wisp of the Songhai Pearl's power, and his awareness was enhanced 1,000-fold. With a light stir, it covered the entire Taiyan Island. Without stopping, Li Fan's awareness spread out like a ripple, quickly expanding. Every island where life had been extinguished appeared in his mind one by one. Through his awareness, he saw that beneath a certain island, a volcano that had been dormant was being forced back to life by the drought. Li Fan saw many secrets within the Songyun Sea that were normally hidden and only revealed during this apocalypse. Between the layers of clouds and mist, countless secrets came to light. But none of this mattered to Li Fan. He quickly withdrew his divine sense and mobilized the Songhai Pearl to attract the remaining water qi in the atmosphere of the Songyun Sea, gathering it above Taiyan Island. Thus, the survivors on the island finally received the long-awaited heavy rain. Everyone wept with joy. The heavy rain lasted for an hour. He manipulated the Songhai Pearl so that every half-month, it would spontaneously draw water qi and bring rain to Taiyan Island, ensuring the mortal's survival. Having done this, Li Fan became an embodiment of the Songhai, quietly observing the world and sensing the various auras circulating between heaven and earth. 1 year, 2 years' time no longer mattered to him. The more he watched the sky, the more insights he gained. After years of accumulation, Li Fan thought the killing intent filling the Songyun Sea had faded, but he now realized it had never diminished. It still existed. Cultivators plundered from heaven and earth, so the heavenly Tao naturally birthed killing intent. But the heavenly Tao did not act directly. Heaven sends forth killing intent, formulating a plan to purge cultivators. Thus, the manifestations of the laws of the immortal Tao, the heavenly souls, were born. Their mission was to kill the cultivators who rebelled against heaven and earth. Li Fan sat cross-legged, his hands supporting the gem, his entire being becoming a translucent blue. When he saw a heavenly soul, a flood of information appeared in his mind. They were the laws themselves, slaughtering cultivators like sheep or chickens. He looked up at the sky. To a cultivator, a heavenly soul was extremely dangerous. Once targeted, it basically meant certain death. The opponent's fire qi was brilliant, but at the same time, as an incarnation of the great Tao's laws, a heavenly soul also represented a massive opportunity for a cultivator. It is said that by sacrificing a soul to heaven and earth, and integrating the body with the Tao, once a cultivator can refine a heavenly soul, regardless of their previous cultivation. They can instantly reach the Tao integration realm. Thoughts began to haunt his mind, urging, eat him, eat it and you can attain the great Tao, eat him and you can ascend in broad daylight. Li Fan felt the heat from the Zakian giant's hand. Sensing his gaze, the Zakian turned its head and locked eyes with him. The seawater within the Songhai Pearl instantly began to boil. Below, he was also being sparked by a flame. Li Fan immediately withdrew his gaze. On one hand, he suppressed the scorching sensation from the Songhai Pearl, and on the other, he frantically ran the heart-refining incantation to dissolve the surging desires in his heart. Fortunately, the giant only took one look before looking away. Perhaps to the Zakian, he was merely an unformed consciousness of the sea. After a brief, indifferent glance, it continued its roasting of the Songyun Sea. Li Fan grit his teeth. His intellect and desires were tearing at his soul. Two opposing extremes nearly ripped his consciousness in two. He could only struggle to maintain the heart-refining incantation, to preserve his Tao heart. He then clutched his chest, trying to steady his breathing. I was terrified. I do not dare look up again. Being able to glimpse a heavenly secret and still keep my consciousness clear this time was a stroke of luck. He received a realization in his heart. His consciousness wanted to leave the Songhai Pearl and return to his body, but he discovered a very awkward situation. The time his consciousness had spent merged with the Songhai Pearl was too long, exceeding the limit a chi-refining cultivator could endure. His body's lifespan had run out. If his consciousness had not been linked to the pearl, he would have died of old age long ago. It seems this life's cultivation ends here. Although he felt a bit of regret, he had no remorse. Knowing the truth of the Songyun-Si's transformation, meeting the Zakian heavenly soul, and sensing the world's timingly Fan's gains were significant. Even if this life ended now, he could accept it. But he did not plan to end it just yet. Since he was here, he would accept it. His consciousness was trapped in the Songhai Pearl anyway, so he might as well use this chance to once again sense the world's chi mechanisms. As long as he did not seek death by probing the heavenly soul and merely sense the chi mechanisms, he should be fine. He channeled a wisp of pure power from the pearl to protect his body, preventing it from rotting. Now that his consciousness had no body to nourish it, it was like water without a source or a tree without roots. Within the pearl, it would gradually be consumed. According to his estimate, he could only maintain this for at most another decade or so. If he could use this time, he might gain even more. He watched the circulation of the world's chi, observed the rising and setting of the sun, moon, and stars. Li Fan watched the remaining connections of life wither away in the Songyun Sea. Then, he sensed the cold indifference of heaven and earth, an eternal and unchanging killing intent. Just like that, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Anchor year 40. The Songyun Sea had long since dried up, becoming a true land of death. Only Taiyan Island remained under Liuli's protection, though very few mortals had survived. The red figure that had stood in the sky finally vanished. Its mission was complete, and so it naturally dissipated. No one could say for sure if it would reappear somewhere else in the cultivation world one day. Li Fan watched the direction where Zakian vanished, then his mind sank back into the Songhai Pearl. As time passed, his consciousness grew weaker and weaker, losing the ability to think independently. He could only silently observe the world through the perspective of the Songhai Pearl. In the second year after Zakian disappeared, several cultivators in green Taoist robes arrived at the Songyun Sea. With the casting of their spells, the sky finally saw a long-awaited heavy downpour. Afterward, even more cultivators arrived. Green light bloomed across the dry sea. Plants representing life appeared on the land. As the wind blew, trees grew. In just 1 year, the dry land had returned to a state full of life. The Songyun Sea had completed its transformation into the Songyun Mountains. A city was built atop the mountain range, attracting more and more cultivators from all over. Anchor year 48. A foundation establishment cultivator returned to the Songyun Mountains. He came from the former Liuli Island, now the Liuli Mountains, looking desolate. Li Fan's divine sense swept over him. Seeing this, he sighed, this person. I know him. It was Zhang Haoba, who had previously left the Songyun Sea due to his unease. 20 years had passed. He did not know what opportunities the man had found, but he had become a foundation establishment cultivator. The images of this life flashed rapidly through Li Fan's mind. His consciousness was about to fade. Before vanishing completely, his consciousness returned to his body. Li Fan lay weakly on the cold ground. Over a decade of sensing the world's chi mechanisms had dissolved the barrier preventing his breakthrough. Worldly spiritual energy flooded in, and his cultivation instantly broke through to the late stage of chi refining. As Li Fan gradually faded away, he whispered contentedly, Huanjun. The system displayed a notification. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following items to preserve. 1. An item obtained in this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. The simulation memories of a person closely related to you in this simulation. These memories can be inherited by that person. 4. Forgo the above choices to accelerate energy replenishment. Li Fan rolled his shoulders and smiled with amusement. Preserve the cultivation realm. I already know the Songhai Pearl is at Liuli Island. I will just go get it then. Following his decision, 2 familiar spiritual energies naturally appeared in Li Fan's dantian. A surge of fluctuations suddenly descended upon him. A moment later, the spiritual energy in his dantian flowed out like river water, enveloping his entire body, reconstructing it and raising his realm. In an instant, the celestial mortal barrier vanished into thin air, disappearing completely. This was far more effective than the forced removal via the spirit-gathering pool array in his previous life. Li Fan could not help but look surprised. This fluctuation was the will of heaven and earth, the power of laws. He rested his chin on his hand in thought. In my previous life, I used the Songhai Pearl to observe the circulation of the world's qi for over a decade. I can recognize it at a glance. If the celestial mortal barrier is the will of heaven and earth to eternally separate immortals and mortals, then this fluctuation is its exact opposite. Li Fan was quite suspicious. The barrier that had plagued the cultivation world for over 1,000 years had vanished so easily. Huanjun was truly unpredictable. He understood clearly that the path of cultivation was extremely arduous. Especially in this world, where cultivators plundered from heaven and earth and the world was filled with killing intent. In his previous life, when he first entered the cultivation world, he met Su Changyu and thought the man's resolve was extraordinary. He was devoted to the Tao and would surely achieve greatness. Who would have guessed he would die in just a few days? But Li Fan was also conflicted. Conversely, the mediocre Xiao Heng by his side possessed talent and had hope for foundation establishment in just a few years. Both He Zhenghao and I believed he would surely achieve the great Tao and reach the golden core stage in his lifetime. But who knew? Heaven and earth had long since laid out its killing intent. All living beings in the Songyun Sea, whether successful or not, whether cultivators or mortals, were destined to struggle to escape death. Only that ordinary fisherman, Zhang Haoba, escaped that fate and found another opportunity to become a foundation establishment cultivator. Life's affairs are unpredictable. That is just how it is. Heaven sends forth killing intent to kill cultivators, and cultivators naturally cannot perceive it. This is why when I asked the Tianxian mirror if there would be a disaster, it did not answer. It was simply obscured by heavenly secrets. I recalled the Tianxian mirror's earlier prediction that no major disaster would descend within the next 10 years. Li Fan grew even more puzzled. Why did the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce seem to have discovered it long ago and ordered all their subordinates to withdraw from the Songyun Sea? His gaze focused as he pondered. Why did not they warn the Wanxian Alliance, choosing instead to watch countless lives perish? There must be something wrong here. If I get the chance in this life, I must uncover the truth. The cultivation world is extremely perilous. Until the Huanjin energy replenishment is complete, it is best not to set foot there recklessly. Now that Li Fan is practicing the Xianhuang heart refining incantation, the energy replenishment speed has increased, and his entry into the cultivation world this time will likely be over a decade earlier than in his previous life. Suddenly, an interested look appeared on his face. I remember that during these dozen or so years, something significant happened in the Songyun Sea. In this life, relying on my prophetic foresight, I can plan ahead. The scene shifts to Dashuan, specifically Jelly Mountain, where mist and clouds swirl around the high peaks. On a rugged path, two men were climbing step by step. Wang Xuanba spoke up to advise the person ahead, "Erlang, let us rest for a moment. We have been walking for half a day. I really can't go on anymore." But Erlang refused. Tigers and wild beasts occasionally appear in these mountains. Resting here is not safe. I know of a secluded cave not far ahead. If you are truly tired, we can rest there. Wang Xuanba asked suspiciously, "Erlang, are there really immortals in these mountains?" Erlang affirmed with certainty, "There definitely are. I saw one with my own eyes." Wang Xuanba continued to follow and nag, "Ever since 5 years ago, it is like you have been possessed. Whenever you are free, you crawl into this jelly mountain. I do not know how many trips you have made, yet I have not seen you find any immortals. If you ask me, you should just give up. Seeking immortals and the Tao is too illusory. In my opinion, you should just practice martial arts with me." Erlang could not take it anymore and snapped, "Wang Xuanba, why are you as naggy as my mother?" At that moment, he did not notice a white snake appearing ahead, still shouting heatedly, "If you are going to keep talking nonsense, go down the mountain by yourself." Wang Xuanba's face instantly turned pale. "Erlang, ahead of you." He looked toward the white snake, which had opened its colossal mouth and was lunging, and screamed, "A giant python." Wang Xuanba leapt high without hesitation. Then, he delivered a powerful punch to its head, forcing it to release Erlang. Erlang did not just wait. He pressed 2 fingers together and lunged forward. Erlang unleashed a barrage of kicks against its body. The giant python grew enraged and lashed out, leaving the group no time to react. Wang Xuanba was sent flying a distance away, crashing into a boulder. Seeing this, Erlang cried out in distress, "Xuanba." Erlang was desperately trying to pry open the giant python's jaws. Irritated, It intentionally slammed its head against the rocks to injure its opponent. But even though he was battered and torn, Erlang continued to struggle. However, the giant python's strength was immense. With a single flick, it sent Erlang crashing right next to Wang Xuanba. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to breathe. Watching the giant python approach, he thought to himself, "Damn it, are we going to die here?" Erlang began to recall why he came here. One evening in Jelly Mountain, he had seen the peerless form of an immortal treading the air. From then on, his heart was set on seeking the Tao. He had struggled to climb high mountains with a staff, venturing deep into the range countless times just to find that immortal and take him as a master. Returning to reality, Erlang was filled with unwillingness. Who would have thought that instead of finding an immortal, he would lose his life here today? Right at that moment, a swarm of other beasts flew in from nowhere. It seemed as though the wild animals were working together to defeat the giant python. Seeing this, Erlang frowned in shock. What is this? Why are so many beasts suddenly attacking the giant python? A bold thought struck him. Could this be the handiwork of an immortal? He called out joyfully, "Immortal Master, it must be you." High in the sky, Li Fan quietly observed the situation when he heard the shout, "Immortal Master." He was quite satisfied with the boy. This child is not bad. His aptitude seems somewhat special, and his heart for the Tao is quite firm. But Li Fan felt a bit troubled. Unfortunately, I have not even established myself yet. How could I teach you? I will wait for a better opportunity in the future to grant you a stroke of destiny. Then, he flew away with peace of mind. My 9 years of painstaking research were not in vain. This formless killing intent is indeed extraordinary. In this life, because he was already at the late stage of chi refining, and to avoid the interference of the celestial mortal barrier, he chose to live in seclusion in this Jelly Mountain. Since there is no spiritual energy in the immortal severing land, Li Fan spent most of his time contemplating the worldly chi mechanisms he had seen in his previous life. For 9 years, day and night without pause, he focused his heart and mind. Finally, he attained a breakthrough, comprehending the formless killing intent from those insights. Once unleashed, it can disguise itself as the killing intent of the heavenly Tao within a certain range and degree. Once a target is locked by the formless killing intent, I do not need to act personally. They will perish within that calamity. The will of heaven and earth governs the vast majority of living beings. Thus, countless animals were driven by an endless killing intent toward that white python, an intent that would only vanish when the python was completely dead. Harnessing the mandate of heaven for one's own use, this is the wonder of the formless killing intent. Not only is its power extraordinary and its method bizarre, but its stealth is also extremely high. The formless killing intent is like the killing intent of heaven and earth itself, nearly a pure form of will and rule. Ordinary cultivators cannot detect it. With such advantages, it is truly a must-have for killing and looting. Li Fan gave a relaxed smile. The energy replenishment for Huanjin has reached 99.8%. It is time to set foot in the cultivation world. And so, his boat once again crossed the Great Sea. Encountering the Emerald Songyan Sea once more, a feeling of a lifetime ago surged in his heart. As the owner of the Jibu Xian tablet, Li Fan scattered Guan Hong's ashes into the sea, fulfilling his last wish in this life. See Chapter 8. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Guan Hong. Practiced the Tao for 265 years, used the spiritual plum rare treasure to establish his foundation. Wandering abroad for 3,670 years, now his soul returns home, returning his Tao to the heavens. After the phenomenon vanished, I sensed an indescribable change within me. But even after a careful check, I could not clarify what this change was.
Li Fan flew on.
Forget it, I will set it aside for now and keep it in mind. Orienting myself, I decided to head to Lioli Island first. Instead of using the tie-in bead, I flew by treading the wind. He prepared to play the role of a rogue cultivator of the Songyan Sea who, through a stroke of luck, had cultivated to the late stage of chi refining. Not knowing how to reach the foundation establishment stage, he sought to join the Wanxian Alliance. He frowned in thought. For a rogue cultivator's identity, the tie-in bead is a bit too much. So I chose to fly by wind. It is slow, but I am not in a hurry. Suddenly, Li Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He spun around in a panic, looking back with vigilance. What is this? A surge of killing intent has suddenly locked onto me, and the aura is very powerful, at least at the foundation establishment stage. Li Fan grit his teeth as he saw the killer flying toward him. He is coming for me, and his speed is too fast. I have no choice but to reveal the tie-in bead. Suddenly, the boat in his hand glowed and shot past the killer. Li Fan grit his teeth in frustration at this sight. Damn it, I have pushed the tie-in bead to its maximum speed, yet this person can still close the gap. Finally, he could not hold back and unleashed a lethal move, formless killing intent. In an instant, the boat seemed to gain more power, parting the waves as it lunged forward. Thousands of eyes began to appear around Li Fan. This caused him constant distraction. At the moment of releasing the formless killing intent, it felt as though countless eyes were watching me. Is this the side effect of releasing formless killing? Intent beyond one's level. Is the will of heaven and earth detecting me because I borrowed the mandate of heaven? Suddenly, Li Fan remembered the fiery divine sense in his memory. Fortunately, it seems that because I only crossed one major realm, the problem is not too severe. The will of heaven and earth only glanced at me before going silent. If I used it to cross even more realms, I am afraid a heavenly soul would appear to erase me. Thinking of this, he immediately used a spell to create a massive cyclone. After unleashing the formless killing intent, I quickly noticed a waterspout suddenly appearing in the world. This waterspout spun relentlessly where the opponent was advancing, quickly forming a vortex. The storm carried a blue light, like a giant dragon, roaring as it lunged at the opponent. It quickly ensnared the killer, clearing a path for the wooden boat. Caught off guard, the person was trapped by the storm. I took this opportunity to accelerate and flee. However, Li Fan's joy did not last long. Very soon, the opponent escaped the storm and flew toward me at an even greater speed, with even more intense killing intent. A sea monster suddenly surfaced, opening its mouth to swallow the boat. Then, a shocking explosion occurred across the sea. At that moment, a giant shark leapt from the depths and swallowed them in one gulp. A flame erupted as the person flew out of the shark's mouth, once again charging toward me. He happened to witness a bolt of lightning striking the killer. In the sky, under the bright sun, thunder and lightning suddenly crashed down. The boat continued to speed toward Lioli Island. Finally, Lioli Island appeared ahead. I hurriedly flew into the island's great protection array. If I can get help from He Zhenghao, I will be saved. Even after being struck by lightning, the killer did not give up and pursued relentlessly. He Zhenghao, why are not you out here helping me kill this little thief? The man's voice echoed so loudly it could be heard even on the boat. Li Fan turned pale upon hearing this. Guardian One, how did you end up in this state, He Zhenghao? He used all his strength to shout, Huanjin. A second later, Li Fan's subconsciousness returned to reality, ending this simulation. This was the shortest life I have experienced since opening Huanjin. Who would have thought that as soon as I entered the cultivation world, I would be hunted for no reason? As soon as he opened his eyes, he grit his teeth in rage. What is more outrageous is that the opponent was from the Wanxian Alliance. He came from thousands of miles away with a clear target, to kill me. But Li Fan could not help but think about the killer trailing him. Why would someone from the Wanxian Alliance hunt me, and so soon after I entered the cultivation world? The Songyun Sea is currently under the Alliance's management, and the opponent could clearly track my position. Where did the problem occur? He raised his hands to absorb streams of glowing qi, checking and eliminating items one by one. Finally, he identified the target, the minor divination water art. Li Fan began to piece the connections together. Currently, I have no connection to the Wanxian Alliance. Only this technique was inherited from them in my previous life. Surveillance. The current number of practitioners for the minor divination water art is 1. Search. This technique must be within the Alliance's monitoring range. They found that the technique was not exchanged, yet the number of practitioners is one they knew the technique had been leaked. Even as he focused his energy, he pondered for a long time. Without hesitation, I ran the Supreme Primordial Origin True Scripture to dissolve my late-stage Qi refining cultivation of the minor divination water art. Despite this, Li Fan still flew straight ahead. In Anchor Year 9, I entered the cultivation world again. As expected, my guess was right. Not practicing the minor divination water art meant no pursuit from the Alliance's guardian. I slowly made my way toward Lioli Island. His brain recalled the fossilized skeleton scene while flying near Lioli Island. An image flashed through his memory. Li Fan's gaze quickly shifted to the silently moving water. I stopped and looked deep into the seabed below. In the deep sea, sea monsters were still toyed with their human prey. My gaze pierced through the seawater to the depths, where a school of Lioli fish was dragging human corpses found throughout the sea to offer them to a colossal golden Lioli fish. Its sharp teeth were bared, all within his sights. This golden Lioli fish swayed its bloated body, swallowing the human corpses one by one. After chewing and spitting out the bones, it revealed a dissatisfied expression. Li Fan coldly hooked his finger downward. A massive swarm of small fish suddenly appeared around the monster. The formless killing intent moved at his command, and countless Lioli fish went mad, surrounding the golden fish. Its flesh was gnawed away by the others. The golden Lioli fish's body vanished within the swarm, and golden blood slowly floated to the surface. Li Fan simultaneously obtained a new item. After the golden Lioli fish died, I took the massive genuine Lioli bead from its body into my hand. Unfortunately, it is not a worldly rare treasure, but just carrying it on me provides a function similar to swallowing Lioli pills. This item is extraordinary. Only then did he turn his eyes toward Lioli Island. I put the bead away with great satisfaction and arrived in the sky above Lioli Island, where I stood and released my spiritual energy. Immortal Master, he suddenly appeared to greet Li Fan. From where has this fellow Taoist come to my Lioli Island? He cupped his hands with a smile. Greetings, Taoist he. Li Fan did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. This humble one is Li Fan, a new cultivator of the Songyan Sea. Reaching the late stage of qi refining was extremely difficult. Knowing that a rogue cultivator has no hope for foundation establishment, I wished to join the Wanxian Alliance and request a foundation establishment technique. He used all his persuasive skills to convince Immortal Master he. Hearing of your enthusiasm and helpfulness, I came to see you, hoping you could recommend me. Once successful, I will surely repay you. The man patted his chest confidently. What are you saying, fellow Taoist? We cultivators know how hard the path is. I will help if I can. Rest easy. I will handle your joining the Wanxian Alliance. Li Fan folded his arms and stepped closer to Immortal Master he. Your reputation as the timely rain is indeed well deserved. I am in awe. His words left the man stunned. When did I get the title Timely Rain? These names are quite friendly. If they spread, it might benefit my practice of the mountain sitting decree. He suddenly went quiet, only whispering speculations to himself. He Zhenghao went ahead to process my entry pass. I stood in the sky above Lioli Island, waiting for him to return from Wanxian Island. According to him, any cultivator above the late stage of qi refining who goes there without permission would face an autonomous attack from the Wanxian Great Array. Immortal Master he soon appeared before Li Fan with a blue jade piece. Mission accomplished. Fellow Taoist, just leave a trace of your aura on this passage talisman. Curious and serious, he channeled some spiritual power into it. Seeing this, the man nodded with satisfaction. That is it. After you officially join the Alliance, remember to return this talisman. Do not lose it. Otherwise, you must pay compensation in contribution points. In an instant, Li Fan followed Immortal Master he into the dark sky. Afterward, he Zhenghao led me to Wanxian Island and into the Tianxian Mirror. He pointed toward me and introduced. This is the late-stage qi refining rogue cultivator I mentioned before, who wishes to join our Wanxian Alliance. But the mysterious voice that rang out left Immortal Master he bewildered. Recommending a late-stage qi refining cultivator. Recording a high-level merit. Exchanging for 300 contribution points. Total current contribution, 1340 points. He hurriedly turned to question Li Fan. Forgive my bluntness, but may I ask how old you are? Li Fan answered quickly without hesitation. Probably 29. Upon hearing this, Immortal Master his eyes widened. Late-stage qi refining at 29, and a rogue cultivator too. Your talent is truly rare to see in one's life. He returned to a warm, enthusiastic smile and handed the jade piece to Li Fan. Since you have just arrived, you will surely have many questions. If you have any doubts, just ask me. I will tell you everything I know. Li Fan took it and thanked him politely. Immortal Master he even kindly offered, if you encounter trouble you truly can't solve, you can also ask me. I, he Zhenghao, may only be at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, but I have many connections in the Wanxian Alliance and hold some status. A moment later, he vanished from Li Fan's sight. After giving a few more instructions, he Zhenghao left excitedly. When alone, he finally smiled. This treatment is much better than in my previous life. In the cultivation world, most cultivators travel alone. Someone like He Zhenghao is truly uncommon. Moreover, just because my talent is a bit better, he is perhaps a bit too enthusiastic. Unexpectedly, the voice echoed Li Fan's thoughts. Divine sense fluctuation recorded. Independent space generated. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Wanxian Alliance. As a benefit, you are granted 100 free contribution points. You may use them to exchange for spirit stones, techniques, and dharma treasures. He felt somewhat helpless hearing that voice. The Tianxian mirror began to introduce various sections. Although familiar, I listened seriously while comparing the situation to my previous life. He noted the difference. For early stage versus late stage qi refining, the support mode cost increased from 10 points to 30 points per day.
Li Fan smircă triumphally.
Following the same steps as my previous life, I bought a storage ring, went out to retrieve the gold, silver, and the Jibu Xin tablet, and returned to exchange them. 2,831 contribution points. The mysterious voice interrupted. A batch of gold and silver, 863 points. Worldly rare treasure, Jibu Xin tablet. Damaged quality, exchangeable for points. Li Fan ignored it and continued his business. Then, I took out the Lioli bead from the golden fish. The voice immediately revealed its value. Exquisite Lioli bead, 850 contribution points. He gripped the bead and pondered. This exquisite Lioli bead is like a weakened version of a Lioli pill. The effect is slightly less, but the advantage is that it is not consumed. I will definitely need it for future cultivation, so I will keep it for now. Li Fan also focused on reading information. To earn more contribution points, I searched through the bounty missions posted by other cultivators in the Wanxian mirror. My eyes quickly scanned the list, stopping at one mission in particular. Finally, he understood the intent behind the words. With a stir of his divine sense, he checked the mission details. The text indicated, mission detail, Elder Chun of the Medicine Hall requires a secondary material, blue blood coral, for alchemy. A bounty is issued to the Wanxian Alliance. Informants who provide verified information will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. Those who directly provide blue blood coral will be rewarded with 3,000 points. Li Fan made his decision without hesitation. I saw this target in the awareness. He did not forget to provide new information. I have a lead. In the northwest region of the Songyan Sea, about 200 miles west of Yelam Island, I once saw this coral on the seabed. Unfortunately, it is protected by a sea snake. The snake's exact strength is unknown, but seeing it from afar gave me a sense of fatal danger. After explaining, Li Fan admitted to himself that he had fabricated the danger. He submitted the mission. With the efficiency of Wanxian Island, the truth of his info was quickly verified. The reward was recorded, verified. Useful lead. Mission reward, 1,000 A second later, Li Fan hesitated. Curiously, the blue blood coral bounty was not cancelled but remained posted. It seemed Elder Chun needed a large amount of it. I wonder what pill he is refining. In the end, he returned to his senses and suppressed his curiosity. He focused on the most prominent bounty among the missions. The announcement read, Mission Detail. Bounty for the Cloud Water Map. Reward, 100,000 contribution points. Li Fan glanced over it. 2 simple lines with no other explanation. But the number 100,000 made any cultivator who saw it sway with desire. He rubbed his chin, calculating. Unfortunately, this bounty has been up for over a decade. Forget completing it, no one even knows what the Cloud Water Map actually is. In Li Fan's mind, he involuntarily pictured a person with a hidden face. The issuer was also very mysterious, never appearing or offering any explanation, as if saying, those who understand will know. For those who do not, words are useless. In the Songyan Sea, no one currently knows the location of that Cloud Water Map. In reality, he scratched his head with a naive smile. Except for me. I intend to go to the ruins of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace in the center of the Songyan Sea to find a worldly rare treasure, and establish my Tao foundation. Thinking of this, Li Fan smirked with satisfaction. The Cloud Water Map and the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. His expression hardened for a moment. The reason no one knew this secret yet was simply because the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace had not yet manifested. In his previous life, it was because of Xiao Heng's message that he became interested in the palace, etching that world-shaking event of the Songyan Sea into his heart. Li Fan suddenly recalled the great fire in his memory. The Cloud Water Heavenly Palace stood independent in the sea. It was said to be the most powerful sect of the Songyan Sea in ancient times. When the Great Tribulation descended, its disciples slaughtered one another until not a soul was left, and the lucky survivors activated the sect protection array. Never to emerge again. The next image that came to mind was an island floating in the air. The Cloud Water Heavenly Palace had always been concealed by formations, hidden within the central waters of the Songyan Sea. It was not until Anchor Year 11 that the formations collapsed, and the palace, hidden for 10,000 years, manifested once more. Before the mysterious Grand Gate, People were discussing fervently. Even though the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace chose to hide from the world, it could not escape the fate of destruction. When a group of Songyun Sea cultivators entered, they discovered that the palace had long since become a desolate ruin filled with eerie phenomena. Not far away, a human figure had finished dealing with the crowd. At that time, the first group to enter the ruins consisted of over 100 cultivators, mostly at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. They thought it was an ordinary ruin, but the palace was filled with the weird. Caught off guard, they suffered heavy casualties, and in the end, fewer than 1 in 10 made it out alive. It was then that Si Kongyi turned back with pitch-black eyes. Among them was a man named Si Kongyi, whose cultivation was only at the late stage of Qi refining. He looked very ordinary, and everyone assumed he was just lucky to survive. Li Fan recognized him at a glance. No one expected that it was this Si Kongyi who submitted the Cloud Water Map, completing the bounty mission for 100,000 contribution points. But Si Kongyi left immediately after that. Once he received the reward, he used a long-distance teleportation array to leave the Songyun Sea, vanishing from everyone's sight. From then on, Si Kongyi never appeared again. He took the opportunity to examine the scene. Recalling what he saw in his previous life, he decided to look for information regarding these eerie sect ruins and bought a survival guide for sect ruins. Li Fan opened the book to read. In the current cultivation world, all valuable sects worth exploring can be divided into 2 types, those without eerie phenomena and those with eerie phenomena. A thorny secret chamber quickly formed in his mind. If it was a non-eerie existence, one only needed to be careful of traps and formations, and usually there was no extreme danger. Li Fan could no longer smile. But if it is an eerie existence, one must be more than just cautious. A figure 1,000 meters tall appeared in the city. The term eerie referred to strange phenomena within ruins that could not be measured by common logic. These eerie things seemed as if they did not belong to this world, each having its own unique rules. A pitch-black eye appeared from the void. Eerie rules also varied in strength, categorized into Qi refining level, foundation establishment level, and golden core level. It rolled its eye and commented frankly. This place could not be a base and supported Plan Z, while the residents strongly supported the original idea to make it a base. He stood aside, evaluating the scene. If a cultivator was within the range of an eerie phenomenon and their cultivation was lower than the strength of the rules, they had to obey those rules. Once violated, death was inevitable. Li Fan also saw cultivators who were so overjoyed by their gains that they forgot themselves. I carefully read the ruin guide and felt much more secure. In the previous life, ever since news spread that Si Kongyi found the Cloud Water Map and received 100,000 points, cultivators flooded the palace and unearthed countless treasures. Most of the rules within the palace had long ceased to be secrets. Even Si Kongyi hesitated before a glowing object. However, there was never a definitive conclusion on how he obtained the Cloud Water Map. In this life, if I want to scheme for the map, the best way is to secretly follow Si Kongyi and snatch it right when he is about to get it. He looked at the problem from many angles and formed a resolve. There are still 2 years until the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace opens. I can quietly investigate information related to Si Kongyi. First to know oneself and one's enemy while also doing my best to upgrade my strength. With his will set, Li Fan continued to focus on the notices. Right now I only have the formless killing intent. I still need to practice more offensive techniques. Therefore, he set his sights on a pile of Qi refining stage offensive techniques in the Tianxian mirror. This time, the information was even longer than before. Nether Spirit Illusion Art, a Qi refining technique. One visualizes and nurtures an illusory spirit in their mind. When facing an enemy, the spirit can be released to bewilder them. Once the spirit grows strong, it can even enter another sea of consciousness to launch a direct mental attack. He read it all. The Nether Spirit Illusion was a form of illusionary art. The smile returned to Li Fan's lips. This technique is truly made for me. Although he did not know how his divine sense strength compared to other cultivators, after hundreds of years of reincarnation and the buff from the heart-refining incantation, it should not be too weak. He also thought of that blazing divine sense. Moreover, if he used the original form of the Crimson Flame as the basis for his illusory spirit's visualization, the power of the resulting spirit would surely be extraordinary. Li Fan could not help but complain again. It is just that the price is too high. A number was shown that made him feel bitter. The price was 2,500 contribution points. Finally, he understood everything. It was almost the same price as a foundation establishment technique. No wonder no one bought it. After an internal struggle, he made his decision. Regardless, He grit his teeth and bought the Nether Spirit Illusion Art. Remaining points, 1,321. In a flash, his contribution points dropped to only 1,321. With the item in hand, Li Fan immediately focused on his practice. Once the technique arrived, he opened the cultivation support mode, took out the exquisite Lioli bead, and began his training. He started with the mysterious divine sense. Visualizing an illusory spirit could not be done out of thin air. It had to be based on an object that truly existed in the cultivation world. Li Fan closed his eyes in silent meditation. Thoughts flowed slowly as past events appeared before him. He seemed to return to the moment in his previous life when he watched the crimson flame burn. The sea. The bright golden flame took over his mind, and a phantom slowly emerged in his sea of consciousness. Even though it was just a phantom that had not yet taken shape, he suddenly felt his body temperature skyrocket, and sweat poured off him like rain. Li Fan continuously pushed himself. I forced the heart-refining incantation to run, suppressing the scorching sensation as I continued to visualize the form of the crimson flame. As the crimson flame illusory spirit took shape, my body temperature rose higher and higher. But his body could not endure it and reacted by snapping Li Fan awake. He wiped the red stains from his lips and sighed. The heavenly soul is indeed extraordinary. Even a spirit condensed from its form is impossible to sustain. There must be some rule restriction here, that I do not understand. Afterward, Li Fan fell into deep thought. Heavenly souls are manifestations of certain worldly laws. Crimson, flame, the law of fire. If flame in crimson flame represents laws related to fire, then what special meaning does crimson have? Aside from crimson flame, are there other flames? A blue aura continued to appear around his divine sense. I tried it immediately. The form remained the same, but the color shifted from red to blue. This time, the spirit formed smoothly, but it was extremely weak, like an empty shell with no power to harm enemies. The flame gradually changed to a deep blue mixed with pitch black. I tried again, this time turning from blue to black. The black flame was like the crimson flame. The spirit could not take shape. However, the difference was that visualizing the black flame did not produce the scorching sensation of the crimson flame. Next came a characteristic golden flame. Then I tried every color I could think of. I discovered there were only 4 types of results. The phantom directly absorbed the green flame to wake up. The first type was like the crimson flame, unable to take shape, and one feels a scorching heat during visualization. Finally, the flame turned to ash. The second type was like the green flame, it could take shape but was like an empty shell with no power. The third type was like the black flame, unable to take shape, but without the scorching heat. That phantom benefited greatly from Li Fan's absorption. And the fourth type, the most special one, a phantom almost identical to the crimson flame, but blue. There was no scorching heat. Instead, the temperature was extremely low. It suddenly flew in front of him and stared while Li Fan pondered. During visualization, my body felt as if it had fallen into absolute zero ice, yet my consciousness reached a wondrous state. It felt like an out-of-body experience, looking at the changes in my body as an outsider without any emotional fluctuation, a state of absolute calm and logic. A moment later, the phantom returned to practice. At the same time, the blue flame illusory spirit took shape. The temperature did not rise, but it quickly manifested on my person. Before long, he completed the arduous practice. With a stir of his divine sense, the extreme cold on his body vanished instantly, and he returned to his original appearance. I also withdrew from that state of absolute logic. This is the power of the blue flame. But Li Fan also suffered no small amount of pain. After long-term cultivation consumption, my contribution points had dwindled to just over 100. The days of holding over 3,000 points seemed like yesterday. In a blink, it was gone. Points are consumed far too quickly. So he looked toward the jade communication slip and asked Ti Zhenghao if there was a way to earn points quickly. Daoist he, is there any way to earn contribution points fast? Hearing Li Fan's story, Immortal Master, he could not help but laugh loudly. Our Wanxian alliance is like that. New cultivators usually need to toil for years just to exchange for a single technique. However, in a split second, his tone changed. But these things are not convenient to discuss over the communication talisman. If you are willing, you can come to Lioli Island. We can meet and talk in detail. Since I was the one who introduced you, I naturally must help you. Hearing this, Li Fan felt somewhat relieved. He truly was a timely rain, but everything happens for a reason. Li Fan did not hesitate and flew quickly toward Lioli Island's protection array. Immortal Master, he was still smiling and praising him. It seems fellow Taoist was quite impatient. Suddenly, he closed his mouth and clapped his hands a few times. The ground beneath them began to shake violently. The mountains were sinking. Li Fan looked up in alarm and was instantly stunned. Massive boulders hovered in the sky as if by magic. The mountain range within the array was now like individual stars floating above their heads. Immortal Master, he spoke with great confidence. How do you find my mountain river star field array? He stared at the scene, praising it endlessly. The mountain river star field array is extraordinary, He Zhenghao happily added. The great protection array of Lioli Island was personally built by me, using this array as its foundation. Li Fan looked at him with admiration. I did not expect you to be so proficient in formations. He Zhenghao, being praised, scratched his head shyly. Although I built it personally, I naturally had help from others. He smiled gently and spoke incessantly. To be honest, my foundation establishment rare treasure is a 100-path mountain river formation map. Because of that, I have a talent for formations that ordinary cultivators cannot match. Speaking only of formations, not cultivation base, even a nascent soul stage formation master might not compare to me. He rested his chin on his hand, curious about He Zhenghao's words. So that is how it is. I wonder what matter Taoist he wanted to discuss in a private space. He Zhenghao's expression remained unchanged as he stated his condition. It is nothing major, just something that skirts the rules. I want to ask you to take a trip to the immortal severing land for me, the Dali realm.
Li Fan ponderat.
He wants me to go to the Dali realm. Could it be? He asked directly. Taoist he, what business do you have for me in the immortal severing land? Immortal Master, he began his analysis. Although the immortal severing land is a small mortal world, it has quite a few valuable things that can be exchanged for contribution points. But if we were to search for them ourselves, it would be a waste of time and effort, more loss than gain. He paused before finishing. However, the powerful mortals in these small worlds will do anything to return to the cultivation world. For example, the royal families and nobility. He waited for the next sentence. And so, Immortal Master, he laid out a scheming plan. We can use that as a condition to have those mortals collect materials for us. Conveniently, the Dali realm has several types of precious treasures, even a good amount of star sea quicksand. Li Fan considered it seriously. Dali realm, crossing borders, star sea quicksand. So the immortal collaborating with Tianbao Pavilion to cross borders was indeed He Zhenghao. He calculated clearly and in detail. Star sea quicksand is a common material for setting up formations, usually priced at 2 or 3 points per catty. 50 catties would be nearly 600 points. If he looted one small world every dozen years, he could get several thousand points. With a few such worlds, would not that equal thousands of points every year? The immortal bargained the price. You only need to go to the Dali realm for me once and bring back the materials I told them to find 10 years ago. After selling these materials, we will split the contribution points 50-50. He accepted the deal immediately. Fine, I agree. Li Fan was provided with several items. He Zhenghao gave me a wooden boat similar to the Taiyan bead and a talisman. A simple flying vessel and a stealth talisman. The boat had some simple formations carved on it, not as refined as the Taiyan bead. The talisman was a stealth talisman more powerful than a chi concealing talisman. No one below the nascent soul stage could see through it. Prepared, I went to the Dali realm. I learned from He Zhenghao that in the middle of this world, there is a small volcano. Every 200 to 300 years, it erupts, causing countless casualties. But now, the eruptions were becoming more frequent and larger in scale. The Dali dynasty feared that one day, the volcano would turn the world into a lava hell. Therefore, they were desperate to find a way for their descendants to escape. The emperor knelt before him. Welcome, Immortal Master. Li Fan asked indifferently, the appointed day has arrived. Have you finished collecting the materials? The old man did not dare look up. Reporting to the Immortal Master, the items on the list have all been prepared. He landed gently. In that case, lead me to them. Thus, under the Emperor's guidance, I checked all the materials. After confirming there were no issues, I satisfiedly put them into my storage ring. This mission was a success, smooth sailing with no difficulties, truly a profitable trade. I handed the formation-carved boat to the Emperor and suddenly remembered Xiao Heng. Li Fan asked, where is the son of the Prince of Jinnan? Xiao Heng, take me to see him. Through the Emperor, I learned that Xiao Heng was currently being fostered at Scholar Su's home. Guided by the Emperor, I arrived at the scholar's manor. He waved his hand and ordered, "All of you stand up." Everyone was extremely respectful. "Greetings, Immortal Master." Li Fan looked around and asked loudly, "Which one is Xiao Heng?" A young boy was led out. Reporting to the Immortal Master, "This is Xiao Heng." That appearance matched the young man in his memory perfectly. Li Fan stepped forward for a closer look. Then he made a promise, "I see that this child's talent is extraordinary. He will surely not be an ordinary man in the future. 10 years from now, I will personally come to take him away." Everyone around replied in unison, "Rest assured, Immortal Master, we will take good care of Xiao Heng." Suddenly, someone rushed forward to plead with Li Fan, "Immortal Master, please save my younger sister." The boy begged desperately, "Please, Immortal Master, save my sister." The father beside him quickly tried to stop him. What are you doing?" Su Changyu looked up awkwardly. "My son is ignorant, please forgive him, Immortal Master." Following that, everyone knelt down. "Please forgive us, Immortal Master." Li Fan thought leisurely, "In the previous life, I heard Xiao Heng mention that Su Changyu had a sister with a terminal illness. I intended to check the situation anyway, so he replied, 'Take me to see her. There won't be a next time.' A moment later, I met the young Su sister in an underground basement. Her body seemed incredibly hot. She lay on a jade bed surrounded by many stones. Li Fan gently touched the girl's forehead, and a stream of spiritual energy flowed out. His pupils immediately constricted in shock. Li Fan could not believe it. There was no celestial mortal barrier within the young Su sister's body. His face instantly changed color. "And what kind of constitution is this? A wisp of spiritual energy I just sent into her body was actually enhanced after one circulation. This stream of energy is completely different from my own attribute, it carries a scorching heat."
Li Fan analiza carefully.
This was not even the heat of a flame, but a violent spiritual energy transformed from wrath. He frowned warily. Could it be that this is? Li Fan stared at the girl who was constantly crying. An innate immortal body, a heaven-envied person. An innate immortal body meant having no celestial mortal barrier since birth, making it extremely easy to harmonize with all types of techniques and spells. Not only is the cultivation speed terrifyingly fast, but casting spells also receives a natural boost in power. A heaven-envied person is born with a divine ability. Because the ability is so powerful, they face corresponding heavenly envy, accompanied by tribulations from birth. If they can resolve the tribulations, they grow even stronger through the tempering. Their cultivation speed might not be exceptionally fast, but in battle, they are always invincible among those of the same stage, and can even fight across a major realm. Both constitutions are rare, extremely rare. Yet both appeared simultaneously in a single newborn. The absence of the barrier proves she has an innate immortal body, while the power of wrath constantly burning her body must be her innate divine ability. Li Fan could not help but feel regret. The anger in her body was constantly burning away her life force. Even hiding in an ice cellar all day, she could never live to adulthood. No wonder in the previous life, Su Changyu was so desperate that he did not care about becoming a test subject for the barrier just to quickly become a cultivator. He frowned, thinking in his view, perhaps becoming a legendary immortal master could save his sister's life. What a pity. Li Fan decided to act, creating a small ice crystal. "If you had not met me, even if a golden core cultivator came, they might not be able to save you." He lightly touched the girl's forehead. After a moment, the child giggled because of the pleasant, cool sensation. He made a silent decision. "This time I can guarantee you will be safe for 10 years. If I can emerge from the cloud water heavenly palace in this life, I will come back for her." I left the basement and asked Scholar Su about his sister's situation. The scholar hesitated for a while before stuttering out the whole story. It turned out that the young Su girl was not Scholar Su's daughter, but his sister, the daughter of Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing was much younger than the scholar. Last year when she became pregnant with the girl, she was only 6 years old. At that time, her pregnancy naturally caused a huge stir in the Su household because she was unmarried. Getting pregnant out of wedlock was already a scandal, but what made old Master Su even more furious was that Su Yuqing could not say who the father was. The Su family wanted to kill the baby, but Su Yuqing refused to have an abortion. And so, the girl was born. Su Yuqing's body was already weak and could not endure it. A few days after giving birth, she passed away. Unexpectedly, the baby soon contracted a strange illness, her whole body burning up, even to the point where she had to be covered in iced water constantly to find relief. The Su family invited every famous doctor in the capital, but none could cure her until I arrived. Li Fan looked toward the sky and thought to himself that perhaps only being born by sensing the heavenly mandate could explain why Su Xiaomei's talent was so remarkably high. He was lost in deep thought. However, based on the original trajectory of history, even if she were a peerless genius, she would not have escaped death before the Great Tribulation. In the cultivation world, how many people with soaring talent like Su Xiaomei had died like ordinary folk, leaving no name behind? The matters here were settled, so I returned to Liuli Island. Within the Shanchuan Xingdo formation, I handed the storage ring to He Zhenghao. He Zhenghao seemed a bit distracted, only giving the ring a casual glance before putting it away. His attention remained fixed on a mirror in front of him, which looked somewhat similar to the Tianxian mirror. I followed He Zhenghao's gaze and saw a line of small text displayed on the mirror: Lingshuang grass, current price 15 contribution points per stock. He looked like he was about to go crazy, muttering, "Increase, please just increase." Li Fan leaned in and asked, "Fellow Taoist He, what are you doing?" The immortal He clutched his head in agony. "Taoist friend, you do not understand. A few days ago, I received reliable information that the island where Lingshuang grass is grown was attacked by sea beasts, and half of the crop was destroyed." His face darkened. At that time, the news had not spread yet. I wanted to take this opportunity to make a killing. I bought in, kept buying in. I had to make a fortune this time. So, I invested heavily through the Tianxian mirror, purchasing a massive amount of Lingshuang grass. Immortal He had essentially fallen into a trap. In the beginning, the price of Lingshuang grass rose slightly. But who would have thought, before I could even sell the stock in my hands, the price suddenly plummeted, dropping straight from 25 points to 13 points. It is almost at a dead end. He wiped away tears of heartbreak. Fortunately, the price has recovered a bit recently, rising back to about 15 points. Li Fan forced a smile and suggested, "Then why does not fellow Taoist He take this chance to sell it all and at least recover some capital?" Immortal He refused to listen. "How can I? Nearly 100 years of my savings are in this. It has to at least return to the original price. I am staying in." Li Fan remained silent and did not continue. This man was beyond saving. Immediately after, another change occurred. His eyes bulged. How did it drop again? 13, 12, 10, 8. It is still falling. On Wanxian Island, the price of Lingshuang grass fluctuated so wildly that people were panicking. Once the matter concluded, I investigated slightly and understood the cause. It was a scheme set up by Qingmu Huaxing Jinjuan to harvest the cultivators who wanted to profit from the opportunity. The news of the Lingshuang grass island being destroyed was true, which is why many people jumped in decisively once it was confirmed. But what they did not know was that the Wanxian Alliance had recently discovered a grotto heaven that had been sealed for 1,000 years. It was said to be overflowing with wood attribute spiritual energy and filled with precious spirit herbs, with Lingshuang grass growing everywhere. He nodded in realization. It seemed impossible for fellow Taoist He to get his capital back. However, this big shot's methods were quite ruthless. The market is indeed treacherous. This trip to the Li realm earned me 11,771 contribution points from He Zhenghao, which was barely enough for me to use for a while. I did not choose to spend them immediately, but looked for information on Xiao Xiuyuan. Xiao Xiuyuan, 1,171 contribution points. It was said this man could obtain large quantities of invisibility talismans from the Wanxian Alliance's Talisman Hall, so he clearly had good connections. It was the perfect chance to buy some spirit talismans and see if I could ask him about Sikong Yi. No sooner said than done. Li Fan headed straight for his destination. At the commercial district of Wanxian Island, inside the Tianli Hall, when he entered, Xiao Shuyuan was still shouting, "I am telling you for these 10 packs of 100 invisibility talismans. I do not care how much the price drops, we trade at the agreed price. What, you are canceling the deal, you do not even want your deposit back." The old man angrily threw things around to vent his rage. Heavens, another one. Does everyone think I, Xiao Shuyuan, am an easy target? Shuyuan's face was grim. "It is over, it is all over. I, Xiao Shuyuan, have never made a losing trade, yet I have ended up with such a large batch of invisibility talismans stuck in my hands." Li Fan immediately showed interest. "How much for the invisibility talismans?" The old man immediately snapped back to his senses. 10 contribution points each. "How many do you want? If you buy more than 10, I will give you a 20% discount. If more than 100, I will give you 50% off." Li Fan began to drive the price down. "I have no use for so many. 5 or 6 is enough. Besides, your price is not right, is it? Before I came, I checked the high-quality invisibility talismans in the Tianxian mirror. The current price is only 20 points. Your low-grade stuff is still selling so expensively. Xu Yuan visibly deflated. 8 points each. Can't go any lower. You have to realize that even refining the talismans takes capital. He immediately pulled out his wallet generously. Fine, give me 6. I will pay with mid-grade spirit stones. You can keep the change. Do you take jobs for scouting information on cultivators? The old man gritted his teeth and said, I will take it. My business is about to go under. If I do not take more work, I won't be able to survive. Name, cultivation level. Li Fan said happily, Sikong Yi, mid-stage qi condensation. Xu Yuan patted his chest in guarantee. Rest assured, he is just a minor qi condensation cultivator. I guarantee I will uncover his background for you. It is just that the price. He had no intention of throwing money away recklessly. He is just a minor qi condensation cultivator. It should not be that expensive, right? The old man smiled obsequiously and gave a number. In this line of work, there is always some risk. How about, you give me 80 contribution points. Li Fan cut it directly in half. 40 points. Not a bit more. Xu Yuan tried to negotiate. Oh, you're cutting the price too hard. It should at least be 60 points. Right, otherwise, it is another losing trade for me. He gave his final price. 50. Take it or leave it. The old man broke into a cold sweat. All right, I will take it. Pay a 10-point deposit first. Once there are results, I will notify you through this spirit talisman. After leaving Tianli Hall, I returned to the Tianxian mirror. I opened the cultivation support model, entered closed door meditation, and decided to cultivate the Mingling Huangong to the late stage of qi condensation. 1 month later, in the waters of Yenjing Island to the east of the Songyan Sea, to test the power of the Mingling Huangong, I took a mission to hunt crimson flame sharks for their inner cores. In the deep sea, I suppressed my aura and followed behind a group of crimson flame sharks. This group had about a dozen sharks, and they were surrounding a lone crimson throne whale. Li Fan directly unleashed his ultimate move, Mingling Huangong, Blue Flame Phantom. A surge of twisting frost poured out. All the flame sharks were frozen solid in an instant. He noted with joy, most of these sea beasts have cultivation levels equivalent to the qi condensation stage. After using the Blue Flame Phantom to launch a divine sense attack, they are like sheep waiting for slaughter with no resistance at all. The power of the Blue Flame Phantom is truly extraordinary. But suddenly, Li Fan's eyes widened in surprise. A terrifyingly giant creature was rushing toward him with its mouth wide open. He immediately recalled the notice, Bounty, Hunt the Dragon Whale. Reward, 2,000 contribution points. Li Fan knew instantly, this is the Bounty Dragon Whale, worth 2,000 points. The bounty description mentioned that this dragon whale was the exotic beast that destroyed the Lingshuang Grass Island region. At that time, even the island guardian at the Foundation establishment stage could do nothing against it. Later, a golden core cultivator from the Wanxian Alliance arrived late. This dragon whale, after taking a blow from the golden core cultivator, did not die but escaped into the deep sea while heavily injured. Suddenly, he chuckled with interest. Ha, even a Foundation establishment cultivator could not do anything. Li Fan's eyes gleamed with a golden light. But that does not mean I can't kill it. A dragon whale worth 2,000 contribution points. How can I endure it stealing my spoils of war? Behind him, it felt as if 100 eyes were staring at him. Again, this feeling of being watched. However, the side effect this time is much smaller than before. After unleashing the Wuxiang Shaji on the dragon whale, I activated an invisibility talisman and followed it stealthily. For the next 20 or so days, the dragon whale was attacked by countless deep-sea beasts, fleeing in panic until it was on its last breath. Taking advantage of its fading consciousness, I unleashed the Blue Flame Phantom to deliver the final blow. After I dismantled the dragon whale's body, I packed the miscellaneous items from its stomach into my storage ring. There were quite a few lioli beads in its stomach. After ensuring I had no lingering side effects, I left secretly. Returning to the Tianxian mirror, I handed over the dragon whale's remains and exchanged everything I found for contribution points. Now, the usable points I had reached 2,770. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. With this many points, it should be enough to choose a satisfactory cultivation technique.
Li Fan calculata silently.
I am currently lacking a technique to hide my aura for easier tracking. Invisibility techniques are also quite rare, but if it is only for the qi condensation stage, my points are definitely enough. News about him quickly spread. Late-stage qi condensation, Li Fan. Who is this? Wasn't it said that the dragon whale could withstand an attack from a golden core cultivator? How did this Li Fan kill it? Could he be hiding his cultivation? He really is at the late stage of qi condensation. I have confirmed it with someone. Not long ago, he was recommended to join our Wanxian alliance by He Zhenghao. They were all discussing enthusiastically. How exactly did he do it? Could he be carrying a rare treasure? Suddenly, someone stepped forward to conclude, stop guessing. The latest information says this kid was just lucky. He was immediately surrounded. Fellow Taoist Chu Peng, what do you mean by that? Exactly luck, how is that possible? Chu Peng announced confidently. I could not believe it either, but that is the truth. He added, the corpse of the dragon whale was sent to Elder Gongsun at the Tianji Hall for analysis. The conclusion was that before it died, it had fought at least 3 deep-sea beasts of the same rank. Most of the wounds on its body were left by those beasts.
Chu Peng bluntly dismissa Li Fan's marit.
Before it died, the dragon whale was already exhausted. Even if that kid had not acted, it would not have lived much longer. Everyone was led to believe this. So this qi condensation kid's luck was that good. I would not believe it if it were not for Elder Gongsuan's analysis. It is truly enviable that his 2,000 contribution points. At the same time, Li Fan was busy weighing his options. After a period of searching and comparing, I identified my target technique, the Rui Sui Hang Ju. This technique is excellent for tracking and hiding. Once locked onto an opponent, one can follow them like a shadow, making it hard for them to escape. It is like a shadow hidden in the darkness, making it undetectable. Price, 1,800 contribution points. For such a miraculous effect, I did not hesitate and bought it directly. Just as I was preparing for closed-door cultivation, I suddenly received a transmission talisman from He Zhenghao. The immortal. He was clearly excited. Friendly Fan. Oh my, I did not expect the one who hunted the dragon whale to actually be you. I thought it was just another cultivator with the same name and realm. He rambled on incessantly. Someone even came to ask me about your situation before I confirmed it. You really killed that dragon whale. Haha, good good good. Consider it venting some anger for me. You do not know, these past few days, every time I close my eyes, I see images of the Lingshuang grass price crashing. He replied humbly, it was just luck. While on a mission, I happened to encounter that dragon whale fighting other giant beasts and just picked up the spoils. Immortal, he stated firmly, luck is also a part of one's strength. Your talent and fortune are extraordinary. The great Tao surely awaits you in the future. He suddenly mentioned, it just so happens I have a matter I would like to ask your help with, if possible.
Li Fan acta surpresa.
Oh, what is it? Immortal, he went straight to the point. I want to invite you to guard Lioli Island in my place. What do you think? Li Fan did not quite understand. Guard it in your place. He continued to explain, because of the Lingshuang grass incident, I lost more than half of my savings from the past few years. Now the nascent soul technique I want to exchange for is getting further away. I am truly unwilling to accept this. It just so happens that a few fellow Taoists recently discovered an ancient cave dwelling and invited me to explore it. According to them, this cave dwelling was likely sealed before the Great Tribulation. There must be many rare treasures and possibly even techniques inside. Immortal, he believed that if he could get a harvest, it would compensate for his losses. So I have decided to take a gamble. Li Fan did not agree immediately. How long do you need me to guard it for? He replied casually, not long. At least 1 or 2 years, at most 3 or 4. Li Fan gently refused. I am sorry, I really can't do that. I feel my breakthrough is near, and I need to go out to find opportunities within the next 2 years. I can't stay on Lioli Island for that long. He regretfully gave up. I see. Then I will just have to find someone else. I wish you an early foundation establishment. Afterward, Li Fan began to focus on breaking through. The communication talisman did not send any more messages. I opened the cultivation support model and practiced the Rui Sui Hang Ju. With the addition of the Qi Enlightening and Linglung Lioli beads, I only took 10 days to reach the late Qi condensation stage of the Rui Sui Hang Ju. I spent 100 contribution points to set up a simulated pursuit battle against a late-stage Qi condensation cultivator in the Tianxian mirror. With the help of the Rui Sui Hang Ju, my speed increased significantly, and a certain connection seemed to form with the locked target. When the opponent's speed increased, it also accelerated my own speed to a certain extent. I could even constantly use shadows on the ground to blink back and forth. In no time, I had caught up with the figure ahead. Ending the pursuit battle, I was very satisfied with the Rui Sui Hang Ju. Now everything was arranged. I only had to wait for the intelligence from Xiao Shuyuan and the official opening of the Yunshui, Tiangong. 2 months later, at Tianli Hall on Wanxian Island, he questioned impatiently, "How does your Tianli Hall do business? He is just a minor qi condensation cultivator. Does it take this long to gather intelligence?" Shuyuan hurried out and lowered his voice. "Keep it down. The reason it took this long is that there is a specific cause." The old man began to talk non-stop. "I won't hide it from you, the difficulty of this task exceeded expectations. The 50 points we agreed on last time was truly too little. You should know that to solve this, I had to invite a late-stage foundation establishment senior to help."
Li fan glarat treataningli.
"What, you want to break our agreement?" Shuyuan hurriedly negotiated. No, just add a little bit more." He decisively turned to leave. "Farewell." The old man quickly settled. Fine, as we said before, 50 it is." Li Fan paid immediately. "Here, including the deposit, exactly 50 contribution points." Shuyuan took the money while whining. "Do you think it was easy for me to earn this bit of money? The information is in the jade slip. Verify it yourself." He checked the goods immediately. Li Fan frowned in doubt. 2 people. According to the intelligence Xiao Shuyuan gathered, Si Kongyi rarely went out and did not often show his face. He had a close friend named Bailey Chun, also at the mid-stage of qi condensation. It seemed their relationship was very good. Whenever they went out, they were always together, inseparable like a person and their shadow. These 2 usually stayed on Wanxian Island. Except for doing missions to accumulate points, they did not go out. Their range of activity was Wanxian Island. Furthermore, during the time Xiao Shuyuan was investigating, these 2 had vanished without a reason once. After leaving Wanxian Island, their traces were lost, and it was unclear which direction they went. He kept speculating, who is this Bailey Chun? Why do I have no impression of him at all? Could it be that he died in the Yunshui Tiangong ruins? Having finished, Li Fan rushed off immediately. He had not expected to target an additional person. His current preparations seemed insufficient. Fortunately, there was still quite a bit of time. Shuyuan watched his departing back. It turned out the old man had his own calculations. One was a mysterious person of unknown origin, the other was a person who did not show his face, both with unpredictable motives. Shuyuan was full of anticipation. "I want to see what you 2 are up to." 1 year later, as scheduled, in the central sea area of the Cloud Sea layer, the Yunshui Tiangong ruins were about to appear. More and more cultivators gathered in the center of the Cloud Sea. Si Kongyi and Bailey Chun were naturally among them, standing side by side on the battlefield. Xiao Shuyuan was also there, his expression quite excited. A giant gate gradually appeared in the sky. A brilliant light radiated from within. Strange figures were faintly visible at the center of the gate. Li Fan frowned and raised his hand to block the brightness. Suddenly, whispers erupted around him. "The war at the front line is tense. All major sects have suffered heavy losses. My Yunshui Tiangong is the leader of the sects in the Cloud Sea, all the more so. Who knows how many fellow disciples have died on the battlefield? Before leaving, the sect master uncle ordered me to go out and recruit disciples. I cannot fail his expectations. Fortunately, this trip's harvest is not small." He and everyone else were teleported to a certain cave. "What is going on? Where is this? I remember we were inside the cloud vortex nearby, right? Also, what is with these clothes?" Someone shouted to get everyone's attention. "Hey you, the man in white, did you bring us here? Who are you, and what is your purpose?" Qin Tang gave a mysterious order. "Aya, you guys are finally awake. Next, keep quiet." He was interrupted mid-sentence. "I have to warn you all about a few things to note," the person yelled. "Stop the nonsense. Tell us quickly, where is this?" Qin Tang's eyes glowed slightly. This batch of newcomers seems a bit disobedient. In an instant, he made that person shut up forever. Everyone stepped back in horror. Qin Tang continued calmly, "Aya, it is finally quiet. Now I will continue." He introduced himself. "My name is Qin Tang, the chief transmission disciple of the Yunshui Tiangong. You must call me Senior Brother Qin." Qin Tang waved his hand as if granting a favor. "You are all the outer disciples I recruited this time. Over the next few months, you only need to pass a few of my tests to officially join my Yunshui Tiangong." He continued as he approached, "You must remember these points. First, you must show respect to your senior brother Qin. Whatever I say, you must do. Second." Meanwhile, people were secretly transmitting messages. "Does any fellow Taoist know what is happening? This is the Yunshui Tiangong anomaly. This must be a sect ruin shrouded in an anomaly. Is this Qin Tang alive or dead? Someone spoke up to reassure everyone, don't panic. Anomalies have their own rules. As long as we follow Qin Tang's words, there should not be any danger for now. Li Fan noticed that the expressions of those two were normal, as if they already knew they would encounter an anomaly, or perhaps they had some guarantee even against an anomaly. Suddenly, Qin Tang clapped his hands a few times. He ended the greeting. It is late. I will take you to rest first. Tomorrow morning, we officially begin the tests. Follow me. Immediately, a few people tried to run. It is not safe to stay here. Staying is a path to death. Why not explore other parts of this ruin for treasures? But Qin Tang would not let them go so easily. Sure enough, immediately after, none of them were left in one piece. The survivors cursed them in their hearts. A bunch of idiots. It has already been said that this is an anomaly, yet they still dream of escaping. They really do not know how to spell the word death. They transmitted messages among themselves. Strange, there were Foundation establishment cultivators among them, but why were there no heavenly phenomena upon their death? Under the shroud of an anomaly, rules are self-contained. Common sense mostly loses its effect, so we must be even more cautious. Qin Tang arranged for them, all right, everyone rest here tonight. Early tomorrow morning, gather at the square. Now, everyone go pick a room. He kindly reminded them, remember to go to sleep early. Li Fan continued to act cautiously. After Qin Tang left, I chose a room quite close to Sikong Yi's group. Lying on the bed, I circulated the Shenhuang heart-refining incantation. The stray thoughts in my mind vanished. Other cultivators in the room saw me fall asleep immediately and forced themselves to fall asleep as well. But not everyone was keen enough to sense what was about to happen. Many were still whispering with their companions, their expressions excited. How could they sleep? Time slowly ticked by. Suddenly, the lights in all the rooms were extinguished, plunging the entire area into darkness. Qin Tang's voice rang out, Aya, these newcomers are really not that obedient. I already said it, you must sleep early. As he spoke, he dealt with those who did not listen. If tomorrow morning's test is delayed, it won't be good. If you can't sleep, then let me help you. Hair-raising sounds echoed continuously. No one knew how many cultivators died without even being able to let out a scream. At this moment, everyone present understood that Qin Tang's sleep early was not just a casual remark. Many cultivators wanted to resist but could not stir up even a ripple, dying silently. Qin Tang even sighed and complained, AI, this job is really tiring. If it were not for Sect Master Uncle and the senior brothers and sisters all being gone, I would not have to do this myself. He did not even have a speck of blood on him. So boring. So boring. I would rather go drink some wine. Regarding the matter of sleeping, ordinary people with insomnia surely have deep feelings about it. If there is no psychological burden, you just sleep. Conversely, it is very hard to fall asleep and very easy to wake up. Plus, cultivators are used to using meditation to replace sleep, making actual sleeping quite a difficult task. Consequently, even knowing that not sleeping meant death, many cultivators still could not fall asleep. In the latter half of the night, Qin Tang came again, and there was another bloodbath. The next morning, when I woke up and left the room, I saw corpses everywhere. Xiao Xiuyuan had not passed this hurdle. His body was separated and lying there silently. He moved quickly. I did not delay and ran straight to yesterday's square. Having learned yesterday's lesson, the cultivators did not wander elsewhere and obediently gathered on the square. The groups were sparse. The surviving cultivators were less than 2/3 of yesterday's number. The trial had not even officially started, and there were already so many casualties. The lucky survivors were very pessimistic about what was to come, their faces gloomy. Sikong Yi and Bailey Chun remained expressionless. Qin Tang was still casually drinking. Good wine, good wine. He announced with satisfaction, good, it seems everyone is here. Then, we officially begin the first test. Qin Tang explained, Master once said that in the search for the Tao, 3 things are most important, talent, heart nature, and luck. Master believed that among these 3, talent is the most crucial. He explained in more detail, however, I believe that heart nature is actually the most important. Therefore, the 3 tests I have arranged are all related to heart nature. As Qin Tang spoke, he led us to a 3-story building. The first floor where we stood was filled with bookshelves, and the shelves were packed with various cultivation techniques. The same thought appeared in the minds of all the cultivators, I have hit the jackpot this time. Just taking a few of these out would be worth more than a dozen years of hard work. Although the techniques on the shelves made everyone extremely greedy, no one dared to act recklessly due to Qin Tang's previous display of power. He remained right beside them, teaching, the secret of the heart lies in focus, in application, and in action. This first stage is a test of your level of concentration. There are 36,541 volumes of cultivation techniques here. For the next period of time, you will stay here and transcribe these techniques. The time limit is 3 months. Qin Tang waved his hand to give permission. After 3 months, I will summarize the quantity and quality of the techniques you have transcribed to evaluate you. Quite a few people showed looks of excitement. With so many techniques for us to copy, as long as we memorize a few, even if we do not gain anything else later, this adventure will have been worth it. He conjured several sets of tables and chairs. Now you may begin. I hope you do not disappoint me. Qin Tang stretched and let out a long yawn. I am going to sleep first. I was exhausted last night. Saying that, he leaned directly against a corner and closed his eyes. Everyone stood there blankly, watching Qin Tang fall fast asleep. They all began to scatter with the same thought, quick, find the techniques, I must find the most powerful one. The crowd constantly whispered about the newly found treasures, golden flame raging fire art, a fire attribute technique that can be cultivated all the way to the nascent soul realm. This one and this one, they are all nascent soul techniques. Ha, I am rich this time. Meanwhile, Li Fan silently went about his work. He ignored the group of cultivators who were acting like they were possessed. He picked up a random technique and began transcribing it, not bothering to study the content, but simply copying every word and sentence, because he knew that these techniques were all illusory. He relied on his past experiences for guidance. In his previous life, many exploring cultivators had already reached a conclusion about the techniques in this stage. What was that technique called again? Why did I bring out a book with no words? During the trial, no matter what method was used to record the techniques, once they left the Yunshui Tiangong, all records would vanish. Li Fan was very aware of the flaws in everyone's approach. Among the cultivators there, although some might guess the truth, how many could resist the temptation of a nascent soul technique without reading and studying it carefully? As they copied, they were also practicing, unable to resist turning back to read again. Some even directly immersed themselves in the mysterious wonders of the techniques, and stopped copying altogether. Everything continued as things gradually settled into a routine. Time passed day by day. Copying was, after all, a tedious and laborious task. Forced by Qin Tang's intimidation, no one dared to use magic power to cheat. Soon, some people could not hold. He did not dare to stop his hand, only focusing on his work. I did not rest for even a single moment. There were 2 or 3 others like me who did not seem to get tired. They seemed to have very good endurance due to their cultivation techniques, while I was purely forcing myself to hold on. Because Li Fan had realized the true nature of this test, I know clearly that Qin Tang's evaluation of this stage, besides the quantity and number of errors in the copied techniques, has a very important criterion: the duration from the moment the pen is picked up until it is put down. Just as Qin Tang said before, thus, he worked diligently through time to forget the hardship. I did not think about anything else, suppressing all the exhaustion in my body. Not knowing how much time had passed, Qin Tang finally spoke, stretched, and woke up. Aya, that was a good sleep. Time's up. Let me see how your performance was. He looked at everyone's results and could not help but sigh. TSK, each year is worse than the last. Accidentally, Qin Tang noticed Li Fan, who was constantly panting for breath. Wait a moment. His eyes lit up with great interest. Interesting. Then Qin Tang smiled, clapped his hands, and announced, the first test ends now. Tomorrow, everyone will rest for a day, and the day after, the second test begins. Next, everyone was teleported back to the original place. Following Qin Tang's clap, I felt the scene before my eyes shift, and in the blink of an eye, I was back in the building where I had slept before. Qin Tang's figure did not follow. They chatted joyfully with each other. The cultivators finally relaxed, their expressions excited as they conversed. This truly is a great opportunity. I memorized while copying and remembered 15 technique. Most were golden core level, and there were even a few nascent soul ones. What is the point of remembering so many? Wait until we get out alive first. That is not how it is. To be lucky enough to see the wonders of the nascent soul method, even if I die tomorrow, I will have no regrets. Besides that, there were those secretly plotting. Some cultivators began to target the belongings of those who had died earlier. Unfortunately, After they investigated for a bit, their faces were full of disappointment. Stop thinking about it. I already checked earlier. After Qin Tang killed them, their storage rings and magical artifacts all vanished. Nothing is left. Suddenly, Li Fan discovered a piece of wood on the floor. Just as I was about to go back to rest, I happened to see Xiao Shuyuan's body. Now that 3 months had passed, his body had not rotted into bones, but had turned into a withered piece of wood. Unexpectedly, a voice sounded behind him. This is just a puppet, not his true body. It is a common trick used by Xiao Shuyuan. Fellow Taoist, there is no need to be surprised. Li Fan quickly introduced himself to Chen En. Thank you for the guidance, fellow Taoist.
I am Li Fan.
You are also from the Wanxian Alliance. From your words, it seems you are quite familiar with this Xiao Shuyuan. He also cupped his hands and replied politely, I am Chen En. I have been in the Wanxian Alliance for over 30 years. I can't say I am very close to Xiao Shuyuan, but after living on the island for so long, there are some things one eventually learns. Xiao Shuyuan runs a general. Chen En added more information he knew. Furthermore, he often deals in intelligence. It is just that this kid never risks his own life and always uses puppets to lead the way. Li Fan thought of the shopkeeper and nodded in assessment. Greedy for wealth but afraid of death, I see. So that is how it is. Hearing this, he laughed heartily and praised, Ha, fellow Taoist summarized it perfectly. Those 4 words, greedy for wealth, afraid of death, describe Xiao Shuyuan perfectly. Chen En frankly expressed his admiration for Li Fan. Only fellow Taoist could go 3 months without resting. I truly admire you. Then he mentioned his curiosity. However, I do not know what fellow Taoist intended by this action. If we speak of copying speed, because of your exhaustion later on, you definitely could not compare to those who rested. I wonder if you could resolve my doubt. He did not hide it and answered Chen En, I would not call it an intention, just an intuition. The first test Qin Tang mentioned was focus. Li Fan expressed his own perception with great confidence. One who is focused has no other matters in their heart. Only by not being disturbed by any external objects can one be called, ultimately, focused. If the body is tired, is that not also an external disturbance? If one stops because of it, is one still focused? The more Chen En listened, the more he was stunned by this wisdom. It is just a bit of my humble opinion. Fellow Taoist can just take it as a joke. After hearing this, Chen En pondered. I won't talk anymore. I am going back to my room to rest. The next day, Qin Tang appeared in a drunken state. Morning of the 3rd day. Good wine, good wine. He continued the competition while swigging wine. Today, we begin the 2nd test. Qin Tang raised his hand to his mouth, constantly hinting, this time, I test your courage. The path of immortality is long and vast, with countless difficulties and hardships. Do you have the courage to face them? A vast flow of water appeared according to his words. I will wait for you on the other side. Use your courage to cross this sea. Everyone moved onto the water without hesitation. Qin Tang vanished without a trace, only his voice echoing from afar. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Some had the nerve to go to the edge of the sea. As one foot stepped out, the seawater suddenly condensed into ice to catch them. Bailey Chun also crossed the river according to the rules. Bailey Chun was the same, following into the sea. Only that Sikong Yi still stayed on the shore, taking no action for a long time. Li Fan also began to walk on the thin layer of ice. I gathered my mind and slowly stepped onto the sea surface. Water condensed into ice beneath my feet. The figures of others gradually vanished from sight. On the vast ocean, in a moment, I was left all alone. The surrounding scenery was filled with blue as it surrounded him. I took step after step forward. Above my head, the sun rose and the moon set, and I did not know how much time had passed. The scenery I saw never changed. This sea seemed to have no end. Even though I knew the answer, Li Fan noticed the change in the ice layer beneath his feet. At this time, I can feel the thickness of the ice beneath my feet gradually decreasing. Seeing this, he quickly calmed his mind. I immediately dispelled the doubt and fear in my heart and resolutely walked forward. The ice beneath my feet became thick again. This 2nd stage, testing courage, not only tests the courage to face the outside world, but even more so the courage to face one's own heart. A solid path of ice appeared on the water. On the vast sea, walking for a long time without seeing the other shore, one would start to hesitate and wonder if they had lost their way. You would develop anxiety about whether this sea actually has a destination. Fear would arise in the heart, losing the courage to move forward, or one would become discouraged and stop advancing. Li Fan stepped alone on his own journey. Step by step, I walked, also questioning my inner heart. Letting go of all external things, I just kept thinking while walking. Freezing ice to cross the sea is like the path of immortality. The road ahead is blurred, the destination unseen. As time passes, it feels as if one must walk like this forever without stopping. Even when his body had grown old, he still did not stop. Although I knew this test would eventually end, my heart wavered countless times because this sea crossing was truly too long. By now, Li Fan was in the form of an old man. My hair had turned white, my body was hunched, but I never stopped moving forward. Every time my heart wavered, I once again solidified my conviction and took the next step. Because he could no longer support himself, he collapsed. Not until my body, being too old, could no longer walk, did I finally fall powerlessly onto the sea surface. Li Fan's eyes were covered in a hazy layer, his vision becoming blurred. Before his consciousness vanished, he finally saw it. He saw the image of Qin Tang on the other shore. On the beach, not far ahead, Qin Tang stood there in solitude. He smiled, his gaze directed toward Li Fan's location. He raised his wine gourd toward me, a smile playing on his face. Then suddenly, he returned to the real world. Qin Tang spoke to the crowd about the trial they had undergone. Entering the Nine Nether River is easy. Endurance within the heart is hard. He closed the session and mentioned the next stage. The second test of courage is finished. The morning after tomorrow, we will conduct the final test. Finally, Qin Tang returned to continue the test. On the morning of the third day, Qin Tang appeared in everyone's sight as usual. However, this time he was not drinking or drunk. He looked much more energetic. Today is the final test. As before, he spoke while manifesting spiritual energy. On the road of cultivation, one always encounters countless hardships or temptations. Can you always keep a steadfast heart without changing? Let us wait and see. The space was now surrounded only by a flow of green energy. At Qin Tang's words, everyone's vision went dark, and they lost consciousness. Li Fan gradually sank into fragments of childhood memories. In a small village in the forest, I lay on a rooftop, watching the sun set. I always felt I had forgotten something. Growing up in the village since childhood, every day the sun rose to work and set to rest. Such a life had lasted for 15 years. His life was so peaceful it was almost boring. Life is so flat and happy. If I just live like this forever, it seems there is nothing bad about it. Feina, Feina, come down for dinner. But in my heart, there was always a feeling of agitation, feeling that I absolutely should not end my life in such an ordinary way. The youthful Li Fan only silently watched the sky. I did not move at my mother's call, looking up at the sky until night fell. Under the starry sky, I felt myself to be tiny. I watched like that for an entire night. Afterward, he hurriedly opened his mother's door and announced, just as dawn was approaching, I suddenly realized. Mother, cancel my engagement with the second daughter of the neighbor. Li Fan was very excited about his decision. I am not getting married anymore. I want to go cultivate for immortality. Then he pursued his dream even though it was extremely difficult. Having spoken, I ignored my mother's obstruction, packed a simple bag, and set out on the path to find immortality. Half a year later, while I was exploring the deep mountains, I unfortunately lost my life in a tiger's mouth. Before Li Fan was the image of a burning Taoist temple. In front of the ruined temple, amidst the dancing flames and everyone's crying, my heart was full of confusion. The junior sister beside him kept weeping. Eldest senior brother, master is dead. What should we do after we leave the Cloud Temple? Those behind did not hesitate to choose to leave. What else can we do? Naturally, everyone divides the items in the temple and goes down the mountain. We thought there was a real immortal on the mountain, so we worked so hard to come up here. Who knew this old Taoist was a fraud? Li Fan only remained silent at those words. Indeed, how could a real immortal die? In his heart, doubts could not help but arise. Was Master a fraud? Everyone looted the temple's items, leaving only me on the mountain. I felt that perhaps it was not as everyone thought. Immortals might actually exist. Despite this, Li Fan continued to strive on the path of cultivation. For the latter half of my life, I stayed alone in the Taoist temple, watching the clouds roll and stretch in the mountains and the changes of the sun and moon. All day long, I meditated on the cloud ascent scripture that Master left behind. But the result he received was disproportionate. There was never any progress, and he passed away holding on to his regrets. Everyone watched Li Fan's cultivation and constantly exclaimed, How has the tribulation cloud in this life condensed for so long without striking, the power of this heavenly tribulation? Compared to when the sect master ascended back then, is even stronger, is not it? Everyone had to acknowledge his strength. Of course. Speaking only of combat power, Uncle Li Fan can be called the top figure of our Lishan sword sect in 1,000 years. Li Fan held his sword with an extremely composed demeanor. It is just a heavenly tribulation, what is there to fear? He turned and swung his sword, preparing to unleash a technique. In an instant, Li Fan's sharp blade was unleashed. Those below continuously cheered and praised him. Uncle Li Fan has split the tribulation cloud again. The immortal gate, it is the immortal gate. Li Fan did not hesitate to fly straight into that dimension. Without any hesitation, I flew straight through the immortal gate to the immortal realm. But I discovered that the Lishan predecessors who had ascended before were all killed by an unknown enemy. While cultivating, I searched for the mastermind behind the scenes, but after 100 years, there was still no gain. But then he met a tragic death due to betrayal. During an exploration of an ancient secret realm, I was ambushed by the friend traveling with me, dying in shock and unwillingly. And everything took a turn for the worst. In the northern immortal territory, starting 2,000 years ago after I unified the Azure Heaven immortal territory, I began a bloody campaign of conquest. Over these years, using the heads of 5 immortal emperors and 16 immortal kings, I achieved my peerless fame as Fan the Heavenly Emperor. The emperor stood high up with the air of one holding absolute power. Finally, in the entire immortal realm, only the northern immortal territory remains gasping for breath. He spoke in a deep voice directly to Qin Tang. Qin Tang, it seems you have something to ask me. As my confidant, if you have something to say, speak it. Having been granted permission, he expressed his thoughts. Sovereign, your power now reaches the heavens. None of the immortals in the realm hear your name without trembling. Why does the sovereign never intend to stop? What exactly is it that the sovereign is working so hard to pursue? After unifying the immortal realm, what are the sovereign's plans? The heavenly emperor heard this and laughed loudly. He was very loyal to his own desires. What I seek is nothing more than 2 words, longevity. Qin Tang raised a doubt with some confusion. Longevity, with the sovereign's current cultivation, have you not already achieved longevity, if no accidents occur? It would not be difficult for the sovereign to live for another few million years, right? The heavenly emperor's desire did not stop at a number. Living for 1,000,000 years, can that truly be called longevity? He aspired to reach an even higher peak. What I want is to be atop the immortal pagoda, coexisting with heaven and earth. Qin Tang's eyes widened, unable to hide his astonishment. A second later, his mouth curved into a smile. Qin Tang raised his hand to conclude the final stage. There is no need to test further. The test of perseverance is over. Li Fan also returned, with the spiritual energy still lingering around him. In his heart, Qin Tang silently pondered the story. In this test, a variable appeared. He was very satisfied with Li Fan's performance. Even if I constructed a sterile world, I am afraid I could not wear down this person's determination to advance. For a fleeting moment, Qin Tang felt a bit of regret. If Master were here and saw such a talent, I am afraid he would be very happy. It is just a pity. Afterward, he gave his evaluation. The 3 tests have all ended. Among you, some performed beyond my expectations, while some were truly too poor. Qin Tang added with an unpredictable air of danger. Sect Master Uncle once told me that our Yunshui Tiangong accepts disciples based on quality, not quantity. In that case, among you, half shall stay. The crowd was angered by this and resisted. What do you mean? Everyone thought of their own negligence during the trials. At that time, I was only worried about recording techniques and did not copy many. In the second test, I fell after only a few steps. I am dead for sure this time. In the illusion, I was just immersed in pleasure. I am afraid I am among the half Qin Tang wants to kill. Finally, they rushed forward to attack Qin Tang together. Either way, it is death. Let us risk it against him. He calmly stated his name without fear, Yunshui Tiangong, chief of the transmission pavilion, Qin Tang. Qin Tang frowned, his hand channeling a technique to respond. I seek your guidance. He seemed to have thousands of phantoms rushing forward to counterattack each person. Qin Tang's phantoms ruthlessly slaughtered everyone. Sect Master Uncle was very strict, but Master once told me that one should not do things to the extreme. If you can survive at the hands of your own mirror images, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. This time, the factions were split into 2 opposing sides. Half of the cultivators were in a bitter struggle, while the other half, including me, retreated to a safe place. More and more people lost their lives. The green mirror images' moves were extremely sharp, and they were tireless and uninjured. Many cultivators died miserably at the hands of their own mirror images. Some tried to resist while cursing incessantly. Cultivators kept dying, and those remaining struggled hard, seeing they could not hold out much longer. In their desperation, they cursed Qin Tang, "Wake up, what disciples are you still recruiting? The Yunshui Tiangong was destroyed years ago." That person shrieked in despair, "What bullshit, master and uncles? When the Great Tribulation came, did not you all just slaughter each other?" Qin Tang actually paid attention to these words. Slaughter each other. Qin Tang clutched his head and laughed. "My Yunshui Tiangong is of one mind, respecting and loving one another. Even if it means sacrificing ourselves for our fellow disciples, we would not hesitate. How could we slaughter each other?" Suddenly, he seemed shocked and muttered, "The Great Tribulation." Qin Tang went mad, repeating, "Great Tribulation, Great Tribulation." The sky turned pitch black, and he fluctuated violently. Great Tribulation. Suddenly, dark shadows appeared before everyone. In just an instant, none of them were left whole. Qin Tang just stood there muttering, "Great Tribulation, Great Tribulation." The survivors began to panic. "What is going on? Those people are all dead. Why has not this mirror image disappeared? This is bad. It is coming for us. These mirror images can't be killed at all. What should we do?" He covered his face and trembled. Great Tribulation, Great Tribulation. Suddenly, someone slapped Qin Tang hard on the shoulder. He turned around in shock. Li Fan smiled and offered a wine gourd. "Senior brother Qin, have some wine." He stated calmly, "Don't worry about it. There was no Great Tribulation at all." Qin Tang accepted it blankly. "No Great Tribulation," Li Fan nodded firmly. "That is right. There was no Great Tribulation at all." He sank into his own world again. No Great Tribulation. No Great Tribulation. No Great Tribulation. Qin Tang decisively took a large gulp of wine. He laughed heartily, "Ha ha, you are right, there was no Great Tribulation at all." At the same time, everyone was being surrounded by the mirror images. The situation was not very optimistic. Li Fan thought calmly that fortunately, in his previous life, there was a way to resolve the situation involving Qin Tang losing control. Otherwise, this time would have been fraught with danger. He suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. What was going on? Two faint streaks of killing intent suddenly locked onto him. Li Fan immediately identified the targets, Sikong Yi and Bailey Chun. He calculated silently. Facing the killing intent of Sikong Yi and Bailey Chun, he pretended not to notice, while secretly using the Wuxiang Shaji to lock back onto the two of them. Qin Tang announced loudly, "The trial has ended. You may all leave." He gave a faint smile and turned to Li Fan. "You should leave as well." Li Fan suddenly reminded him, "Senior brother, you still owe me a jar of good wine." Qin Tang could not help but be surprised. He laughed heartily, "Haha, that is right, I do owe you a jar of good wine." Qin Tang gave generously. "Yunshui Huanmengong, this is the summation of my life's ultimate skills, a cultivation technique I created with my own heart's blood. I hope you do not let it go to waste." Li Fan knew when to be satisfied. After receiving it, he immediately prepared to depart. "I will certainly not fail senior brother's trust." At the trial grounds, only Qin Tang remained standing there. Qin Tang took a deep breath. He tilted his head back and drank in one long gulp. Not long after, Li Fan arrived at a place. After an unknown amount of time, he gradually regained consciousness. Ahead was a massive gate, with 4 large characters written above, Yunshui Tiangong. Beneath the gate stood a stone statue. The stone statue was very dilapidated and covered in wounds. At the position of the heart, it was pierced through, revealing a gaping hole. From the blurred face of the statue, one could still see the likeness of Qin Tang. He stood there in silence. Li Fan pulled out a large jar of wine. He respectfully placed it down before the fossilized Qin Tang. When finished, Li Fan turned and walked away without hesitation. Inside the Yunshui Tiangong, thick mist covered everything, making it difficult to discern directions. Most of the cultivators who woke up from Qin Tang's statue left the Yunshui Tiangong. A few entered further inside to continue exploring, vanishing into the mist. I activated the Rui Sui Hangju and moved quickly toward the direction locked by Wuxiang Shaji, searching for Sikong Yi and his companion. Soon I found them. Not far from them, I concealed my aura and followed behind. Sikong Yi and Bailey Chun seemed very familiar with the layout of the Yunshui Tiangong. moving toward a clear goal while constantly bypassing buildings shrouded in mist, heading deeper inside. Suddenly, the two of them split up and moved quickly in opposite directions. He immediately became alert. A strategy to split forces. They have discovered me. After hesitating for a moment, I chose to chase after the direction Sikong-yi had gone. Sikong-yi landed in front of a tall building. He revealed a treacherous smile. Sikong-yi flew inside decisively. Li Fan entered the trap without hesitation. Enticement, you want to use a forbidden land within the Yunshui Tiangong to kill me. If that is your plan, I am afraid I will have to disappoint you. He followed closely behind him without letting go. The Demon Refinement Tower, one of the most perilous places in the Yunshui Tiangong. In the 10 years the Yunshui Tiangong had been open, no cultivator had ever returned alive from the Demon Refinement Tower. In my previous life, it was finally around the anchor year 21 that an alchemy master risked his life to enter and finally deciphered the anomalous rules within. Cold winds blew within the tower, filled with the stench of decay and blood. I moved all the way up to the top of the tower, where someone was scratching their head and muttering. The senior brothers and sisters are all on the front line killing enemies. Only I can't help with anything. He seemed to have gone mad. I must refine more pills. Only then can I improve their strength. Every time I refine a pill, the chances of the senior brothers surviving increase. Against the wall, 3 people were tied up in a strange manner. But the demons in this refinement tower are all dead. There are no materials for alchemy. What should I do? Even Sikong-yi was helpless and unable to move. Li Fan was also immediately targeted. 2 other people cried out in agony, "Why is this happening? Didn't I choose to leave this place? Why was I trapped here in the blink of an eye? My life is in danger." I had clearly left the Yunshui Tiangong, yet I was brought back. The gloomy anomaly pulled out 2 small pills. I wonder what the medicinal properties of these pills are this time. I happened to catch a few bugs. I should use them to test the medicine. He walked over slowly. Which bug should I choose? Everyone's faces turned pale. The anomaly pointed his finger at one. This one will do. The unlucky one chosen was Sikong-yi. The dark aura emanating from him was truly terrifying. Li Fan frowned and watched. I want to see what this Sikong-yi is relying on to dare lure me into this forbidden land. With a small movement from the anomaly, Sikong-yi was dragged down. Sikong-yi's body distorted and shrunk until he looked like a bug. The anomaly's pitch-black eyes stared intently at him. Sikong-yi had completely transformed into a deformed insect. The anomaly brought the pill close to him. But it was too large compared to Sikong-yi's current size. The anomaly acted as if he did not see and continued to press it in. The pill caused that bizarre body to distort in a strange way. Li Fan was also stunned and confused. Why did not Sikong-yi use any means to resist? At that moment, Sikong-yi's body dissolved like water. He sighed inwardly. It seems the medicine trial failed. The medicinal properties must have been too strong. Li Fan was in disbelief. Sikong-yi is dead. Where did the variable occur? Could it be that in this life, because I was watching him, the development of events differed from my previous life? He analyzed more calmly. No, Sikong-yi clearly lured me into this demon refinement tower. How could he die so easily? He knew this was a forbidden land. Did he lure me here just to trade his life for mine? Suddenly, Li Fan realized with a start, wait, the Wuxiang Shaji has locked onto a target outside the tower again. He looked up sharply at a black hole in the ceiling. Sikong-yi had died but was resurrected outside the demon refinement tower. A puppet, an external avatar, neither felt quite right. Li Fan unconsciously revealed a smile. It seems the secrets Sikong-yi holds are even greater than I imagined. However, once I have targeted someone, a secret is no longer a secret. With Wuxiang Shaji locking onto them, I do not fear them running, but I must quickly escape from this demon refinement tower. Just then, the anomaly spoke again. These 2 pills. Let us try again. He dejectedly decided to throw them both into his mouth. Forget it. They were refined from the same furnace. They are probably about the same. A captive was panicking in fear. If I had known, I would have preferred to die at the hands of Qin Tang. At least I could have died quickly.
Li Fan frowned deeply.
This anomaly swallowed the pills without being affected at all. The anomaly pulled out a pitch-black pill. Next, let us try this pill. His gaze swept across the 3 people again. Which bug should I choose to test the medicine? Fortunately, the one chosen was still not Li Fan. Let us pick this one. The chosen person flew into the anomaly's hand just like Sikongyi had, turning into a human-faced insect. The anomaly squeezed the insect with one hand and held the black pill with the other, stuffing it directly into its mouth. After the pill entered the mouth, it was as if it were being digested. The insect's abdomen began to shrink. Small black dots continuously crawled out of its belly. After emerging from the body, they did not fly away but stayed on the human-faced insect, gnawing at it greedily. Very quickly, the human-faced insect was gnawed until nothing remained. The anomaly sighed and sucked the dense black dots into his stomach. He sighed dejectedly. Failed again. Soon, the third round of medicine testing arrived. This time, I still was not chosen. The anomaly dug out 2 pink pills and fed them to a human-faced insect. With a bang, the human-faced insect turned into a screen of pink smoke. Within the smoke, agonized faces constantly appeared. Finally, amidst the anomaly's muttering, he sucked all the smoke and mist into his body, ending this eternal suffering. Now, only I remained in the demon refinement tower. The anomaly was about to use me to test the medicine. Taking the chance, he spoke up, "Junior Brother Chong, I heard your alchemy materials have run out." The anomaly seemed to snap out of it. "Yes, alchemy materials are indeed insufficient. I have not refined any new pills for a long time." His eyes suddenly brightened. The anomaly explained flusteredly, So it is Senior Brother, I thought you were a bug. Senior Brother, I am truly sorry. I will let you down immediately. Li Fan was carefully lowered down by him. The anomaly clutched his head in fear. I have messed up again. It is always like this. I can't finish refining pills, and my cultivation progress is always so slow, dragging everyone down. He smiled to reassure him. Don't say that, Junior Brother Chong. The effects of the pills you refine are very good. Everyone loves to drink them. He asked joyfully, Is that true, Senior Brother? Does everyone really like the pills I refine? Li Fan replied with another question. What, you do not believe what your Senior Brother says? The anomaly panicked and quickly explained. What Senior Brother says, I naturally believe. He looked at the ground gloomily again. But I do not have any more materials. I can't refine the pills everyone likes to eat anymore. Li Fan affirmed again, it is all right. He nominated himself, refine Senior Brother into a pill. That way, everyone will have pills to eat again. The anomaly looked at Li Fan with hollow eyes. Senior Brother, you. Li Fan sighed and replied, although I entered the sect early, my talent is insufficient, and my cultivation has always been very low. The senior brothers and sisters are all busy killing enemies on the front line. Only I can't help with anything. Then he grabbed the other's arm. Every time I think of this, my heart aches deeply. I hate my own uselessness. So, refine me into a pill. That way, I will be of at least some help. Hearing this, the anomaly's eyes welled up with tears. It turns out Senior Brother is just like me, but Senior Brother is much more great than I am. You would rather sacrifice yourself to help the senior brothers and sisters on the front line, while I only know how to hide in this tower. After saying that, he clutched his head frantically. No, I absolutely cannot stand by and watch Senior Brother sacrifice himself. The next second, his gaunt face appeared. Senior Brother, I can give you pills. As long as you take the pills I have refined, your strength will certainly not be too low. By then, you can also go to the front line to help. With that, the anomaly reached into his robes to search for something. Alchemy, I want to refine pills. His eyes widened, and he held up 2 precious items in his hands. Senior Brother, pills for you. Over here, Li Fan, whose body felt ice cold, reached out his hand. He parted the other's clothing, revealing an empty abdominal cavity. Li Fan's eyes narrowed as if to say, he is using his own flesh and blood to refine pills. He recalled the past. Is this what an anomaly is, trapped between life and death, between clarity and daze, bound by an obsession, only able to follow set rules, caught in an eternal cycle of repetition? Qin Tang was like this, and so was this Chong Daoren. Suddenly, the anomaly spoke, Senior Brother, the pills. Li Fan replied calmly, my aptitude is too poor. I am afraid even if I take these pills, my cultivation won't increase much. Therefore, I certainly cannot take these pills. Save them for the senior brothers with better aptitude. They will have a greater effect. He looked directly into the other's eyes. However, I want to ask Junior Brother for a favor. I wonder if you are willing. Hearing this, the anomaly's whole body became excited. Willing, Senior Brother, whatever request you have, just tell me. Li Fan made his proposal. I want to learn your method of catching bugs. As he spoke, images etched into his mind surfaced. An anomaly has his own rules. If one does not follow the anomalous rules, they will certainly die. But if one clarifies the rules, not only can they remain safe within the anomaly, they can even gain many benefits from it. Everything was clear in his mind. In Qintang's test, if the 3 results were not bad, then finally before leaving, one could use a jar of good wine to ask for Qintang's guidance. Qintang would then, based on the specific performance in the tests, either help raise cultivation or bestow a technique. Then he remembered the current situation. With Chong Daoren, if one chose to swallow the golden pill, they could receive Chong Doran's alchemy method. However, this alchemy method was not for ordinary pills but the way of the insect pill. As more insect pills were refined, the alchemist would gradually become just like Chong Daoren. Therefore, I did not choose the golden pill reward but something else, whose value was not at all inferior to Chong Doran's belongings. The anomaly scratched his head in confusion. Senior brother, that insect binding net is just something I use to play with every day. Why do you want to learn this? Li Fan responded, the senior brothers are killing enemies on the front line. It is unavoidable that some blind bugs will disturb them. Although my strength is low and I can't personally enter the battle to kill enemies, if I learn your insect binding art, I can set up formations nearby and help the senior brothers clear away these eyesore bugs. As if enlightened, the anomaly patted his hands. I did not realize this insect binding net had such a use. Senior brother is truly smart. Senior brother, I will now hand the insect binding method over to you. Suddenly, a pair of wings grew out of his back. Faced with this scene, he did not hesitate to tear them off. Li Fan was caught off guard and stood frozen. The anomaly panted heavily, holding a wing in his hand. Senior brother here. At that moment, Li Fan's eyes sparkled. Insect binding divine talent. A mass of blue lines as tangled as silk appeared. The transparent wings transformed into streaks of light and entered my body. At the same time, before my eyes, between heaven and earth, there seemed to appear countless thin wires crisscrossing. As long as the opponent's realm was lower than mine, once the insect binding divine power was activated, I could suppress the opponent in an instant. Li Fan turned to leave. Junior brother Chong, I have learned the insect binding art. I am now heading to the front line to find the senior brothers. Take care of yourself. The anomaly whispered a reminder. Senior brother must be careful. You must return safely. The atmosphere became gloomy and cold. The anomaly's voice rang out faintly. The senior brothers and sisters are all on the front line killing enemies. Only I can't help with anything. I must refine many pills. Only then can I try to improve their strength. Li Fan dissolved into the void like a gust of wind. Leaving the demon refinement tower, I sensed the position of Sikong Yi and his companion. They were very close to the central area of the Yunshui, Tiangong the Tai Hall. He soared high up. It seemed they had stopped for some reason, moving toward the central area at a snail's pace. In an instant, I understood the direction they were heading. The scene shifted to the front of Tai Hall. Sikong Yi and Bailey Chun were stepping heavily upon sword hilts. Suddenly, a soul sword flew over and pierced through Sikong Yi's body. He told himself, once we cross this sword forest, we can reach Tai Hall. Clutching his chest, he thought that with every step forward, an illusory image corresponding to the remnant sword beneath his feet would stab through him. Although it caused no actual damage, the pain was heart-wrenching. The breathing of the two became ragged. Every time they took a step, they had to pause for a long time before they could continue. The thing they had worked so hard to pursue was right ahead, within arm's reach. No matter how much more pain they felt, they had to persevere. Suddenly, Li Fan appeared. Sikong Yi spun around in a startle. It is you. Bailey Chen's face was dripping with sweat. How is that possible? Li Fan crossed his arms and looked at them with a high, mocking smile. He shouted excitedly, impossible, how could you have escaped from that ghostly place alive? At that moment, Li Fan slowly approached. Immediately, a soul sword flew directly toward him. The pain made his face tighten. It was indeed as said in the previous life, the sword shadow pierces the heart without causing injury, but it is excruciatingly painful. If one cannot endure the pain and falls from the sword hilt, they won't die, but they will be teleported back to the starting point to begin again. But if one tries to cross the sword forest, they can experience the taste of 10,000 swords piercing the heart. He thought to himself, Blue Flame Phantom. With the addition of the Blue Flame Phantom, his temperature was extremely low. Although he still felt pain, he could maintain absolute calm. No external object could disturb him. Faced with the soul swords piercing his body, Li Fan's expression did not change. Sikong Yi and Bailey Chun were astonished. What, is he even human? Sikong Yi bolted forward. We can't let him catch up, move fast. This was followed by his groans of pain. Ugh. Ah. He kept cursing, damn it, he is chasing us so closely. We can't stop. Finally, the two of them reached the destination and collapsed to the ground. Bailey Chun held up a command medallion. Bailey Chun, 165th generation direct disciple of Yunshui Tiangong, seeks an audience with Tai ancestor. Hearing this, Li Fan's face briefly showed doubt. Direct disciple, how can that be? Suddenly, a tremor echoed. Tai ancestor emerged from beneath the ground. He was overflowing with imposing aura. His appearance caused a large amount of earth and stone to fly up. His roar shook the heavens. Li Fan looked up. This was the Tai ancestor of the Yunshui Tiangong. After so many years, was he still alive, or was he like Qin Tang and Chong Daoren, transformed into an anomaly? He stood still and thought. In the previous life, there was absolutely no information related to this Tai ancestor. I should stay at a distance and observe first. At that moment, Tai ancestor spoke and asked, "Your name is Bailey Chun, a direct disciple of my Yunshui Tiangong." Bailey Chun replied while drenched in sweat, reporting to Tai ancestor, "My teacher is Meng Fuyun." Hearing this, the other's eyes lit up. Meng Fuyun. Tai ancestor's voice boomed, it indeed is Meng Fuyun's aura. So that kid actually has a descendant in this world. Then he asked loudly, "So then for what reason have you awakened me?" Bailey Chun said loudly, "This disciple wishes to ask ancestor to bestow the Yunshui diagram." The other looked up and replied, "The Yunshui diagram, what was that again? Let me think." A second later he explained, "Oh, so it is that thing. It is nothing impressive. Back then, Han Hai said this thing could only be given to a disciple of the Yunshui Tiangong, if you are Fuyun's descendant." He reminded him, "Then giving it to you does not seem to be anything wrong." Bailey Chun was overjoyed. "Thank you, ancestor." At this point, Li Fan interrupted, "Wait a moment." The air fell into silence. Sikong Yi and his companion were terrified. Only then did he speak. Disciple Li Fan is also a direct disciple of the Yunshui Tiangong, and also wishes to ask ancestor to bestow the Yunshui diagram. Sikong Yi reacted fiercely, "Where did this fraud come from? The disciples of the Yunshui Tiangong are long gone." Bailey Chin knelt and spoke, "Tai ancestor, please see clearly, this person absolutely cannot be any direct disciple." The next second, Tai ancestor's probing gaze was fixed on Li Fan. He looked at his body and replied, "Yunshui Huanmengong, I did not expect that Qin kid to have a successor as well." "Good, very good." Li Fan was delighted. "That is correct. My cultivation technique was personally passed down by senior brother Qin Tang. Naturally, I am also considered a disciple of the Yunshui Tiangong." Those words made the other two burn with jealousy. Tai ancestor observed the three of them. You are a direct disciple, and this kid is also a direct disciple. Both of you want the Yunshui diagram. This is indeed a headache. He spoke, "In that case, according to the rules of the sect, the two of you shall compete. Whoever wins, I will give the Yunshui diagram to that person." The next second, he shook his body slightly, and dozens of swords fell out. Tai ancestor also reminded them, "Disciples of the Yunshui Tiangong love and respect each other. When you compete, you must be mindful of your strikes. You may begin." Li Fan spoke confidently, "Ancestor, rest assured. I will certainly leave junior brother Bailey's life intact." Hearing this, the opponent's face darkened. Tai ancestor watched Bailey Chen's moves. Not bad. It is the Dinghai sword technique. He has already refined 21 swords, nearing great completion. Over here, Li Fan still held back, and a mass of blue lines appeared. They immediately tied the opponent up tightly. Bailey Chen panicked. "No. I can't move anymore." Tai ancestor could not help but exclaim, this is the bug binding art of that little insect. I did not expect him to pass it to an outsider." Sikong Yi stood outside, his face covered in sweat. "This move. It is clearly identical to the technique used by that anomalous Taoist in the Demon Refinement Tower." He gritted his teeth. Escaping from that anomalous Taoist is one thing, but to even learn his divine power, could he really be a disciple of the Yunshui Tiangong? Impossible. Who exactly is he? He looked at the meaningful smile on Li Fan and thought, this won't do. This person is too mysterious. If we fall into his hands. Quickly, Sikong Yi moved toward Bailey Chun. Run. Tai ancestor widened his eyes. This is. Li Fan was a bit surprised. Body swapping. Bailey Chun knelt and panted. My skills are inferior. I admit defeat. The Yun Shui diagram. I yield it to senior brother. Please Tai ancestor, send me away from the Yun Shui Tiangong. Tai ancestor asked the other, you want to leave this place? Leaving is good, leaving is good. Bailey Chen's body gradually dissolved. Over here, Sikong Yi's body was sucked dry by those lines. Sikong Yi's entire being vanished in a moment. Li Fan's gaze seemed to see through it. Faking death again. Trying to run, with Wuxiang Shaji locking onto you, the two of you cannot escape from the palm of my hand. He stood up straight and spoke, Tai ancestor, I wonder which cultivation technique junior brother Bailey Chen used just now for that body swap. It seemed truly miraculous. Tai ancestor replied, It looks a bit familiar. I think I have heard of it somewhere. I am old now. My memory is not good, I can't remember. He continued, while I still remember, I will give the Yun Shui diagram to you. Li Fan looked at the object in his hand and thought, the Yun Shui diagram. So it is this. This is also worth 100,000 contribution points. At this moment, he approached the other party. Tai ancestor, please also send me away from here. I still have matters to settle with junior brother Bailey Chun. The opponent replied with satisfaction, leaving is good, leaving is good. The scene shifted to the Songyan Sea. Returning to the ocean, I followed the location locked by the Wuxiang Shaji to pursue Sikong Yi. At this time, a group of people was closely chasing Sikong Yi. The Wuxiang Shaji, which had been suppressed for a long time, suddenly activated. I could sense them being obstructed, their speed dropping sharply. I activated the Rui Sui Hang Ju. Not only did my speed increase, but I also quickly caught up to the two of them. He shouted loudly, who exactly are you? I have already yielded the Yun Shui diagram to you. Why are you still hounding us? This person is too strange. Our only option now is to split up and run. Li Fan appeared and threw out iron chains. Let us see how you run this time. Soul-locking chains. They were instantly locked down. This was a magical artifact I spent 958 contribution points to custom order. Once two people are linked by the soul-locking chains, they cannot be separated by too great a distance. He held a paper in his hand and said with a smile, plus the azure wood purple fire formation I exchanged for 1,500 contribution points. Since neither of your cultivation levels has reached foundation establishment, you will certainly die. Sikong Yi was terrified. Who exactly are you? Without waiting for the opponent to finish, Li Fan chanted a spell. Who I am is not important. Since I have snatched your opportunity, I cannot let you go. Now, what I am more curious about is how many times you can die and return to life. He thrust the talisman directly toward them. Azure wood purple fire formation. A circular formation appeared beneath the feet of Sikong Yi and Bailey Chun. Sikong Yi cried out in pain. His disappearance caused Bailey Chun to be utterly terrified. In mid-air, he trembled violently. Suddenly, a plume of smoke gathered. Sikong Yi reappeared within the iron circle, gasping for breath. Li Fan frowned slightly. He really can resurrect. His eyes were full of killing intent. I do not believe you can keep coming back to life forever. The flames surged. Sikong Yi cried out in agony. Under the burning of the azure wood purple fire formation, he died over and over again, and I finally discovered the issue within.
Li Fan calcula.
Every time he resurrected, his cultivation dropped from late stage chi condensation to mid stage, then to early stage. On the other side, Sikong Yi's body trembled. Whatever you want to know, I can tell you. Just stop torturing me. Under my torment, his cultivation had plummeted from the late stage to the early stage of chi condensation. He spoke with ragged breaths. I can't resurrect again. If you continue to activate the formation, both he and I will die. Sikong Yi repeatedly explained, the technique I cultivate is the stealing heaven sun technique. It can create clones. Unlike an external avatar, this clone has its own appearance, aura, soul, realm, and cultivation. Only then did he reveal the secret art. When creating a clone, if the remains of a deceased cultivator are added, or the essence blood of a living cultivator is mixed in, one can steal a portion of the talent and providence that originally belonged to the opponent and attach it to the clone. I happened to discover the remains of a Yun Shui Tiangong disciple and created this clone, Bailey Chun. Bailey Chun, on this side, chanted. Through this clone, I not only obtained a technique called the Dinghai Divine Sword but also learned several secrets of the Yunshui Tiangong from back then. Si Kong Yi looked at the mission details. Later, I discovered a bounty with a reward as high as 100,000 contribution points, the Yunshui diagram. It was within this Yunshui Tiangong. Reward, 100,000 points. So when the Yunshui Tiangong reappeared, I came here immediately. At this point, he spoke without stopping. I originally planned to take the Yunshui diagram and get the 100,000 points to make my cultivation path easier. I did not expect to run into you. Who exactly are you? How did you target me? Li Fan only gave a cold laugh. Ha! He chanted a spell, and the flames erupted. You have no right to question me. The two of them shrieked in agony. A second later, not even a scrap of cloth remained. Qi condensation cultivator Si Kong Yi, who had cultivated the Tao for 35 years, was killed by Qi condensation cultivator Li Fan in the Songyan region. Qi condensation cultivator Bailey Chun, who had cultivated for 3 years, was killed by Qi condensation cultivator Li Fan in the Songyan Sea. A command medallion appeared before Li Fan. Now that their bodies and Tao had perished, the Tao returned to heaven. He picked it up and observed it carefully. Then he blurted out, the Stealing Heaven Swapping Sun token. Having said that, he recalled, the Stealing Heaven Swapping Sun token is the supreme treasure of the Stealing Heaven Swapping Sun sect. This sect was a mysterious organization that existed in ancient times. It had no fixed location, and even every generation had only one person. This token was created thousands of years ago by the 38th sect leader, Si Kong Yu. A woman appeared. This token had many miraculous uses, including a vast storage space. After being refined, the token could freely move between the bodies of the original self and the clone, ignoring the restrictions of spatial distance. She hovered in the air with the token. The most important thing was that through the Stealing Heaven Swapping Sun technique, she transferred the essence of both the clones and the original self's life entirely onto this token. That person's face looked very somber. As long as the token was not destroyed, then even if the original self and the clone were killed, a new body could be reconstructed by consuming the essence. Blood accumulated in the token. Thus, resurrection was achieved. In an instant, he understood. Over thousands of years, relying on this bizarre token and the clone technique, the people of the Stealing Heaven Swapping Sun sect could retreat unscathed regardless of the danger. However, the technique was not perfect and had some fatal flaws. For instance, the distance between the original self and the clone could not be too great. The further the distance, the more the clone's strength would decrease. If the limit was exceeded, it would only retain the lowest cultivation of early-stage Qi condensation. Li Fan then recalled Si Kong Yi's soul. For example, since the life essence was maintained on this token, the people of this sect would have a portion of their residual souls bound within the token. After death, unable to be released. These residual souls often retain some important memory fragments from their lives. At moments of crisis, the token owner could release them to deal with enemies. He held the souls of the two in the palm of his hand. I used my divine sense to enter the token. The storage space was huge but empty, with only Si Kong Yi and a residual soul whose face could no longer be clearly seen floating in mid-air. My divine sense transformed into a large hand, grabbing these two residual souls to read their remaining memories. Casually, he mentioned Si Kong Bo. I also clarified how the 1,000-year heritage of the Stealing Heaven Swapping Sun sect had fallen to such a dilapidated state. The cause of the matter started with Si Kong Yi's cheap martial uncle, Si Kong Bo. A young boy was constantly refining. In a distant continent, Foundation establishment stage Si Kong Bo intended to collect materials to construct and refine a clone. In a small village, he met a child aged 5 or 6. The child was born with an immortal body. Not only did he possess immense strength, but his cultivation speed was also terrifyingly fast. At this age, he was already at the peak of Qi condensation and preparing for Foundation establishment. Si Kong Bo secretly observed every action of the boy from above. After observing for a while, Si Kong Bo discovered that the child's providence was even more extraordinary. Every time he went into the back mountains to hunt alone, he could bring back various types of natural treasures. If he could strip away the child's providence, the created clone would certainly be exceptional. He used any means necessary. Thus, one night, Si Kong Bo wanted to take advantage of the child's deep sleep to strip away his essence blood. Unexpectedly, this child had already been pre-selected by a nascent soul powerhouse. He pulled out an object. This nascent soul powerhouse's lifespan was nearing its end, and he felt there was no hope for a breakthrough. Therefore, he traveled everywhere looking for a target for possession. He coincidentally found this kid with extraordinary natural talent. He used an extreme method, transforming himself into a heaven and earth exotic item, waiting for the child to reach Foundation establishment, so he could perfectly merge with him. Having obtained it, he quickly left. Sikongbo wanted to steal the child's essence blood, causing the nascent soul powerhouse to fly into a rage. He revealed his form as a green willow, intending to kill Sikongbo on the spot. Suddenly, someone attacked Sikongbo. The heaven and earth exotic item formed from the regression of a nascent soul cultivator had its strength greatly reduced. Although the other person only had Foundation establishment cultivation, he carried the 1,000-year-old hidden heritage of his sect and had endless tricks. After a long battle, both were heavily injured. At this moment, the little kid suddenly appeared. The boy stood as still as a statue, his expression cold, completely different from the pure child of 5 or 6 years old from before. His entire cultivation had reached the limit of chi condensation. As long as he had a heaven and earth exotic item, he could step into the Foundation establishment realm at any time. The boy reached out toward the willow branch. The green willow sensed something was wrong and tried to flee, but it was too late. During the days he slept, the child had already placed various restrictions on him, which now erupted. The body gradually transformed as the little kid instantly sucked the green willow into his body. Immediately, his power increased significantly. Sikongbo was terrified upon seeing this and took to his heels. The child, naturally, was not willing to let him go. He unleashed a series of attacks toward Sikongbo. Although the child had just entered the Foundation establishment stage, every action and gesture had the air of a grandmaster. Every move could strike Sikongbo's vital points, and he seemed to know Sikongbo's background quite well. He pulled out the token and directed it at the opponent. The two of them gave chase. Sikongbo was heavily injured and at his wit's end, so he could only choose to release all the residual souls of the sect's elders within the token to block for a moment. Those souls indeed caused some distraction for the child. From afar, he saw a bolt of purple thunder strike down from the sky, causing all the residual souls to scatter and vanish. Sikongbo was so frightened that he fled frantically, running all the way to this distant Songyan Sea region. It was just that his injuries were too severe. Not long after arriving in the Songyan Sea, his lifespan reached its end. Before dying, Sikongbo found Sikong-yi and took him as a disciple, only having time to hurriedly hand over the stealing heaven-swapping sun technique and the token before passing away. Li Fan held the token in his hand. If it were not for me, Sikong-yi would likely have succeeded in obtaining the Yunshui diagram, exchanged it for 100,000 contribution points, and then used a super long-distance teleportation array to leave the Songyan Sea before anyone could react. Then he thought for a moment. No, perhaps he would not have left the Songyan Sea at all. He might have just teleported away in front of everyone and then used the stealing heaven-swapping sun technique to return to some place in the Songyan Sea. His face turned serious. This method is not bad. Perhaps I can do the same in this life. After all, the temptation of 100,000 contribution points is truly too great. Li Fan recalled, there was one more point worth noting. Based on his current memories, people who could be refined into heaven and earth exotic items or the items themselves, many were transformed from previously deceased cultivators. After a cultivator dies and the Tao returns to heaven, it is not just a figure of speech. The natural anomalies appeared in his mind. The Tao and cultivators, through the transformation of heaven and earth, form various special exotic items that return to the world. When alive, they cannot cultivate the same laws, and after death, they must still be utilized. This is the attitude of this world toward cultivators. Having finished, he flew off immediately. This trip to the Yunshui Tiangong yielded too much harvest, even a bit overwhelming. I must spend some time back on Wanxian Island to digest it all. On pages covered in writing, I returned to Wanxian Island via the teleportation array. News of the Yunshui Tiangong's appearance had already spread. The shopkeeper laughed loudly. The intelligence Xiao Xiuyuan sold only concerned the first trial of Qin Tang. But because it was first-hand information, it still sold at a high price of 30 contribution points per copy. The cultivators all bought it, and Xiao Xiuyuan made a huge fortune. Li Fan looked at the screen. I returned to the Tianxian mirror and began counting this harvest. The Yunshui Huanmengong taught by Qin Tang, the insect-binding divine power, the Yunshui diagram from Chong Daoren, as well as the Dinghai divine sword, the stealing heaven-swapping sun technique, and the stealing heaven-swapping sun token. He thought to himself, the Yunshui Huanmengong has infinite uses and will be a great help for my next plan, so I must cultivate it. His face was serious. As for these things of Sikong-yi, the Dinghai divine sword can be cultivated all the way to the golden core realm. Once perfected, one can condense 100 Dinghai swords in the Dantian. In a duel, 100 swords can be fired at once, and again suddenly a figure appeared. Earlier, I was still hesitating whether to participate in this major event. Now with this opportunity on me, if I use the clone and the Yunshui Huanmengong, even if I escape to a distant continent, I may still be able to stir up the wind and rain in the Cloud Sea region. Li Fan held the treasure in his hand. Finally, the Yunshui diagram. If I had not taken this personally from Tai's hand, I would not believe this is the legendary Yunshui diagram. Perhaps it truly contains some secret, but if it is not deciphered, having it in my hand is no different from trash. He immediately headed toward a small island. It is still most appropriate to exchange it for 100,000 contribution points. If my main body carries the box, it is too obvious. Better to refine the clone first. Fortunately, most of the materials for the clone are not expensive. He shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" The shopkeeper was startled. "It is fellow Taoist Sikong." Li Fan thought, he mistook me for Sikong-yi. How convenient. He changed his voice and asked, "Earlier you sent someone to follow us stealthily just so you could take advantage of my absence and sneak into my cave dwelling." The shopkeeper laughed slyly. "A misunderstanding, it is all a misunderstanding. Where is fellow Taoist Bailey?" Without letting him finish, Li Fan burned the opponent with flames. He quickly noticed a smell in the air similar to burnt wood. As expected, it was still a puppet. He approached a massive coconut tree on the uninhabited island. I stopped before a seemingly ordinary coconut tree, touched it lightly, and under the aura verification, I felt a pulling force. Li Fan sat cross-legged, removed his resistance, and entered the tree where the cave dwelling was. It was actually very simple, but I was only borrowing this place, so I did not care much. I took out all the necessary materials, held my breath, and began cultivating. A figure appeared. This time, I do not plan to spend too much effort refining the clone or stripping the providence of other cultivators. Because in my plan, this clone is only for concealment and to attract everyone's attention to obtain the 100,000 contribution points. A second later, red halos enveloped his body. Bones, internal organs, skin, and hair all slowly took shape. Then I adjusted the clone's appearance. After a while, a face with a dazed expression appeared before me. He looked at the Lin Fan in front of him. The first time refining a clone, not bad. A second later he chanted a spell. Next is the final step, severing the connection between its providence and the clone. A golden light radiated out, and the clone became its own entity. Lin Fan gradually gained consciousness. Having an extra body and an entirely new perspective, this feeling was quite magical. He spoke up, "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Li Fan replied, "From now on, your name shall be Lin Fan." Lin Fan obeyed, "Yes." He immediately went to perform a mission. The clone Lin Fan had a realm 1 minor stage lower than mine, only having mid-stage qi condensation cultivation. After I handed the Yunshui diagram to the clone, he smoothly joined the Wanxian alliance. We returned to Wanxian Island separately. In the eyes of outsiders, we had never made contact. Lin Fan entered the Tianxian mirror, took out the Yunshui diagram, and chose to complete that 100,000 point mission. A voice rang out, unable to fully distinguish all details of the Yunshui diagram. "Please wait a moment." A question was posed. "The mission issuer requests to visit your space. Do you accept?" Without hesitation, Lin Fan replied, "Accepted." Suddenly a figure appeared. Lin Fan was cautious. "Greetings, senior." The white-haired man spoke. "No need to be so formal. I am just an old man who should have died but has not yet." He looked at the opponent and thought, "The white-haired old man looks a bit familiar, but I do not remember where we met. I can't sense any cultivator's aura on him. He is like a mortal." He was certain in his heart that the opponent's cultivation was far too high, well beyond the range he could currently perceive. The man spoke, "Is it you who wishes to hand over the Yunshui diagram?" Lin Fan handed it over. "Yes, please take a look, senior." The person was delighted. "Yes, it is indeed this." He looked at it and spoke, "Han Hai, Tai Fuyun. Long time no see." Lin Fan looked confused. From his words, this old man was of the same rank as Tai ancestor. He calculated silently, the Yunshui Tiangong was destroyed goodness knows how many years ago. This guy has lived from then until now, after the Great Tribulation. Cultivators are usually targeted by the heaven's malice, and cannot live as long as ancient cultivators. Living for 1,000 years is already extremely difficult. Having said that, he asked the opponent what level of cultivation could allow one to live so long. Then the old man asked me how the Yunshui Tiangong was now. I described Qin Tang turning into a stone statue, Chong Daoren using his own body for alchemy, and Tai's body being pierced by remnant swords. The person sighed, if it were not for a special reason, I could not enter the Yunshui Tiangong, nor could I sit and watch them suffer like that forever. His voice was slow but firm. To be able to come out of the Yunshui Tiangong alive, you have some intelligence and alertness. Lin Fan bowed slightly in response. It was just luck. Suddenly the old man's gaze deepened. I have one more commission. I wonder if you are willing. Lin Fan said happily, Senior, just say the word. The person shrunk a miniature figure in the other's palm. If you are free, make a trip to the Yunshui Tiangong for me and just leave this item there. He bowed his head. If I cannot personally enter the Yunshui Tiangong, then use this statue to stay by their side for me. As for the reward. Then he tapped Lin Fan between the eyebrows. A bizarre scene appeared. A moment later, as the old man's finger touched my forehead, a massive amount of information flooded into my head, suddenly making my head spin and swell with pain. By the time I regained my senses in the Tianxian mirror, the old man's figure had long disappeared. Scribbled text appeared. 100,000 contribution points had entered the account. Unexpectedly, the old man gave an additional private reward, the Heavenly Physician Immortal Scripture. Lin Fan stood stunned. This was not a cultivation technique, but a set of medical scriptures. With such a vast amount of information, even reading it once would take at least a dozen years. It not only included human physiology, pathology, diagnosis, treatment, and medicine, but the objects of study even included various flora and fauna of heaven and earth. It could be called boundless. He observed and spoke. This vast and precious store of knowledge, the old man could just pass it to me at will. Good stuff is indeed good stuff. Unfortunately, learning it consumes too much energy. I can only set it aside for now. At this moment, a city appeared. I did not dare delay the old man's commission, since he had paid the reward in advance. Thus, I made another trip to the Yunshui Tiangong. I thought that after entering again, I would experience senior brother Qin Tang's illusion trial, but I appeared directly before the main gates of the palace. The old man's soul appeared. Perhaps because of this white jade statue, I did not enter Qin Tang's illusion. The moment I took out the statue, it flew into the sky and slowly dissolved like melting snow disappearing. A moment later, no abnormality occurred within the Yunshui Tiangong. Lin Fan stood thinking, this mission counts as completed. It was perhaps a bit too simple and smooth. I wonder what use that statue has. A piece of paper appeared before him. Unable to see any mystery, I could only leave. Returning to the Tianxian mirror, I looked at my balance of over 100,000 contribution points and fell into deep thought. I originally planned to directly exchange for the techniques and treasures I needed once the clone got the points, then hand them to the main body. He pondered. But after seeing this white-haired old man, I abandoned that thought. For now, it seems the clone and the main body should not have any connection. Li Fan's soul reappeared behind him. Although the clone could not buy things for the main body, these 100,000 points would not just sit in the clone's hand. After all, in this world, the most precious things are various types of knowledge, including techniques. When the clone reads the knowledge, it is the same as the main body reading it. He immediately thought of a plan. Therefore, I manipulated the clone to buy information related to the cultivation world and began memorizing. -2,000, -1,500, -2,000. While my main body took advantage of the night to use the teleportation array to Lioli Island. Li Fan looked at someone's body. He Zhenghao likely had not returned from exploring the cave dwelling. I hid my form and secretly went to the home of the captain of the merchant ship, Zhang Haoba. It was currently 19 years before the Crimson Flame Sea. Now that the clone was refined, there were some threads that could be arranged in advance. He waved his hand and chanted. Yunshui Illusionary Dream Art, activate. Immortal. He sat up with a start. He looked around in a daze. This place is Lioli Island. His rapid breathing pressed down on every thought. Could it be that all of that was just a terrifying dream? But how could a dream feel so real? He began to recall in the dream, during one of his trips to sea to fish, he had recovered a set of skeletal remains. Along with those remains was a book. Even though it had been soaked in seawater, the characters on it were still very clear, Dinghai Divine Sword. Immortal Master he had cultivated according to that book. It was thanks to this technique that in the short span of over a dozen years in the dream, his cultivation had progressed at lightning speed, going all the way from immortal to the late stage of chi condensation. He originally had hope for foundation establishment, but unexpectedly. Meanwhile, a faceless figure appeared. In the sky above the Songyan Sea, a transparent red silhouette suddenly emerged. In his hand, a small weak-looking flame was burning brightly. A second later, it incinerated the entire world. It was this very flame that, over the following dozen years, slowly boiled the entire Songyan Sea dry. My relatives, my friends, my hometown, everything around me was utterly destroyed. A catastrophic explosion occurred. The Songyan Sea became a forbidden zone, impossible to enter or leave. Scorching flames rained down from the heavens, burning Wanxian Island to ashes. The nightmare ended there. Immortal Master he frowned in thought. Was it truly just a dream? How could a mortal like me have such a vivid dream? Wanxian Island, the Tianxian Mirror. These things did not even exist in my imagination before. Even that cultivation technique. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Wait. He looked at the lines of characters in the air. Dinghai Divine Sword. All of that. It was not a dream. I have been reborn. Haoba stared blankly at his own hands. He had read many strange novels where a protagonist dies and is reborn decades into the past. He never expected that one day it would happen to him. No, I must stay calm and recall exactly what happened in my past life. After a moment, as he remembered, a look of exhaustion crossed his face. It is no use. My head is full of that red silhouette. I only have some impressions of a few major events from my past life. Haoba knitted his brows, a look of determination clear on his face. However, this is enough. He calculated incessantly in his mind. There were still over a dozen years before that tragedy would occur. In this life, he had to prepare early to protect his family and his hometown. Outside, Li Fan looked down at the house and thought, the rebirth that Zhang Haoba believes in is, naturally, the effect of my Yunshui Huanmengong. Using the future I had actually experienced as a template, deceiving a mortal with a fabricated dream was a simple matter. It was a pity that my current power was still low, and there were still many issues with the construction of the illusionary dream. To increase the dream's credibility, Li Fan had even invested heavily by cutting the Dinghai Divine Sword technique down to the foundation establishment stage. This was to make Zhang Haoba act as his proxy to push the Wanxian alliance to fight against that Crimson Flame. Naturally, to prevent Zhang Haoba from being so terrified by the Crimson Flame's power that he chose to flee in the dream, Li Fan used psychological suggestions to instill a sense of responsibility in him, making him want to prevent the tragedy for the sake of his family and friends. He smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, Li Fan had modified the Crimson Flame's strength, making it appear not so invincible, but something that could be defeated.
Afterward, Li Fan departa contentedly.
The effect seems decent for now. I will need to come back every so often to reinforce it with the Yunshui Huanmengong. Li Fan used the Wuxiang Shaji to silently lock onto Zhang Haoba to prevent him from secretly fleeing, then prepared to return to Wanxian Island. Looking down from above, he watched the only house with lights still on with a look of doubt. Under the night sky, most of the residents of Lioli Island were fast asleep, leaving the island in darkness. Why are the lights on in Manager Zhao's manor, and why is it draped in white mourning cloth? Could it be? In a flash, Li Fan appeared behind Manager Zhao. Memorial tablet of the late immortal master He Zhenghao. In front of the tablet, he could not help but be surprised. He Zhenghao is dead. Li Fan stepped forward and asked, how did fellow Taoist he die? Manager Zhao bowed and replied, reporting to the immortal master, I heard that while immortal master he was exploring a cave dwelling, he triggered a trap and unfortunately met with disaster. It has been 56 days now. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. A few friends recently discovered an ancient cave dwelling and invited me to explore it. It is said this cave was sealed before the Great Tribulation. There must be many rare treasures and techniques inside. In my past life, I met He Zhenghao over a dozen years later, and he was still alive then. Why did he die at this time? This means that in the past life, He Zhenghao did not participate in this cave exploration. The reason for this change was that the contribution points he had accumulated over half his life were completely lost in a single stroke. To exchange for a nascent soul technique, he decided to take a gamble. And the reason he lost his entire fortune was because the Lingshuang grass production area was destroyed by that dragon whale beast, which made him think there was an opportunity to make a massive profit. This means that in the past life, none of these events happened. The moment he realized this, Li Fan's pupils constricted. And for what reason did the beast attack occur? Inside the dragon whale's stomach, I discovered many undigested lioli beads. Lioli beads are the primary material for refining lioli pills. Taking a lioli pill can produce an effect similar to qi and lightning. This dragon whale beast, because it swallowed a large amount of lioli beads, gradually developed spiritual intelligence. By a stroke of luck, it encountered the Lingshuang grass island. Lingshuang grass likely held some benefit for it, so the dragon whale launched a surprise attack and swallowed most of the grass on the island. The reason it was able to swallow such a large amount of lioli beads was because, in my past life, when I was the incarnation of the merchant ship, I had seen a giant lioli fish skeleton. Within those remains, a massive lioli pearl sparkled under the sunlight. Therefore, in this life, when I passed by that way, I conveniently killed the leader of those lioli fish. The leaderless swarm of lioli fish could only be eaten by the dragon whale with no power to resist. So to speak, an unintentional action of mine previously caused He Zhenghao's death. And likely not just He Zhenghao alone. I killed the lioli fish leader, leaving the swarm unable to cope with the predation of other creatures, which led to the dragon whale swallowing a massive amount of lioli beads and developing spiritual intelligence. The dragon whale developed intelligence, increased its cultivation, and destroyed an entire island's worth of Lingshuang grass. The Lingshuang grass was destroyed, and then someone secretly manipulated the situation, causing countless people to lose their fortunes. The final result was that many Foundation establishment cultivators died prematurely. At this point, a faint smirk of triumph appeared on his lips. It turns out that even Foundation establishment cultivators are so easy to kill. This is the correct way to utilize the killing intent of heaven and earth. Later, within the Tianqian mirror, Li Fan focused and performed a technique that caused streaks of light to swirl around his body. He closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and gradually calmed his mind to think. To kill someone, I do not need to act personally. With the foresight and prophecy of the Huan Zhun, I can be like I was with He Zhenghao through planning, across time and space, from 10,000 miles away, and years in advance, I can take a person's life. If not for He Zhenghao's accidental death, I am afraid it would have taken me a long time to comprehend this move, the life-death chain link. In the manager's manner, Li Fan slowly raised the incense, his mind still wandering. Fellow Taoist He, you died well. Go now. In the next life, I will certainly not treat you poorly. Seeing this, Manager Zhao beside him spoke up. This immortal master seems to have had a good relationship with immortal master He. Li Fan sighed, his voice low. Immortal master He and I knew each other for about 40 years. He frequently looked after me. This time I was away on business and did not know he had passed. Finding fellow Taoist He's tablet today was truly unexpected. The man stepped forward and added, since I learned of immortal master He's death, I have kept this funeral hall for 26 days. You are the first, and also the only one, to come and pay respects. The dozen or so immortal masters who came to the island were not here for his remains. They were here to fight over the position of guardian for Lioli Island. Seeing the new guardian has already taken office, my position as manager will be hard to keep. The instructions immortal master He gave while he was alive. Manager Zhao expressed his relief at meeting him today. Hearing this, Li Fan showed a look of doubt. Instructions from fellow Taoist He. He explained further, yes. While fellow Taoist He was alive, he gave me an object, instructing me that if anything happened to him in the future, I should give it to the first fellow Taoist who came to mourn him after his death. Li Fan replied, why would he give such a thing to a mortal like you? Manager Zhao expressed sincerely, I won't hide it from the immortal master. When I was young, by a stroke of luck, I saved immortal master He's life once. He originally wanted to lead me onto the path of cultivation, but I feared the hardships of the Tao and only asked for a job. I have served by his side for all these years, so I earned his trust. He handed him a command medallion. The item in this box is immortal master He's legacy. As for its specific purpose, that is not for me to know. Looking at the medallion in his hand, Li Fan could not help but ponder. This is a pass for Wanxian Island. But what is so special about this thing? Afterward, Li Fan prepared to leave. I will speak on your behalf to the new guardian. As for whether you can keep your position, I cannot guarantee it. Manager Zhao bowed deeply. Thank you, immortal master. After he left, the man stood before the tablet and spoke quietly, I have finally passed this hot potato along. This person did not lie, and he was the first to come pay respects. Giving your legacy to him fits your instructions. Manager Zhao stroked his beard. Immortal masters. Cultivating to the end only to die even sooner than me, with no one to even collect their bones. It is all meaningless. As for Li Fan, he entered the island's protective formation and met the new guardian. Li Fan told him that Manager Zhao was an old acquaintance and asked if he could keep his position as the financial manager of Lioli Island. It was just the position of a mortal. The guardian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After both sides exchanged contact talismans, Li Fan hurried back to the Tianxian mirror. After a period of searching, he finally understood the purpose of that pass. Besides being used as a permit to enter Wanxian Island, the pass could also be used to store items as collateral. The items were not stored in the Tianxian mirror but in a place called the Wanzhong Pavilion. This Wanzhong Pavilion was not on Wanxian Island, but on Ulan Island in the northern part of the Songyan Sea. Having clarified the purpose of the pass, Li Fan did not delay and made a trip to Ulan Island. He was finally able to retrieve He Zhenghao's legacy, a jade slip. Inside the jade slip was an unfinished work by He Zhenghao explaining the 100 Pulse formation map. The book recorded in detail various special insights and some creative ideals regarding formations. Along with this book was a message from He Zhenghao. In the book, Zhenghao wrote, "In this life, I only loved the Tao of formations. I have devoted decades to it, stumbling through hardships, and have only barely completed more than half of this 100 Pulse formation map. This trip to explore the cave dwelling should, logically, have low risk, but I fear the 1 in a million chance." Zhenghao wrote very clearly, "If I meet with disaster, my death is a small matter. I only fear that the heart's blood of my life, this 100 Pulse formation map, will become a pearl covered in dust and be lost forever. Therefore, I have made this backup arrangement, hoping that a fellow cultivator who knows me and obtains the spirit talisman can give this 100 Pulse formation map to any formation master on Wanxian Island, in hopes that they can complete it." Finally, He Zhenghao spoke from his heart. "The Zhuoshan Ju is the name of the cultivation technique I practice. Its greatest feature is sitting on the mountain to enjoy the fruits." He spoke of the benefits of the Zhuoshan Ju he practiced. "Unfortunately, practicing it is truly too difficult. If it were not for that, I would not have needed to risk exploring this ancient cave dwelling, just to exchange for a new technique." Understanding this, Li Fan showed clear excitement. "The Zhuoshan Ju. Fellow Taoist you have truly given me a difficult subject." He suddenly thought of the immortal master and said to himself, "Sitting on the mountain to enjoy the fruits. I did not expect such a technique to exist in this world. Pity he only mentioned it casually and did not leave the technique behind. I wonder if fellow Taoist his remains can still be recovered." Afterward, Li Fan clenched his fist and gave a triumphant smile. "The Zhuoshan Ju is truly too suitable for me. It can fully utilize the foresight advantage of the Huanzhun. I did not know about it before, but now that I know its mystery, I will definitely cultivate this technique. No one can stop me." Therefore, Li Fan began to investigate the information on the ancient cave dwelling where He Zhenghao died. He Zhenghao's group of 5 foundation establishment cultivators had all perished. Only 1 golden core cultivator was lucky enough to survive. The cave dwelling was located inside an undersea volcano. Previously, because the volcano was dormant, no one had ever discovered it. It was not until recently, when the volcano suddenly erupted, that a passing cultivator discovered the cave hidden within. Based on the information they obtained, this place was merely the dwelling of a golden core cultivator named Taoist Tianyong from the ancient era. Logically, when exploring a golden core cultivator's dwelling, even if He Zhenghao's group did not return with full pockets, escaping unscathed from danger should not have been difficult. But once they went deep inside and triggered a restriction, they discovered that while Taoist Tianyong's cultivation was not exceptional, he practiced the ancient art of mechanisms, which had long been lost. Dozens of firestone mechanism puppets were instantly activated, surrounding the group. Only that golden core cultivator named Zheng Xiaoyun managed to escape while heavily injured. The remaining 5 foundation establishment cultivators all died miserably at the hands of the mechanism puppets. This surprising information not only did not dampen people's thoughts of exploring the cave, but instead raised their enthusiasm even higher. Setting aside the priceless mechanism puppets, just the legacy left behind by 5 foundation establishment cultivators made many people's eyes turn red. It was said that a second exploration team was gathering, led this time by a nascent soul powerhouse, Zhenjuan Go Xian. Li Fan held his head high and whispered to himself, "I do not know if this exploration will be successful, but since those going are all golden core and nascent soul great cultivators, I won't participate. With so many treasures, They would not compete with me for fellow Taoist his remains, would they? Perhaps I can put out a bounty mission. Li Fan quietly extracted information from Immortal Master, his memories. The Zhua Shanju was different from the techniques exchanged at the Wanxian Alliance. It was a technique from before the Great Tribulation. If no copy was left behind, it meant the technique would be lost. However, using the stealing heaven-swapping sun technique, I have hoped to recreate the lost technique from the remains of a cultivator. Afterward, he pondered silently and made his calculations. I will get fellow Taoist his remains back first. I will need to do some missions to earn contribution points before I can post a bounty. Refining a clone can only be done personally, so it is better if I post this mission myself. Therefore, Li Fan chose a bounty mission and used his past life memories to provide information, earning 1,000 contribution points. As soon as the points arrived, Li Fan immediately posted a bounty mission for 50 points. In the mission, he stated that he and Zheng Hao had a friendship of over 40 years and were very close. He could not bear to see his friend's remains exposed in the wild, so he posted the bounty to have his remains brought back for burial. Before long, the mission was accepted. After everything was settled, Li Fan continued to cultivate the Yunshui Huanmengong. To ensure Zhang Haoba did not stray from the growth path he had established, Li Fan would remodel his illusionary dream every so often. Currently, Zhang Haoba was still immortal, so controlling him held no difficulty. Once Zhang Haoba officially became a cultivator, Li Fan would need to break through to the second layer of the Yunshui Huanmengong to influence his thinking. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. At Lioli Island, on the merchant ship, Haoba gazed into the distance. His eyes suddenly widened. Then, to everyone's shock, Haoba dove into the sea. Captain. He swam in one direction. Haoba stopped at a place where there was a set of bones. He skillfully reached out and searched. Then, he successfully retrieved the Dinghai divine sword. Haoba looked at it and pondered. Exactly like in the memory. As expected, it was not a dream. I truly have been reborn. He frowned with determination. I can't delay any longer. I must quickly raise my cultivation. Only then can I stop this tribulation. However, a qi condensation cultivation definitely won't be enough. A minor person's words carry no weight and cannot earn the trust of others. I must at least reach foundation establishment, or even golden core. Li Fan had been observing everything from above without being noticed. He muttered to himself, as expected, his destiny has undergone a miraculous change. The path of cultivation is often a race where the fast stay fast. In this life, under my prodding, he began cultivating a dozen years early. His destiny has changed, flowing like one standing in the wind. The strong become even stronger.
Li Fan craka asmila.
Perhaps you really will give me a surprise. I look forward to your performance, Zhang Haoba. Li Fan was in a good mood. He slowly flew back to Lioli Island, intending to return to Wanxian Island via the teleportation station. The new guardian of Lioli Island, Wu Wenxing, walked over panting. Li Fan asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Wu, do you have business with me?" Wu Wenxing's expression was grave. Something has happened. He frowned and recounted, the exploration team led by Zhenjuan Go Xian to that cave dwelling. They have been wiped out. Not even Zhenjuan Go Xian himself escaped. At the same time, Haoba became increasingly diligent in his cultivation and made rapid progress. Li Fan stroked his chin. How can that be? Wasn't it said to be just a golden core cultivator's dwelling? How could even a nascent soul great cultivator die? Wu Wenxing shrugged and replied, no one knows the specifics. It is just that the entrance to that cave dwelling has been temporarily sealed off. He said in a heavy voice, in the entire Wanxian Alliance, there are only a dozen or so nascent soul cultivators. Now one has died suddenly. The loss is truly immense. Not to mention the 4 golden core and 13 foundation establishment cultivators, who lost their lives in the 2 previous explorations. Li Fan did not pay much attention to Wu Wenxing's words, but pondered something else instead. It seems there is another reason behind Wu Wenxing's anxiety, but if he does not speak of it, it is not convenient for me to ask. After a few more words of pleasantry, Li Fan returned to Wanxian Island via teleportation. After making some inquiries, he learned the reason for Wu Wenxing's worried face. It turned out that Wu Wenxing relied on the deceased Zhenjuan Go Xian as his backer. It was through this relationship that he was able to become the guardian of Lioli Island. Now, before he could even settle in, his backer had fallen. Li Fan calculated within his private space. A nascent soul powerhouse had died. That cave dwelling was truly extremely dangerous. It seemed fellow Taoist his remains could not be recovered for the time being. Originally, Li Fan thought it was a matter of luck, but a few days later, things seemed to change. The Wanxian Alliance investigated some rules of Taoist Tianyong's dwelling. The mechanism puppets had a strange characteristic. They were weak against the weak and strong against the strong.
Li Fan sneaked.
This kind of characteristic must have a limit. After all, when he was alive, Taoist Tianyong only had golden core strength. Weak against the weak means that if a qi condensation cultivator enters the cave, the puppets will only have qi condensation strength. In the qi condensation stage, are not I nearly invincible, the insect-binding divine power and the blue flame phantom could both leave those puppets with no power to fight back. Should I explore this dwelling? But the next second, he dismissed the idea. No. If these mechanism puppets were truly just weak against the weak and strong against the strong, the Wanxian Alliance could secretly gather a group of late-stage qi condensation cultivators to storm the dwelling and bring all the puppets back. Those puppets must have another strange aspect that the Wanxian Alliance is unsure of. This logic is not something only I, Li Fan, understand. But in the end, there were still those who held a gambling mentality, believing they were chosen by fate. They formed a group of over 30 people and went to explore the Tianyong dwelling. 10 days later, this exploration team returned in tatters, weeping as they recounted what happened in the cave. Those puppets are truly too strong. No one knows what material they are made of. They are incredibly solid. No matter what spell hits them, it has no effect, not even a mark is left. Their physical strength is already capable of withstanding attacks from the nascent soul stage. Li Fan knew all of this. He stroked his chin and asked himself, I wonder how this dwelling situation ended in the past life. After I joined the Wanxian Alliance in my past life, I never heard mention of this Tianyong dwelling. Clearly, it had long since disappeared by then. Actually, it is not like there is no way to resolve it. If one uses a tactic where people distract the puppets, someone could go deep into the dwelling to find opportunities. But no one is willing to risk death to benefit others. He sat in meditation and told himself, as this continues, fewer and fewer cultivators will think about the Tianyong dwelling. Li Fan then began to calm his mind and focus on his cultivation. Time stretched on for half a year. In the anchor year 13, Li Fan was surprised while checking for news. The Wuxiang Shaji locking onto Zhang Haoba showed signs of weakening. Looking at Haoba's sturdy frame, Li Fan was constantly surprised. Has Zhang Haoba broken through from immortal to the qi condensation stage in less than a year? He smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Faster than I thought. Perhaps he really can achieve the golden core realm before the crimson flame boils the sea. As expected, 3 months later, news arrived. Li Fan said softly, fellow Taoist Wu Wenxing said in a panic, fellow Taoist Li Fan, do you know, a formidable figure has appeared on Lioli Island. Recently. Li Fan asked curiously, oh, I am listening. Wu Wenxing did not say much and directly sent over an illusionary image. Take a look. In the illusion, Haoba was standing in the middle of the cave dwelling, channeling his energy to resist the puppets. His expression was resolute, his hands moving skillfully. Every surge of energy he emitted was incredibly powerful. One could say that Haoba and this swarm of wooden puppets were evenly matched. The droplets of spiritual energy he fired also had an impact on the puppets. Haoba even knew how to read the situation and moved with great agility. After watching the series of illusionary scenes, Wu Wenxing said seriously, what does fellow Taoist Li Fan think? Li Fan was full of shock. These 17 puppets are all from within the Tianyong dwelling. To fight 17 puppets alone and be able to retreat unscathed. This person is. When Ning began to introduce him, this man's name is Zhang Haoba. About a year ago, he was still an ordinary mortal. A few months ago, after breaking through to the qi condensation stage, he joined our Wanxian Alliance through my recommendation. He continued, after he heard about the Tianyong Grotto Heaven, he came here alone. At first, I did not know what he was doing, but later I realized he was using those 17 puppets to train. Furthermore, when Ning added, initially, it was said he could only last a few breaths. Later, the time he could endure under the puppets grew longer and longer. The image I sent you was from about half a month ago. TSK, TSK, TSK. If this man does not die, he certainly has hope for the great Tao. Li Fan remained silent, thinking to himself, only at the foundation establishment stage can one condense 24 Dinghai swords, yet Zhang Haoba managed it just upon entering qi condensation. Is it because he specifically integrated this technique, or is there another reason interesting? His interest piqued. Li Fan immediately set off for the undersea volcano. Around the crater of the volcano, many cultivators had gathered. They ignored the boiling seawater and the bizarre sight of the undersea volcano's eruption. All their attention was focused on Zhang Haoba, who was meditating in the distance. A cultivator wondered, at this moment, in his first mid-stage qi condensation battle, his endurance time does not seem as long as before. The man beside him replied, "What do you know? Don't you see the strength of his moves is nearly the same as his previous early-stage qi condensation? He is clearly still adapting to his power after the breakthrough." Haoba did not let himself get distracted, keeping his spirit and spiritual energy stable at all times. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. Then he dashed off, leaving everyone astonished. He is going in again. Haoba plunged straight into the volcano. Everyone immediately used their distant vision mirrors to observe the situation. Haoba had already reached the location of the puppets. He looked incredibly tiny in comparison. But when the puppets swung their fists at Haoba, he quickly leaped up to evade them. Haoba raised his hand to chant a spell, channeling spiritual energy as streaks of blue light radiated out. The onlookers outside were in an uproar. What is he trying to do? The rotation speed of his water swords is several times faster than before. Doesn't he only have 24 water swords? Now it seems. Looking at the strikes swinging toward the puppets, everyone cheered. It looks like hundreds or thousands of swords. The destructive power of those swords was immensely formidable. Everyone was in awe. This Zhang Haoba is truly at the mid-stage of qi condensation. What technique is he practicing? So powerful, I heard he has only been cultivating for a year or so. He is truly a peerless genius. Fellow Taoists, hurry and charge. I see those puppets have been beaten so badly they can't even lift their heads. It is the perfect time for us to search for opportunities. In the grotto. A cultivator raised an eyebrow. I do not think so. This move of fellow Taoist Zhang Haoba is indeed terrifying, but it must consume a vast amount of origin energy. It will be hard to sustain. I am afraid his endurance time this time won't be as long as the last. Li Fan, standing nearby, could not help but think, the move Zhang Haoba used just now is the first killing move of the Dinghai Divine Sword, the Water Dragon's Chant. It has a wide attack range, high frequency, and strong lethal power. It is just that it requires massive spiritual energy to support. Usually, only Foundation Establishment cultivators can execute it. For Zhang Haoba to use it at mid-stage qi condensation, his talent is truly extraordinary. However, he was confused. A single execution of the Water Dragon's Chant was destined not to last long, yet Haoba looked full of confidence, seemingly completely unconcerned about running out of spiritual energy. Why was this? Li Fan channeled his energy to investigate and was surprised. Li Fan was stunned. This is pure water attribute spiritual energy. Activating the Rui Sui Hang Ju, Li Fan became like a phantom image, rushing into the crater before the others could react. Following his lead, more and more people discovered the abnormality in the water spiritual energy. Someone spoke loudly, water spiritual energy, spirit-body affinity. I understand now, Zhang Haoba has a water spirit physique. As long as he is on the vast sea, he does not have to worry about spiritual energy. No matter how fast he consumes it, the surrounding water attribute spiritual energy can replenish and quickly restore him. Then they shouted in unison, fellow Taoists, charge. After realizing the truth, the qi condensation cultivators scrambled into the crater, trying to find their own destiny and fortune. Li Fan was one step ahead of them. By this time, he had already passed through the lava inside the volcano and entered the Tianyang Grotto heaven, slipping past the puppets fighting Zhang Haoba. His divine sense swept through, trying to find the remains of He Zhenghao. But forget about a complete body. He could not even find a storage ring. He could only barely distinguish the remains of a few cultivators. The cultivators behind were already catching up. With time being of the essence, Li Fan decisively collected these remains. At that moment, an ancient mechanical voice suddenly echoed within the grotto heaven, Tian. The wooden puppets uttered, Yang. Everyone was instantly bewildered. What is happening? Aren't these puppets capable of withstanding attacks from a nascent soul? Why are they all starting to crack and crumble? Could it be that fellow Taoist Zhang is actually a powerhouse hiding his cultivation? As the puppets crumbled, hoarse voices spoke out one generation. Each word followed another not. The fragments coalesced into a glowing red sphere, and the voice continued weak. Li Fan gritted his teeth, realizing, this is bad. Haoba was confused. What is this? They are recombining. The puppets continued to groan. Li Fan grabbed Haoba's hand. Don't cause any more trouble, fellow Taoist Zhang, move fast. The two of them dashed away, even as a voice from below echoed, by humans. A moment later, the fragments coalesced into a giant hand reaching upward. Tianyong 1 generation, not weak because of humans. Li Fan ran like mad all the way, finally leading Zhang Haoba to an extremely distant safe area. Haoba spoke while gasping for breath. "Thank you, fellow Taoist. If not for you, I would have lost my life here." Li Fan thought to himself, that was dangerous. It nearly ruined all my plans. But on the surface of the sea, above the Tianyong Grotto heaven, the world trembled. It seemed as if the entire Songyan Sea was shaking. The voice continued to ring out, repeating, Tianyong 1 generation. A mechanical puppet buried deep within the Earth's veins for thousands of years, having absorbed earth fire energy day and night to temper itself, rose from the Songyan Sea. Countless red flying stones traced lines of fire in the sky, shooting off in all directions. Accompanied by the phrase, "Not weak because of humans." At this time, someone shouted loudly, "Fellow Taoist, please stop." A giant inverted mountain of fire, dozens of times larger than the Tianyong puppet, suddenly appeared above its head. The mountain peak, sharp as a diamond, pressed down onto its head. The Tianyong puppet strained to resist. It exerted its strength, forcing out each word, Tian, Yang. A moment later, it managed to stand up straight. 1 generation. As the Tianyong puppet lifted the inverted mountain, illusory images of countless mountains suddenly appeared. The weight of the inverted mountain above suddenly increased several times. The Tianyong puppet was once again pressed down. The surrounding seawater was pushed away, creating massive waves that radiated outward. Despite this, the Tianyong puppet still muttered, "Not weak." The lower limbs of the puppet were crushed bit by bit under the extreme pressure. Under the impact, the earth was constantly gouged away. The puppet still strained to affirm its truth. Because of humans. At the final moment, it still said, "Not weak, because of humans." The puppet was crushed by the inverted mountain, but the matter was not yet over. At the bottom of the Songyan Sea, the earth's fire erupted once again. The Tianyong puppet arrived within the mouth of a fire dragon. It spoke once more, Tianyong 1 generation. The Tianyong puppet transformed into a dragon of fire and flew out from the bottom of the sea, completely destroying the inverted mountain. However, the inverted mountain also began to reform. The puppet and the inverted mountain fought each other, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Faced with this scene, someone commented, "Interesting." As expected of the successor of the ancient divine transformation Tao. Using golden core aptitude over thousands of years, he can actually possess this level of strength. At this moment, a lazy female voice rang out. The heavens and earth suddenly plunged into darkness. A giant hole seemed to tear open in the sky, with shimmering light inside, like a dark night.